world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726, Tit for Tat. Although it was unbelievable, the warriors present were all masters who were proficient in the laws of the fire system. How could they not recognize the fire system's original power? The fire source power contained in those red balls of light was so pure that it was astonishing, and it was constantly expanding and increasing. The man from the god realm with red scales on his forehead took a deep breath. Compared with the energy balls around Lin Ming, the original energy he had condensed before was like a firefly to the bright moon, which was simply incomparable. What is the origin of this person? How could he have such a terrifying affinity for the original energy? Reading the ancient Phoenix book is divided into two parts. The first is the warrior's own comprehension and the degree of comprehension of the law. The higher the comprehension, the higher the achievement in the fire system law, and the faster the speed of integrating the law. The second is the warrior's own affinity for the fire source energy. The easier it is for the warrior to combine the original energy, the more original energy he will absorb after he comprehends the ancient Phoenix book. Lin Ming's current situation is that it took him half an incense stick of time to completely integrate the law, which proves that his comprehension of the realm of fire is only at the entry level. However, what is unexpected is that after integrating the law, the source energy he absorbed is 100 times that of the man from the divine realm with red scales on his forehead. This gap made the warriors of the divine realm dumbfounded and speechless. A strange situation like Lin Ming has never appeared in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, the surface of the evil god seed in Lin Ming's body finally completed the final flame totem engraving. The whole totem glowed, and the next moment, the fist-sized source energy around rushed to Lin Ming's body like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. For a moment, Lin Ming's body burned, shooting out thousands of golden lights, dazzling the warriors present. A force that directly pointed to the source of the avenue emanated from Lin Ming's body, emitting a vast and majestic momentum, as if a phoenix was reborn in the nirvana of Lin Ming's body. Seeing this, the red-robed old man let out a long sigh and looked at Lin Ming, his eyes flashing with all kinds of spirits, wondering what he was thinking. The other warriors in the hall didn't know what to say. Hu Ping watched those extremely precious red light balls being absorbed by Lin Ming, and his heart was full of frustration. It took him half an incense stick to enter the state of meditation, which was not as good as the 14 or 15-year-old children in the clan, but his ability to absorb the original energy of fire was far better than this. The degree of comprehension of the law by the warrior itself can be made up by time, but the affinity of the warrior's body to the original energy of fire is innate, and it is very difficult to cultivate it. Warriors with high affinity can easily mobilize a large amount of fire energy between heaven and earth. Their endurance, recovery, and the power of their moves are much stronger than those of warriors with low affinity. For a moment, Hu Ping felt a strong sense of jealousy and deep powerlessness. He gritted his teeth and said to the young man with red scales on his forehead, "Brother Long, this king-level trial is our first battle. If we bring shame to the family, I'm afraid we won't be able to apply to return to the divine realm in the second stage of the trial. We will be suppressed by this kid, even if our original results were pretty good." Many times, what people really value is often relative results, rather than absolute results. What they care about is whether you can get first place. Only those who get first place will be noticed by people. The person who gets second place, even if his results are more outstanding than the previous first place, will be eclipsed. That's why some people say that it is a tragedy to be born in the same era as someone else. The red-scaled man called Brother Long said, "We can't compare with him in terms of affinity, but on the other hand, his understanding of the artistic conception of fire is far inferior to ours. Compared with him, we can only say that we each have our own advantages. It is still uncertain who will win or lose in the end. I guess this person's comprehension is not very good." Hu Ping's eyes lit up when he heard what the red-scaled man said. Yes, he had just been hit by Lin Ming and almost forgot his advantages. Lin Ming's affinity is strong, but his understanding of the artistic conception of fire is very poor. His comprehension is poor, and he cannot comprehend higher level moves, so it is useless to have energy. Thinking of this, Hu Ping's confidence, which had almost collapsed, was restored. Brother Long is right. His comprehension is definitely not that good, otherwise his understanding of the state of fire would not be that bad. Moreover, in the king level trial, one must comprehend 36 pieces of ancient phoenix totem stones. Comprehension is very important. We even have an advantage. This guy is probably a simple-minded guy with strong limbs. He definitely can't comprehend anything. It's really a waste of such a monstrous affinity of the source power. Hu Ping said indignantly, but what he was thinking in his heart was that it would be better if the monstrous affinity was given to him. The talent has been tested. Next, we have to choose the ancient phoenix totem stone. Hu Ping, based on my understanding of you, it is better to choose the dazzling golden flame totem left by the 12th clan leader. The red-scaled young man reminded with his true essence. As a young hero with some status in the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm, the red-scaled young man is very familiar with the totem stone carvings in the ancient Phoenix city. Okay, Brother Long, I'll listen to you. Hu Ping was delighted. Everyone only had 1 hour to choose the ancient Phoenix totem. It was not an easy task to choose a totem stone that suits them within a limited time. It would be great if someone could give them some pointers. Your name is Lin Ming, right? The red-robed old man looked at Lin Ming with a faint smile on his face. Yes, sir. Lin Ming answered with a fist clasped in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Your affinity with the source energy is very good, but it's a pity that your understanding of the law of fire is too poor. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation, and I can't give you an accurate assessment level. For the time being, I'll consider you as grade A, the red-robed old man said slowly. When he said this, the young man from the divine realm with red scales on his forehead frowned slightly. Grade A meant that Lin Ming had a higher priority than him. Among the 36 pieces of ancient phoenix totem stone in the ancient phoenix city, several pieces were obviously better than the others. If Lin Ming chose the same piece as him, then he would have to give it up to Lin Ming. Thank you, sir. Lin Ming could sense the kindness of the red-robed old man. He gave him a first-class A-level assessment regardless of his entry-level law comprehension, which meant that he was given the right of first choice. Nuo Ming, your situation is rarely seen in my ancient Phoenix clan. I advise you that comprehension and comprehension of the law are often more important than affinity of the source energy. Don't be complacent. In the main branch of the divine domain, there are young talents with perfect Phoenix blood, comprehension, and affinity. You have poor comprehension, so you must comprehend the law day and night. Don't waste your affinity of the source energy. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for lack of talent. You should do it yourself. The red-robed old man spoke slowly, and the other warriors in the hall were a little jealous. The red-robed old man was obviously moved by his love for talent, otherwise he would not have given so many pertinent suggestions. It is easy to imagine the benefits of being appreciated by a senior in the ancient Phoenix city. Yes, sir, I'm grateful for your advice. Lin Ming bowed deeply as a junior to show his gratitude. The red-robed old man nodded with satisfaction. I've said what I should say. If you can catch up in terms of law comprehension, I can recommend you to the clan to go to the God Realm for the second stage of the trial. After you reach the Sea of God's Realm, provided that you can get first place in the first stage of the trial. As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, the whole audience was shocked. As long as you can get first place in the first stage of the trial, you can go to the God Realm for the second stage of the trial. The king level trial ground of the God Realm. That is a place where many young talents of the main line of the Phoenix clan are not qualified to enter. The Phoenix clan warriors in the lower realms, don't even think about it. It's too difficult to get a qualification. Now, Lin Ming has got such an opportunity. How can they not be jealous? Many warriors couldn't help but look at the man in the God Realm with red scales on his forehead. If Lin Ming wants to get first place in the trial, he must first pass him. Lin Ming's affinity is high, while the red-scaled man's comprehension is monstrous. This is a battle of affinity versus comprehension, a tit for tat. The red-scaled man looked at Lin Ming deeply. He did not expect that the ancient Phoenix City trial, which he thought he could easily win, would turn into such a situation. The red-robed old man's words were obviously intended to provoke a dispute, so that they would go all out to fight and bleed, and maximize their potential and break through their own limits in the competition. He must take on this battle. This is not only related to the issue of face, but also because he represents the orthodox Phoenix clan of the divine realm. The red-scaled man remained calm, and used his true essence to transmit sound to Hu Ping and others, saying, "I must get first place in this trial. It is not only related to honor. If I lose, I will be very passive in the family. You can help me if you can." The young man with red scales on his forehead also came from the Hu clan of the divine realm. His name was Hu Wenlang. The big families in the divine realm valued honor and tradition. They had a sense of superiority in their bones, and believed that young talents from the divine realm family should be ranked first. If he was used as a stepping stone by Lin Ming this time, then his honor would be lost. Moreover, Huanlong was originally upset because he lost the qualification for the king level trial in the divine realm. He was determined to make a name for himself to show his family and strive to return to the divine realm in the next trial. If he lost this trial, then forget it. "Yes, brother Long, my seventh sister and I will help you." Hu Ping immediately expressed his loyalty. His talent in the divine realm Hu clan was not outstanding. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be sent by the family to manage the business of cultivation resources in the future. If he could make friends with Huanlong, it would be very helpful for his future. Okay, the test is over. Everyone starts to choose the ancient phoenix totem stone that suits you. The time is 1 hour. After 1 hour, you must give me your choice. The red-robed old man said, turned around, and led everyone to the depths of the hall. Chapter 727, Burning Heaven Totem Stone. There are many skills in choosing the ancient phoenix totem stone. If you don't know the general situation of the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones before, it is not easy to find a totem stone that suits you within an hour, especially since many people's right to choose is ranked very low. Although the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones are either the treasures left by the peerless masters of the ancient phoenix clan or the chaotic stone carvings at the beginning of the formation of the universe, they are priceless. But if you really want to compare them, there are also differences in quality. The same peerless masters of the ancient phoenix clan, some are clan leaders, and some are just elders. Of course, there are differences in quality, and the most important point is that, even if it is the same peerless master, the ancient phoenix totem stones he left behind are divided into ordinary works and peak works, not all of the same level. The red-robed old man led everyone to walk for a quarter of an hour, and a U-shaped corridor appeared in front of them. The corridor was 30 feet wide and high, and 10 carriages could run in parallel without crowding. On one side of this U-shaped corridor, there are red metal doors. Each metal door is 20 feet high and 10 feet wide. There are various relief carvings on the door, including an immortal bird, or three-legged golden crow, the sun, and red eyes. The old man in red robes began to speak. The place we are in now is called the Four Flame Corridors. As the name suggests, the Four Flame Corridors have a total of 4 floors. From the outside to the inside, the mysteries of the laws contained in the totem stones decrease in sequence. The innermost is the Chaos Corridor. There are 3 secret rooms in the Chaos Corridor, with 3 totem stone carvings placed in them. They are totems that were naturally formed in the chaos at the beginning of the formation of the universe. They are the patterns left on the chaos stone by the original energy of the universe. They are believed to be things that point directly to the origin of the avenue. If you can comprehend them, you can even become the person with the deepest understanding of the laws in the entire God's domain. However, I have to say frankly that with your realm, going to these 3 secret rooms will not be of much use. Even if you have a high level of comprehension, you can't expect to gain anything from it, because your realm is far from enough. Not to mention you, even the second stage testers will find it difficult to comprehend the mysteries. Outside the corridor of chaos is the corridor of heaven. The corridor of heaven also has 3 secret rooms, and each of them contains an ancient phoenix totem stone. These 3 totem stones were left behind by successive patriarchs of our ancient phoenix clan, and are one of their pinnacle works of their lifetime. They are the most precious treasures of our ancient phoenix city after the chaos stone carvings. Next, outside the corridor of heaven is the corridor of earth, which has a total of 10 secret rooms. They were also created by successive patriarchs, but they are works second only to their pinnacle works. The outermost corridor is called the corridor of man, with a total of 20 secret rooms. The totem stones in them were created by successive elders of our ancient Phoenix clan, and are their respective pinnacle works. Although they are not as good as the works of successive patriarchs, they are not much worse. After the red-robed elder's introduction, the warriors present all showed complex expressions of anxiety, regret, and yearning. Many people looked at Lin Ming and the fire-patterned dragon with envy in their eyes. These two people will undoubtedly choose the second of the 3 secret rooms in the heavenly corridor, but they have no hope. Those who are slightly stronger can still go to the earthly corridor, and the others can only go to the human corridor. The human corridor is the work of the elders. There is only one patriarch of the divine realm ancient Phoenix clan, and because the patriarch has a very long life, all the patriarchs of the past generations are probably only a few dozen people, and there are countless elders. There may be dozens or even hundreds of elders in a generation of the ancient Phoenix clan. Even their peak works cannot be compared with the general works of the patriarch. The red-robed elder saw the emotions of the young heroes present and said coldly, "Humph. Don't be too ambitious on the road of martial arts. The elders of our ancient Phoenix clan are also powerful figures in the divine realm. Even if the totem stones they left behind are not as valuable as those of the clan leader, they are enough for you to comprehend. If you can comprehend them thoroughly, your understanding of the laws will reach the level of the elders of all generations. Are you still not satisfied?" The red-robed elder asked coldly, but the warriors present did not agree. Each round of comprehension only lasted for 3 short days. How much can you comprehend in 3 days? If the ancient Phoenix totem stone is likened to a gold mine, and they are ordinary gold diggers, in 3 days, the gold you can get from a rich gold mine is naturally more than that from a poor gold mine. Nuo Yangming, you choose first. The red-robed elder pointed at Lin Ming. You have 1 hour to grasp. Yes, sir. Lin Ming said nothing more, and went directly through the corridor of man and the corridor of earth, and walked towards the corridor of heaven. Seeing this scene, the warriors present were full of envy, and although Huan Long looked calm, he was actually very nervous. The 3 totem stones in the heavenly corridor were also divided into good and bad. One of them, the totem stone named Fentian, was made by the 9th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. He was called Fentian, and was one of the 10 strongest men in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. He dared to use this nickname, which showed how powerful he was. What's more rare is that the lore contained in this totem stone is also very suitable for Huan Long. He had already set his eyes on this totem stone. If Lin Ming chose it, he would suffer a great loss. Lin Ming walked into the heavenly corridor under everyone's attention. The corridor of the heavenly corridor was much narrower than the human corridor, only 20 meters long. There were 3 metal doors in total. The first door was engraved with a Phoenix Nirvana picture, with 2 words on it, Red God. The second door was engraved with a phoenix resting on a Chinese parasol tree, with 2 words on it, Holy Fire. The third door was engraved with a phoenix flying in the sky. The phoenix on the door had its wings spread out, and flames were burning the sky. The door was inscribed with 2 words, Burning the Sky. The metal carvings on the doors alone made Lin Ming secretly shocked. These carvings must have been made by peerless masters, otherwise they would not contain such a powerful lore aura. Lin Ming started from the red god totem stone, and pushed the door open to enter. Behind the metal door was a space of 20 meters in radius. There was nothing in the room. In the center was a 3-meter high altar. In the center of the altar was a 1-foot square stone carving. The stone carving was simple gray and the carvings on it were extremely complicated. At first glance, it was confusing. However, after calming down and perceiving, Lin Ming found that there seemed to be a force field covering the totem stone carving, just like the Shura force field that Lin Ming himself had. This force field and the various patterns on the totem stone were perfectly combined, and it was extremely mysterious. This red god senior must be a strong man with a force field. He integrated the law of fire with his own force field, and carved this totem stone. If I can understand it, it will be of great help to me, because I also have a force field, and more than one. Lin Ming looked at it for 2 incense sticks of time before reluctantly leaving the Red God secret room. He only had 1 hour and could not stay in a secret room for too long. The second secret room, the Holy Fire Totem Stone, was equally mysterious, but lacked a force field. Lin Ming thought it was not as suitable for him as the Red God Totem Stone in the first secret room, so after only an incense stick of time, he left for the third secret room, the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. The same secret room of 20 feet wide and narrow, the same altar, but the totem stone on the altar was red, and the carvings on it looked like hundreds of small flames intertwined together. At first glance, it looked very ordinary, but if you look at it for a while, you will find that these small flames seem to be moving, and each flame contains a different artistic conception. Hundreds of flames are connected together, turning into the burning heaven flame, burning the world. What a strong momentum. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that the momentum contained in this totem stone was faintly stronger than the previous two. Perhaps, this totem stone is the most valuable. Lin Ming was hesitating whether to choose the Red God Totem Stone or the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. At this moment, in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the lazy voice of Mo Guang sounded. Lin Ming, I don't understand the fire law in the totem stone, but this saint knows the name of this burning heaven. He is a person at the top of the god realm, and is much more powerful than the demon emperor. As for the other two people, this saint has never heard of them. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and said, that's right, but choosing a totem stone does not only depend on the strength of the person who left the totem stone, but also on whether the content of the totem stone is suitable for oneself. Lin Ming had been comprehending for 3/4 of an hour and was hesitating. At this moment, the evil god seed in his heart suddenly palpitated. At that moment, the pattern engraved on the evil god seed seemed to have a slight growth change. Lin Ming was shocked. Obviously, the evil god seed was more compatible with the burning heaven totem stone. The evil god seed is a technique left by the ancient evil god. The god realm great power who left the memory of the evil god's power also got it by chance from the ruins of the ancient evil god, because of a great opportunity. Later, he died before he had time to comprehend it. As a result, the evil god's power became a single copy, and only Lin Ming knew it. Lin Ming didn't know who the evil god was, but he was basically sure that the evil god was definitely stronger than Burning Heaven, and he was probably a true god standing at the peak of martial arts. Such a person's technique is probably infinitely close to the origin law. The Burning Heaven Totem Stone can be confirmed by the evil god seed, which proves that the Burning Heaven Totem Stone is closer to the origin of the Tao than the other two totem stones. Compared with Lin Ming's own judgment, he believes in the evil god seed more, not to mention that the combination of the flame law and the force field in the Red God Totem Stone is also a long process, not to mention that it will take 10 or even several decades to comprehend it before it can achieve a little success. I'll choose it. Lin Ming made a preliminary decision and estimated the time. There was still more than half an hour left. It took me half an hour to look at 3 totem stones. For others, especially warriors who need to choose totem stones in the corridor of man, it is not easy to choose a suitable totem stone from the 20 totem stones in 1 hour. If you are unlucky, it is easy to regret after making a choice. There is still half an hour, no rush. I don't need to go to the corridor of earth. Why not go to the chaos corridor and see what is so special about the chaos stone carvings left by the original energy at the beginning of the formation of the universe? Thinking of this, Lin Ming walked towards the chaos corridor. Seeing that many book friends asked, let me talk about the time and length settings of this book, so that everyone can imagine. The ruler in the book is based on the ancient Chinese system. 1 foot is 23 centimeters, 8 feet tall is 184 centimeters, 1 zhang is 10 feet, and 1 li is 150 zhang. 1 breath is 2 or 3 seconds. 1 stick of incense is set to 5 minutes. This time is vague, and it is set according to the common time in novels. 1 cup of tea is 10 minutes, 1/4 of an hour is 15 minutes, and 1 hour is 2 hours. Right square bracket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Chaos Stone Carving. The Chaos Corridor is located in the center of the 4 corridors. The space inside is the smallest, only 15 feet high and wide. There are 3 secret rooms in the corridor. The doors of the secret rooms are not made of red metal, but simple rocks. There is no carving on the surface of these rocks, but they faintly exude an ancient and majestic atmosphere, which makes Lin Ming secretly shocked. This should be the oldest rock at the beginning of the formation of the universe. I don't know how many billions of years it has existed. Lin Ming muttered to himself, and opened a stone door. In front of Lin Ming was a secret room of 10 feet square. The secret room was shrouded in a layer of light black mist. Upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the black mist in the eternal demon pit. They were all formed by the gathering of extremely rich energy. However, the black mist energy in this chaotic secret room did not have any attributes, and tended to be nothing. In the light mist, there is an altar. A grey black stone slab, 1 foot square, is embedded in the center of the altar. The lines on the stone slab are not as delicate and complicated as Lin Ming originally imagined. Instead, they are a bit rough. The lines are deep and shallow, and there are even some places that are broken. Lin Ming looked at it for a long time, but he didn't see anything special. Obviously, the lines left by these original energies have exceeded Lin Ming's understanding. According to legend, when the universe was formed, it was originally a group of chaotic energy. The lines on this chaotic stone carving reflect the evolution and transformation process of the original energy of the universe. This chaotic energy is also called Hongmeng, and Hongmeng is chaos. Hongmeng evolved to a later time, and then it formed the 5 elements of energy such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Therefore, Hongmeng is the origin of all energy. And when a warrior cultivates martial arts, in the final analysis, it is to cultivate energy. Whether it is training the body, the true essence, or the magic essence, they are all different manifestations of energy. Comprehending various laws and artistic conceptions is to comprehend the rules of energy application. High-level combat skills, such as force field, will, and even mental power are also a kind of energy. If you can understand the evolution and change of the Hongmeng, you can understand the origin of the Great Dao and become the person with the deepest understanding of the laws and artistic conceptions in the entire God realm. Lin Ming, this thing is not something that ordinary people can understand. Not to mention that the saint is following you with a wisp of soul, even if it is the main soul of the saint, or even the complete body of the saint before being killed. It is useless here. Mo Guang rarely admitted that he was not good. In fact, as a demon pet, his comprehension was really not very good. However, Lin Ming seemed not to hear Mo Guang's words. He seemed to be in a trance, and looked at the lines left by the evolution of energy on the chaos stone carvings, and he was silent for a long time. What's wrong? Mo Guang asked again, and then immediately shut up. It didn't know whether Lin Ming had realized something. Although with Lin Ming's realm, the possibility of realizing the origin of the law from here is almost zero, but it is not uncommon for people to get it by accident. Lin Ming looked at it for a whole incense stick of time, then closed his eyes and meditated for a while, then slowly said, I'm very familiar with these patterns, as if I have seen them somewhere. Impossible. I have seen them before, but I can't remember where. Lin Ming first thought of the eternal demon pit. He had seen many chaotic scenes in the eternal demon pit, but after thinking about it carefully, he had no clue. Where had he seen them before? Lin Ming, what do you want to choose? Choose the chaos stone carving or the burning heaven totem? Mo Guang asked. Let's choose the burning heaven totem. Lin Ming still gave up the chaos stone carving. The laws and rules contained in the chaos stone carving were too mysterious. Even if he had a sense of deja vu in his mind, he had no confidence in comprehending them. In this case, it would be better to choose the burning heaven totem. With the support of the heretic god seed, the effect of comprehending the burning heaven totem should not be too bad. Thinking of this, Lin Ming withdrew from the full air corridor. Have you made your choice? The red-robed elder asked. You still have 2/4 of an hour. If you haven't made your choice, you can take another look. Replying to the elder, I have made my choice. Lin Ming bowed. When Huan Long said this, his heart tightened. Hou, the red-robed girl beside him, was also slightly nervous. These two were the two with the best grades besides Lin Ming. Huanlong's comprehension of the law was rated as grade 1B, while Hou was grade 1C. Huanlong chose the Burning Heaven Totem Stone, which was the best of the 3 totem stones in the Corridor of Heaven. As for Hou, she chose the Red God Totem Stone, which was second only to the Burning Heaven Totem Stone in value. The most important thing was that the Red God Totem Stone contained a force field, and Hou also had a force field. This Red God Totem Stone was the most suitable for her. As long as Lin Ming did not choose the Red God Totem Stone, Huanlong would definitely not choose it, because Huanlong had the highest talent, but did not have a force field. Well, what is your choice? The red-robed elder asked. Lin Ming took a light breath, and said clearly and slowly, the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. After saying this, Hou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Huanlong's body stiffened, and his face became extremely ugly. The Burning Heaven Totem Stone just happened to collide with Huanlong's choice. Damn it. Huanlong gritted his teeth. In fact, he had expected it long ago. After all, the Burning Heaven Totem Stone was the most valuable among the 3 totem stones, and the probability of being chosen by Lin Ming was the highest. However, expectations are one thing, and when he really knew the result, he was still very depressed. Not being able to choose the Burning Heaven Totem Stone this time had a great impact on him. Yeah. The old man in red nodded. Lin Ming's choice was not bad. He immediately chose the most valuable one among the 3 totem stones. This totem stone was not much inferior to the top totem stones in the Divine Domain Phoenix trial ground. He recorded Lin Ming's choice in the jade slip and said, next, Huanlong, it's your turn. I know. Huanlong took a step forward. On the surface, he was still calm, but in his heart he felt as uncomfortable as if his mother had died. After a little bit of courtesy, Huanlong went in and chose for half an hour, and then he came out and said, I choose the Holy Fire Totem Stone. The value of the Holy Fire Totem Stone is slightly lower than that of the Red God Totem Stone, but Huanlong has no force field, so choosing the Red God Totem Stone is not suitable for him at all, so he can only make this choice. Hou breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked into the heavenly corridor, as if she was afraid that her Red God Totem Stone would be robbed. In just a short incensed stick of time, Hou came out and said, Sir, I choose the Red God Totem Stone. After Hou, Ping and others also chose the totem stones that suited them. They were all from the Earth corridor. After that, the warriors from the lower world could only choose the totem stones from the human corridor. They worked hard. It was not easy to choose the right totem stone from 20 secret rooms in just 1 hour. Many people did not have time to consider it carefully and reluctantly made a not too bad choice. Okay, everyone can start the retreat now. The time is 3 days. After 3 days, no matter how much you have comprehended, you must stop. After that, I will naturally evaluate your results. Those who pass the test can get a new opportunity to comprehend, otherwise they will fail the trial. Failure in the king level trial will not kill you, but you will be eliminated and thus completely lose the opportunity to advance to the second stage of the king level trial. After the trial began, Lin Ming, Huanlong and Hou walked side by side to the heavenly corridor. Huanlong took a deep look and entered the Holy Fire training chamber without saying a word, while Lin Ming walked into the Burning Heaven training chamber. These 3 days will be the key to his success or failure. Lin Ming had seen the patterns on the Burning Heaven totem stone a long time ago. There were hundreds of small flames, and each flame was different, which contained various mysteries. Lin Ming looked carefully for a while, and found that, if any 2 flames were combined, there would be 1 more change. If there were 3 flames, there would be 1 more change. 4, 5, 6. The more flames there were, the more changes there would be. Different flames would have different changes. If hundreds of flames were combined, the changes would be endless. It is worthy of being the totem stone carving left by the chief of the Burning Sky clan, one of the 10 strongest men of the ancient Phoenix clan. I only have 3 days. It is impossible to understand it thoroughly. I will just choose the first small flame and understand the simplest change of this small flame. Lin Ming thought so, entered the ethereal martial spirit, and immersed himself in the perception. In the state of selflessness, the small flame seemed to turn into a long spear burning with flames. As the flames jumped, the cold tip of the spear launched wave after wave of fierce attacks. Unconsciously, the totem engraved on Lin Ming's evil god seed was gradually perfected. The totem pattern became clearer and deeper. Lin Ming, who had entered the ethereal martial spirit, could not feel the passage of time at all. When the pattern on the evil god seed was perfected to a new stage, the metal door behind Lin Ming suddenly opened. A serious voice sounded, "The time has come. Everyone come out." Lin Ming's state of meditation was awakened, and the original unfinished comprehension was interrupted. 3 days. Lin Ming was stunned. He felt that only half an hour had passed. What a pity. If there were a few more days, it would be better. Lin Ming thought so, and looked at the evil god seed. He found that the pattern on the surface of the seed had become larger, and there was a faint glow flowing. It was obviously much more perfect than the previous totem. In these 3 days, plus the previous reading of the ancient phoenix's legacy, my comprehension of the fire law has made great progress. I wonder what level my fire realm has reached now. Lin Ming wanted to find an opponent who was also proficient in the fire realm to compete with, and at this time, the serious voice sounded again. "Everyone, gather in the hall outside the corridor." Lin Ming walked to the hall, while thinking about what he had just gained. Outside the hall, many people showed confused, intoxicated, and frowning expressions, obviously thinking about their previous gains. The red-robed old man had been waiting here for a long time. He said, "All of you have 10 days to go back and digest today's gains. After that, gather here. I will test you. Those who fail will be eliminated." Chapter 729, Divine Mirror. Lin Ming returned to his residence under the guidance of the guide. "Lord Nguyen, this is your basic equipment." The guide handed Lin Ming a Zumi ring. With his consciousness immersed in it, Lin Ming took out the things in the Zumi ring, a 10-foot-long simple wooden box, a set of red clothes, and a pair of red boots. This wooden boxes. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. With his many years of experience in spear training, he didn't even need to open the box to feel that there should be a gun in the box. This was purely an intuition. He couldn't wait to open the box, and a fiery red spear came into Lin Ming's sight. The 1-foot-long spear blade was cold and shining. The spear was made of unknown metal, which was extremely tough and elastic. There were dense patterns engraved all over the spear body. This pattern undoubtedly contained the power of the fire law. Is this a mid-grade treasure of the heavenly rank? Or is it a high-grade treasure of the heavenly rank? Lin Ming's eyes lit up. He had been using a white heavenly grade spear that he had exchanged from a certain lord of the Tower of Heaven. Lin Ming didn't even know the name of the spear. This spear had no other advantages except for being hard. It could not increase the power of thunder and fire like the purple spear, so it was not easy to use. The red spear in front of him obviously had a strong amplification effect on fire energy, and it was of a higher grade. "What level of treasure is this?" Lin Ming asked. He rarely saw treasures above the lower grade of heavenly grade, so he didn't know much about it. The waiter said, "My lord, it is a middle grade heavenly grade treasure, but in terms of its toughness, it can be compared with a high grade heavenly grade treasure. It is the standard weapon issued to geniuses by my ancient Phoenix City. If you don't want to use a spear, you can apply for a replacement." The ancient Phoenix clan, because many people have to ride on the vermilion bad to fight, long pole weapons are the most common. This is different from the inheritance of the Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming took the king level qualification test, most of the opponents he encountered used spears. This spear is just a standard weapon. Lin Ming was speechless. Every warrior who participated in the king level trial had one in his hand. It seemed that heaven level treasures were commonplace in the divine realm. This was reasonable. In the Xianan continent, even a life-falling warrior like Zhu and Wuji could get a heaven level treasure, not to mention the divine sea warriors. In the divine realm, the real strong ones all used holy weapons. Lin Ming took the red spear in his hand and shook it casually. The spear shaft trembled, containing terrifying power. What a good spear. In terms of resources, the warriors in the lower realms are like children who grew up in the slums. They can't compare with the warriors in the divine realm at all. In addition to the spear, the red training suit was also top-notch. It was as light as silk when worn on the body, but it was woven from the silk of the god of fire. It was impervious to water and fire, and it was extremely tough. It was difficult for ordinary treasures to cut through. In the ancient Phoenix City, geniuses all wore this kind of training suit, which was light and practical. "Sir, please come in. Your room is in front." The waiter bowed. Lin Ming looked up and saw a closed small world in front of him. In this ancient Phoenix City, the residence of every young hero is an independent small world. The advantage is that, as long as the door is closed, the room will become an absolutely independent space and will not be disturbed when practicing. Entering his own small world, what comes into view is a bookshelf with various jade slips, large and small. Pick up one at random and scan it. It turns out that they are all various exercises, notes, and classics about the laws of fire. Most of these jade slips are written by the strong men of the Fire Phoenix clan, and some are high quality exercises collected from various places, mainly for the trial takers as a reference. Lin Ming looked at the jade slips for a while, and then immersed himself in the comprehension of the laws of artistic conception. On the evil god seed in Lin Ming's body, the totem rune on the evil god seed was smaller than a grain of rice, but when Lin Ming looked inside, he could clearly see every texture of it. These textures were magnified thousands of times in Lin Ming's vision, and every mysterious trace was fully displayed in Lin Ming's eyes. Comprehending the engraved totem on the evil god seed was much easier than Lin Ming's previous comprehension of the burning heaven totem stone. Lin Ming could now clearly feel that the evil god seed's affinity for the fire realm far exceeded the thunder realm. Although among the major realm rules, the space-time realm, the eternal realm, and the destruction realm sounded more profound and more powerful. In fact, the origin of all realms was understood. If the fire realm could be comprehended to the extreme, it would also be able to overturn the world and become a king of a generation. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and a flaming spear condensed in his hand. The energy quickly condensed. The next moment, the flaming spear completely condensed into a solid body. The spear shaft and the tip of the spear had a metallic luster, and it looked like it was made of red metal. After engraving the flame totem, the evil god seed in my body has evolved. Lin Ming's heart was burning with fighting spirit. He wanted to verify his strength through a battle and see how much his fire realm had improved. At this moment, a serious voice suddenly sounded in the small world. 10 days have passed. Everyone gather at the South City Hall. The assessment begins. The assessment has finally begun. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. The assessment of the king level trial is very strict. It is said that the first assessment will eliminate 30% to 40% of the warriors. The subsequent assessments will become more and more difficult, and only a few people will pass the trial in the end. Lin Ming came to the South City Hall, where the red-robed old man who was in charge of them before was already waiting. "Follow me." After everyone gathered, the red-robed old man led everyone to an independent secret room. There was a huge crystal mirror here. The mirror was 10 feet high and several dozen feet wide, covering the entire wall. This is the transformation mirror, an illusion array used for assessment. Go to the transformation mirror, touch it, and you can start the assessment. There are 9 realm changes in the transformation mirror. With your strength, if you can persist in the first change for a quarter of an hour, you will pass. If you can persist for 2/4 of an hour, you will be excellent. Those who fail can only leave the trial site through the teleportation array. The red-robed old man said expressionlessly. After hearing this, the young talents present were a little nervous. Needless to say, those with poor grades were afraid of being eliminated. Those with good grades also hoped to achieve better results. For example, Huao and Long, Ho and others were all under heavy pressure. Their goal was not only to pass the trial, but also to compete with Lin Ming and surpass him. Let's start with the trialists in the corridor of man. The warriors whose names I call will be tested. Shen Gonglu, Chahu. The red-robed old man called out the names of 4 people in succession. The 4 people stood in front of the transformation mirror, feeling a little uneasy. According to what the old man said, they reached out their hands to touch the transformation mirror, and the next moment, they all fell into a strange state, completely cut off from the outside world. Chapter 730 Red Dress Woman. There are 9 realm changes in the transformation mirror, but few warriors know what these changes are. The warriors in the lower realms all looked at the 4 examinees standing in front of the transformation mirror with uneasiness. It is no exaggeration to say that the results of this test are related to their lives. If they succeed, they can continue the trial and contact the world of the God realm. If they fail, they will be eliminated. Their future achievements may only stop at the Sea of Gods and become the king of the lower plane where they are. Having already reached the ancient Phoenix City and seen such a vast world and such mysterious laws of the God realm, none of these young heroes are willing to go back. This is just like the mortals who are unwilling to go back to the countryside after arriving in the capital. They would rather start from scratch in the capital than go back to the countryside to be a rich farmer. Time passed by minute. After an incense stick, 2 of the 4 testers standing in front of the transformation mirror were shocked and retreated with pale faces. The red-robed old man waved his hand coldly. You too, failed. The 2 young warriors looked disappointed. They were the top emperor-level geniuses in their respective worlds. Now that they came to the ancient Phoenix clan's assessment site, the so-called emperor-level geniuses in the mortal world became a joke. It was not a pleasant feeling to go from the top to the bottom. After another stick of incense, the other 2 also groaned and cut off the connection with the transformation mirror. There was still a little time left before a quarter of an hour. You 2 failed together. The red-robed old man's voice was almost cold. 4 people failed in a row. This assessment is too difficult. The warriors present, especially those in the corridor of man, became more and more nervous. At this time, the red-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "It is not difficult to pass the test of the transformation mirror. If you can't pass it, it only proves that your artistic conception and law cultivation is not enough. You can't blame others. The transformation mirror trial has 9 artistic conception changes. Those who can survive the first change for a quarter of an hour are qualified, and those who can survive 4 quarters of an hour are excellent. The pass rate of the first test every year can reach more than 60%, and the excellent rate is less than 10%. In addition, if you can persist for 3/4 of an hour, or even break through the first artistic conception, there may not be one in 50 years. Break through the first artistic conception? The 4 people who took the test before all felt a little nervous. The 4 of them had personally experienced the horror of the first artistic conception. They broke through it in one breath at only 20-something years. Are they still human? Next. Huang Guanming, Feng Xiaoshan. The red-robed old man read out the names of 4 more people. Good luck. Lin Ming had a good impression of Huang Guanming and gave him a warning. Well, Huang Guanming raised his fist, and his heart was inevitably nervous. Almost all of the 40% of warriors eliminated in the first assessment came from the human corridor. As a member of the human corridor, he was not very strong, so there was a high possibility of elimination. At this time, in the center of the ancient Phoenix City, on a 9-story attic, a woman wearing a red skirt and a little cinnabar on her forehead was standing on the roof, overlooking the ancient Phoenix City. At a certain moment, the red-skirted woman slowly turned around and looked behind her. In front of her, the door was opened, and a tall cloaked old man strode in. On his broad shoulders, a firebird landed, which looked like a red parrot. This was obviously the contracted beast of the tall old man. Grand Elder, how come you have time to come to me today? The red-skirted woman smiled and said leisurely. Haha, Huansha, the new guys in the city are taking their first assessment this time. Are you interested in taking a look? The tall old man laughed and spoke in a full voice. The red-dressed woman smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, these little guys have a low success rate, so there's nothing to worry about. If there are exceptions, the elder in charge will send the war array." The ancient Phoenix City selects a group of young talents from the various worlds of the universe every few years. To be fair, the ancient Phoenix clan in the lower world has been breeding for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and their blood is not as pure as the Phoenix clan in the divine realm, so the probability of a genius is much smaller. It is easy for a group of young talents to reach the divine sea, but it is not easy to go further. As for the possibility of entering the Phoenix clan in the divine realm in the future and eventually becoming the mainstay of the family, it is too low. Huansha, you are wrong. There is indeed an exception. A little guy named Nuo Yanming has a higher affinity for fire than you did at the beginning. Oh, really? The red-clothed woman raised her eyebrows. He is from the lower realm. According to the tradition of the Phoenix clan in the divine realm, if there is a genius with such a high affinity for fire in the divine realm, he would have stayed in the trial ground of the divine realm long ago, and it is impossible to send him to the ancient Phoenix city in the lower realm. Of course it is true. He is indeed from the lower realm. It is indeed very rare for a warrior in the lower realm to have such an affinity. However, unfortunately, his comprehension of the law does not seem to be very good. When he read the ancient Phoenix legacy, it took him half an incense stick to integrate the law. The tall old man said with regret and shook his head. Comprehension represents the ability of a warrior to comprehend the law, which is often more important than affinity. Half an incense stick. The red-clothed woman was stunned. This is too bad. The children who have just entered the divine realm Phoenix clan have more than this result. What a pity. The red-dressed woman also had a look of regret on her face. Speaking of it, the affinity of flames and the comprehension of laws are really not related. Affinity depends on physical fitness and qualifications, while the comprehension of laws depends on the strength of the warrior's soul and comprehension. It is useless to have a high affinity but low comprehension. In the later stages of the martial arts, more and more emphasis is placed on the soul, mental strength, fighting spirit, and comprehension. Yes, anyway, let's go and take a look at this little guy. If his comprehension is really too poor, it's fine if he has no training value. If he is still worth training, it would be a good choice to wait until he enters the Sea of Gods and recommend him to the main vein of the divine domain. Well, let's go. The red-dressed woman said, tearing the space in front of her directly, and the two of them stepped in. In the assessment hall, in front of the divine mirror, Ming groaned, retreated several steps, and his face turned pale. He didn't care about his minor injuries, and turned his head to look at the hourglass in the corner of the room. There, the quicksand of the hourglass had just flowed out, and the quarter of an hour was up. Ming passed. The red-robed old man announced expressionlessly. Ming was overjoyed. He raised his fist, and couldn't help laughing. Haha, I just passed. What good luck. Good luck? That may not be the case. When Ming was overjoyed, a discordant voice sounded. The speaker was Ping, who was born in the Huo family of the divine realm. At the beginning, he was rated as class 2nd class A in the law measurement. The assessment of ancient Phoenix City is more than once. If you can pass this time, you will be eliminated, and fail next time. Ping poured cold water mercilessly. Ming's face sank when he heard it, and the joy in his heart suddenly dissipated by half. Ping's words were true, but for a lower level warrior like Ming, it is always good to take one more step. Getting some new insights is a major gain, which will have a great impact on their future martial arts path. Humph, if you have the ability, you don't have to come to ancient Phoenix City. You are not eliminated by the divine realm. Ming said very venomously. When Ping heard it, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Following Ming, the warriors of the human corridor completed the test one after another, and the final elimination rate was 80%. Next, the Earth Corridor. The young heroes of the Earth Corridor were obviously much stronger. Except for one who failed, most of the others passed easily. Especially the young heroes from the God Realm, the results were even better. When Ping stepped down from the God transformation mirror with a pale face, the red-robed old man announced the results. The total time is more than 3/4 of an hour. Excellent. This was the first excellent result. Ping stepped down from the God transformation mirror, looked at the two empty hourglasses, and then looked at Ming, his face full of smugness. In the God realm, he was not talented enough, so he could only find some sense of existence in this ancient Phoenix City. Ming's skills were not as good as others, and he could not say a word. After Ping, two more warriors from the God realm received excellent results, and Huou from the Heaven Corridor even persisted for 2.25 of an hour, breaking everyone's record. At this time, there were only the last two people who did not complete the test, that is, Lin Ming and Huo Wenlang. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Fire Dragon looked at Lin Ming and said with a smile, "Brother Nuo Yan, how about we go together?" "Okay." Lin Ming nodded calmly. He didn't know what kind of test was in the transformation mirror. In terms of his comprehension of the law, he was not sure that he could beat Fire Dragon. Although the evil god seed was powerful, Lin Ming had comprehended the law of fire for too short a time. After walking to the transformation mirror and touching it, Lin Ming immediately entered a strange state. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming and Fire Dragon. No one knew that in the void of the hall, two pairs of invisible eyes were also paying attention to Lin Ming and Fire Dragon. They were the red-skirted woman and the tall old man in the 9-story attic. Both of them were high-level figures in the ancient Phoenix City. Nuo Yangming, is it him? The red-skirted woman's crisp voice sounded in the void. Yes, it's him. The old man nodded. The ancient Phoenix bloodline is very weak, and it seems to be transplanted later. If I remember correctly, the Nguyen clan should have been exterminated. What's the matter with Nguyen Ming? Although the ancient Phoenix clan has many branches, Hongwen has memorized all of them in her mind. The Nguyen clan was exterminated 100,000 years ago. I have asked the guardian of the Nguyen clan about his identity. After the demise of the Nguyen clan, the ancient Phoenix ruins were accidentally obtained by the mortal sects of Xianan continent, and Shenhuang Island was established with the Vermilion Bird and Ajaluin as totems. Nguyen Ming was originally a disciple of Shenhuang Island. Later, because of his outstanding talent, he participated in the final battle general level trial, and achieved excellent results. That's why he was blessed by the temple spirit with a drop of ancient Phoenix blood. Chapter 731, The First Conception, Burning Sea of Fire. So that's how it is. So, Nuo Yanming is also a peripheral member of my ancient Phoenix clan. The red-clothed woman's faint voice sounded in the void. The ancient Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm is extremely large, with countless branches and subsects in the 3000 worlds. Sects like Shenhuang Island, which use the Phoenix and the Phoenix's close relatives as totems, can barely be considered believers and people of the ancient Phoenix clan. Some of the believer sects are even 5th grade sects and holy places in the mortal world. The top geniuses in those sects are qualified to be selected into the real Phoenix clan, receive blood transplants, and become peripheral members of the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan has developed to the present, and the number of clans, large and small, adds up to more than 1 million. Together with the 3 major clans in the Divine Realm, the members of the ancient Phoenix clan are already difficult to count, and the races include trolls, orcs, humans, goblins, and other races. At this time, it is meaningless to discuss parent-child blood and the like. Whether they are members of the ancient Phoenix clan depends on one thing, that is, whether they have the blood of the ancient Phoenix in their bodies. Therefore, Lin Ming's origin did not affect his becoming a member of the ancient Phoenix clan. Of course, as a warrior from the lower realm, if Lin Ming entered the god realm in the future, with the same strength, the resources that Lin Ming could enjoy would naturally not be comparable to those of the 3 major clans. After entering the transformation mirror, Lin Ming felt as if his body had passed through a layer of water. A burning sensation came over him, and the next moment, he came to a vast red space. This was a world of burning flames. Under his feet was a sea of flames, and the flames shot up hundreds of feet high and rushed straight into the sky. The sky was full of red clouds, as if the blue sky was roasted red by the flames. Hot. Too hot. This was Lin Ming's most profound feeling. He took a breath and felt that what he breathed into his lungs were all flames. Mortals would be burned if they appeared here for a moment. At this moment, the red clouds in the sky surged, and various movement trajectories were reflected in Lin Ming's pupils, just like the lines of the flame energy running on the ancient Phoenix's will. This scene made Lin Ming's eyes light up. It turned out that this was the transformation mirror. The essence of the transformation mirror is the same as the ancient Phoenix book and the ancient Phoenix totem, except that the ancient Phoenix book and the burning heaven totem stone record the laws of the operation of flame energy for warriors to comprehend, while the transformation mirror expands these energy operation laws through an illusion array, allowing warriors to be in it and directly face the changes in flame energy. If Lin Ming was comprehending the burning heaven totem stone before, then now he is entering the burning heaven totem stone and enduring the baptism of the energy storm. If he can endure it, it proves that the warrior has comprehended well and is qualified. A wave of heat came, and the Vulcan silk training suit on Lin Ming, which was said to be impervious to water and fire, actually had a tendency to be scorched, which shows how high the temperature is. There are a total of 9 kinds of flame artistic conceptions of the ancient Phoenix clan, corresponding to the 9 levels of the transformation mirror, and the first artistic conception change of flame is scorching. Scorching is the foundation and basis of flame. Only by enduring this artistic conception can one truly step into the door of the artistic conception of fire. The temperature was getting higher and higher. Lin Ming had to activate his body protecting essence to protect his whole body. At the same time, he called on the Shura force field to surround his whole body. The force field formed by the Shura force field could suppress all energy, and naturally it could also suppress the burning of the flames. However, when Lin Ming suppressed it, he only felt that the burning sensation of the surrounding flames soared a lot. Whoosh! Lin Ming's essence was rapidly dissipating, while the temperature around him was soaring. If this continued, it would not take long for Lin Ming to hold on. I'm stupid. This is an assessment of the flame state, not an assessment of my defense against the power of flames. It is obviously not enough to just resist the power of flames. I must adapt to the current sea of flames, based on my understanding of the burning heaven totem stone. Thinking of this, Lin Ming took a deep breath and decisively removed his body protecting essence and Shura force field. For a moment, the surrounding heat waves surged towards Lin Ming like a tide. Whoosh! The Vulcan silk training suit on Lin Ming's body burned up. Lin Ming could even hear the sound of his skin being scorched. In an instant, Lin Ming became naked, and then there was a crack sound, and the Zumi ring on Lin Ming's hand was cracked by the flames. Of course, this was just a world of illusion, and Lin Ming's body was still standing outside the God transformation mirror intact. The vast power of the flames poured into Lin Ming's body through the acupoints, raging madly in the meridians, and rushing towards his limbs, bones, and internal organs. If the understanding of the flame realm is not enough, the meridians and internal organs in the body will be burned to ashes by the flames. In such a terrifying heat flow, Lin Ming's mind was as calm as ice, and his mind was connected to the evil god seed in his heart. The next moment, on the evil god seed, the tiny flame totem suddenly lit up, and a clear whistling sound burst out. A large amount of flame power in Lin Ming's body was absorbed by the evil god seed, and it was running along the energy lines engraved on the surface of the evil god seed. The total area of those energy lines is not even as big as a grain of rice, but the structure is extremely complicated. When they are stacked together, they are like a bottomless pit, devouring the power of fire wantonly, ensuring that Lin Ming's internal organs are not harmed. In this state, Lin Ming feels that the energy in his body is expanding rapidly like a balloon. Outside the transformation mirror, 2/4 of an hour passed quietly. All warriors were paying attention to Lin Ming and Hua Wenlong in front of the transformation mirror. 2/4 of an hour is a basic line for excellence. No one doubts the strength of Lin Ming and Hua Wenlong. It would be strange if they could not hold on for 2/4 of an hour. The real difficulty is still to come. In the world of the first artistic conception, the temperature will become higher and higher, and the flame energy that warriors can absorb and adjust is limited. If they can't hold on, they will be scorched by the flames. Ho, who ranked 3rd before, only held on for 2.75 of an hour, and there may not be one who can hold on for 3/4 of an hour in 50 years. 50 years may not be long, but don't forget that the ancient Phoenix city selects geniuses from millions of worlds, even including the God realm. In this way, the value of these 50 years is terrifying. I don't know whether it's Lin Ming or the fire dragon who can hold on to the end. The warriors watching around murmur to themselves. Of course it's the fire dragon. Lin Ming has a high affinity for flames, and this level is more about the degree of comprehension of the law. A warrior from the god's domain said, that may not be the case. The higher the affinity for flames, the higher the limit temperature and flame power that the body can withstand. It must be Lin Ming who holds on to the end. A warrior from the lower realm retorted. As a warrior from the lower realm, he naturally stood on the same front as Lin Ming. This was the first confrontation between the fire dragon and Lin Ming, a battle related to their future. In the void, the woman in the red skirt and another old man were very willing to see this kind of competition. The young heroes must step on the corpses of the losers to embark on the road to the peak of martial arts. At this time, in the world of the transformation mirror, the fire dragon was flying in the red flame storm like a flying catkin. After the scorching flame power surged into his body, half of the energy was unloaded by an invisible force, and only the other half would enter his body. With this method of unloading, the fire dragon only needs to bear half of the flame energy. Hoo. The heat waves were removed by the fire dragon, and his expression remained calm, without any sense of effort. He was very confident in this competition, because he had tried the transformation mirror when he was in the god's domain. This method of unloading force was also one of the more advanced inheritances of the Huo clan. It was not something that ordinary people could learn. Even Huo could not do it, let alone Lin Ming. Although it was suspected that using this method to extend the total time he could endure was a trick, the world judged heroes by their success or failure, not by their means. Besides, being able to use this method of unloading force also reflected from the side that the fire dragon had a thorough understanding of the law of fire. Lin Ming, I will definitely win. I will establish an advantage at the beginning. As long as you don't catch up too much, I can still take the first place in this trial. At the same time, on the other side of the transformation mirror, the flame energy in Lin Ming's body had surged to a terrifying level. Because the power of the flames gathered towards Lin Ming, coupled with the gathering effect of the evil god seed, the temperature in Lin Ming's body was even higher than outside. Lin Ming had been keeping his eyes closed, and his perception was always paying attention to the surging red clouds above his head, and the energy operation laws of this world. This world is based on the most basic laws of flame operation. When Lin Ming was baptized by the power of flame, he also understood how to break through the first level of the artistic conception of the transformation mirror. As long as he gathered enough energy in this world, used his own blood as a guide, integrated the laws of the artistic conception of fire, detonated all the energy, and dispersed it, and in turn burned the sea of flames, he could break through the first level of the artistic conception, and pass the first level of the transformation mirror. However, for ordinary warriors, they often cannot bear the fire energy that is enough to burn the world before they have gathered enough. So even if their ancient phoenix blood is richer than Lin Ming's, and they understand the artistic conception laws more profoundly than Lin Ming, they cannot burn this world. But for Lin Ming, this is not a problem. He has the seed of the evil god in his body, and his body can withstand much more firepower than ordinary warriors. Lin Ming's body was completely filled with the power of fire. The evil god seed was like a sun, emitting thousands of golden rays. On the surface of the evil god seed, the color of the fire pattern was even more vivid and dazzling. The energy was already filled to 95%. Next, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%, all the way up. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and the evil god seed was filled with storms. His body seemed to be about to explode. Outside the spirit transformation mirror, Lin Ming's body was trembling slightly, and veins were bulging like earthworms. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Lin Ming, it seems that you can't hold on. Some warriors noticed Lin Ming's abnormality. In comparison, the fire dragon beside Lin Ming was much more relaxed, breathing evenly, and there was no sweat on his forehead. He glanced at the hourglass. The third hourglass still had half of the quicksand. It's only been 2.25 of an hour, and Lin Ming seems to have reached his limit. He won't last more than 3/4 of an hour at this rate. Some warriors were discussing. In the hall, the red-robed old man who presided over the trial stared at Lin Ming with a fixed gaze, wondering what he was thinking about. Chapter 732 Breaking Through the First World. Time passed by minute, and more than half of 2/4 of an hour had passed. At this time, Lin Ming, who was standing in front of the spiritual mirror, clenched his right fist, and the blood vessels on his fist bulged, as if they were about to burst. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was about to collapse. Next to Lin Ming, Fire Pattern Dragon only had a few tiny beads of sweat on his face, and it was obvious that he could hold on for a while. Nuo Yangming has reached his limit. A warrior from the corridor of the earth said. If nothing unexpected happens, Fire Pattern Dragon should be able to hold on for 3/4 of an hour, which means he will reach the level of a genius that only appears once every 50 years in the ancient Phoenix City, and Nuo Yanming can hold on for at most 10 more breaths. Although it is a little short, the total score of more than 2/4 of an hour is also very good, especially since Lin Ming is a warrior from the lower realm. Several warriors discussed that, although Fire Pattern Dragon had the upper hand in the first round of the competition, there was still a long time for the king level trial, and it was not certain who would win in the end. Seeing that Lin Ming's condition was getting closer and closer to the limit, Huoping from the Fire Clan of the Divine Realm chuckled and said, "This Yan Ming, don't force yourself if you can't hold on." The warriors in the previous trials, when they couldn't hold on at the end, at most their faces turned pale. No one was like him. Is it that serious? If you can't hold on, just retreat early. Is there any point in struggling to death? Humph, being able to hold on for a long time under extreme conditions proves that Yan Ming is determined. You want to hold on but can't. Huang Ming retorted bluntly. Huoping smiled disdainfully and stopped talking, as if he was too lazy to talk nonsense with you. After another 10 breaths, Lin Ming's whole body turned red, and a faint flame slowly rose, where his palm touched the transformation mirror. Everyone present noticed this small situation, but the warriors of the corridor of the earth and the corridor of the sky didn't know what was going on. This kid, the tall old man hidden in the void, had a look of expectation and interest in his eyes. He is only in the middle stage of Zuanden, and he wants to use the karmic fire in his body as a guide, to mobilize the fire energy of the first world of Huashan Mirror and finally ignite the world. He is really brave. The red-clothed woman smiled slightly and said softly, "He has a high affinity for fire, and it is easier for him to call upon the fire power in the world. He has a certain chance of success, but it is still too reluctant. Let's wait and see. No matter what the result is, this courage is very much to my taste. It is not like the little guy Huan who is just trying to delay time." The tall old man glanced at Huan, seeming to be a little disdainful. Huan can do this step, which is also very good, and he is not breaking the rules. Now it depends on whether Yan Ming can succeed. At this time, in the world of Huashan Mirror, the energy in Lin Ming's body has gathered to the limit. The evil god seed is completely full, and the totem engraved on the surface of the seed emits a dazzling golden light. Not only that, even Lin Ming's Danshan is filled with a large amount of fire energy. This energy is absorbed by the black hole crystal core in the Danshan, forming a flame vortex, and the entire black hole crystal core is covered with a layer of red mist. The Danshan began to burn. After a warrior enters the Xianshan, the Danshan is the origin. It is the source of all the warrior's energy, and also the biggest weakness. The flame in the Danshan is the Dan fire. If you are not a fire type warrior, it is impossible to trigger the Dan fire. This kind of flame, which comes from the energy source of the warrior, is the most powerful. Use your own blood as a guide to trigger the Dan fire, combined with the flame power in the evil god seed. Burn the world. Boom. With a loud bang, the highly compressed flame energy in the evil god seed completely erupted. At that moment, the flame totem on the surface of the evil god seed was like the eyes of a phoenix, and the blazing golden light penetrated the endless void. Lin Ming's whole body was burning, and the flames around him turned into a huge phoenix, screaming and flying out. The flames were so fierce that they shook the world. The sea of fire in the whole world boiled up, and countless flame energies were drawn by this phoenix, sweeping over, turning into a huge red storm, sweeping the scorching blue sky. As a Zuandan warrior, no matter how strong Lin Ming is, he can't burn a world. He can only use the flames in his body as a guide, to attract the power of heaven and earth, and finally destroy the whole world with the flame energy originally contained between heaven and earth. This is the application of the law of fire, and it is also the only way to break through the first level of the transformation mirror. Crack. Cracks appeared in the void. At that moment, Lin Ming's whole body was bathed in flames, his eyes were burning with flames, and severe pain came from his Danshan. He felt that his meridians, including his soul, were burned by the flames. This pain went straight to the Sea of Spirit, as if it was going to completely destroy Lin Ming's Sea of Spirit. Lin Ming only felt that the Sea of Spirit was shaking violently. In the Sea of Spirit, a black flame swept over, and at that moment, the Spear War Spirit whistled out, and chopped heavily on the black fire python, directly hitting the flame back. I use my own bloodline as a guide, to draw the power of the flames of heaven and earth and burn the world. The pain in this spirit transforming mirror is illusory, and can't hurt me at all. At that moment, between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the flame-shaped mark left by the blood of the ancient phoenix emitted a light like the sun, and a golden phoenix roared out. This phoenix was much smaller than the phoenix transformed from the fire of heaven and earth before, but it was more dazzling. This was the fusion of Lin Ming's natal bloodline and the power of the law in the evil god seed. The golden phoenix and the red phoenix transformed from the fire of heaven and earth merged into one, and the whole world turned into golden red. Boom boom boom. The void collapsed further, large areas of space collapsed, and the wanton space storm swept out. This chaotic space force was actually integrated into the flames, and the wind helped the fire, which became more and more intense. At that moment, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. The space storm was integrated into the flames, and it could make the fire more vigorous like the wind. After realizing this, Lin Ming's heart was filled with huge waves. He knew too well what this discovery meant. This was equivalent to the fusion of different laws. Thunder and fire were originally of the same origin, but Lin Ming still spent countless efforts to fuse the artistic conception of thunder and fire. The artistic conception of space was the most mysterious, and it had little connection with the artistic conception of fire. It was extremely difficult to fuse the two. But now here, Lin Ming saw with his own eyes the fusion of space storm and fire, which was also the fusion of artistic conception. So that's it. Lin Ming watched intently. Although the world in the transformation mirror was illusory, the energy patterns in the transformation mirror came from the chaos stone carvings, engraved with Taoan principle, and recorded the most fundamental energy operation rules of the universe. In other words, all phenomena in the illusion of the transformation mirror reflected the laws of the origin of the universe. How much you can comprehend depends on your own ability. Boom boom boom. The space of the first world was shattered by more than 70%, and the flames disappeared into the void. Lin Ming watched all these changes intently, and blood flowed from his eyes. The moment the blood flowed out, it was scorched by the flames. Lin Ming was completely unaware of this. So this is the burning artistic conception of the flame, and this is one of the opportunities for the fusion of the power of space and the power of flame. I understand. Lin Ming took a deep breath and growled, "The first world, break it for me." As Lin Ming shouted, the golden red phoenix behind Lin Ming let out a loud and clear whistle. From the end of the space, this world collapsed. The sea of fire collapsed, and the space turned into fragments and spun around, swallowing everything. At that time, outside the transformation mirror, Lin Ming's body trembled, and the flame mark between his eyebrows emitted a faint golden light, and blood also flowed from his eyes. Oh no, Nuo Yanming has gone crazy. A warrior from the corridor of the earth shouted in surprise. The transformation mirror is a non-dangerous illusion array, not an illusion killing array. Generally speaking, even if a warrior who enters the transformation mirror dies in it, his body will not be harmed, but his spirit will be frightened and slightly damaged. However, there are exceptions to everything. When a warrior is too devoted and persists to the limit in adversity, there is a possibility that his spirit sea will be damaged, leading to crazy. Some warriors from the lower realms wanted to forcibly pull Lin Ming out of the transformation mirror, but they were stopped by the red-robed old man with a shout, "Don't move." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ming's body shook and was suddenly bounced away by the transformation mirror. Lin Ming retreated several steps, his face pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking like he had consumed too much energy. "Brother Nguyen, are you okay?" Huang Quanming rushed up and supported Lin Ming. Other warriors from the lower realm also walked up quickly and asked about Lin Ming's injuries. "Brother Nguyen, take a pill of nourishing spirit." A warrior handed over a bottle of pills. If you persist too much in the spirit transformation mirror, it is easy to hurt the sea of spirit. Taking a pill of nourishing spirit will help the sea of spirit to recover. Brother Nguyen did a good job. It's only half an incense stick of time to 3/4 of an hour. This result is enough to be proud of. Lin Ming pushed away the nourishing spirit pill, took a deep breath, and suppressed the restless blood in his body. He didn't even look at the fire pattern dragon who was taking the test with him, and said to the red-robed elder, "If the junior feels something during the test, I want to retreat and comprehend it immediately." "Okay, go." The red-robed old man nodded with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. Lin Ming said goodbye and left, unfolding his body skills, to fly to his own small world at the fastest speed, leaving the warriors present confused. Huo Ping curled his lips in disdain and said, "What do you mean by feeling something? I'm afraid you didn't want to stay and add to the embarrassment, so you found an excuse to leave. There's only half an incense stick of time left before 3/4 of an hour." Huan Long must have persisted for more than 3/4 of an hour. If Nuo Yanming stays, he will be slapped in the face. Facing Huo Ping's sarcasm, Huan Guanming snorted coldly, "Huo Ping, think about how long you persisted before you speak. You only persisted for 2/4 of an hour, which is far worse than brother Nuo Yan. It's true that I'm worse than him, but I'm not comparing myself to him." Huo Ping pointed at Huan Long, but with his one finger, he discovered an unusual situation. At the place where Lin Ming just stood, where his right hand touched the transformation mirror, there was clearly a small circle of spider web-like cracks, and this crack was slowly repairing itself. Transformation mirror, why is it cracked? Chapter 733, Breaking the World with One Strike. After Huo Ping's words, the warriors present noticed the cracks on the Huishan mirror, but the cracks were slowly healing and repairing, and it seemed that the original cracks were bigger. Isn't the Huishan mirror a treasure engraved with the Tao and the principle of the beginning of the universe? How could it be cracked? This question inevitably arose in the minds of the warriors present. At this time, Huo, who was also born in the heavenly corridor, looked at the Huishan mirror and was extremely shocked. As a young talent in the Huo clan, Huo knew the Huishan mirror very well. It is true that the Huishan mirror is a divine object engraved with the law of the original energy, but that is the core of the Huishan mirror. Outside the Huishan mirror, the crystal wall is the main carrier of the formation. It is not a treasure from the place where the universe was formed, but it is made by a master of the formation. When the world of the Huishan mirror is broken, it will break. However, the maker considered this situation from the beginning and used liquid flame crystal to solidify and make the main body of the Huishan mirror. Even if the Huishan mirror body is broken, it can be melted and recast and has a self-repair function. Nuo Yanming, pass the test of the first level of artistic conception. This. Hoi took a breath, his slender eyes flashing with astonishment. The transformation mirror has a total of 9 worlds, corresponding to 9 artistic conceptions. These 9 artistic conceptions almost cover all the mysteries of the law of fire. 9 artistic conceptions, one is more difficult than the other. If you pass the 6th or 7th level of artistic conception, you can become a generation of holy master of the god realm. If you pass the 9th level of artistic conception, you will understand the origin of the law of fire, and have power close to that of the god of fire. This is also the origin of the name of the transformation mirror. After passing the 9th level of artistic conception, you will be able to break through the mortal body and become a god. Now, Lin Ming has actually broken through the first level of artistic conception. Hou felt unbelievable. If Lin Ming was originally a favored child of the god realm, Hou would not be surprised. However, Lin Ming was clearly a rookie who had just entered the artistic conception of fire a few days ago. His understanding of the law of fire was not even as good as that of a child who had just started. It took him half an incense stick of time to integrate the power of the law in the ancient phoenix's posthumous book. The gap was too big. The only thing he had that was worthy of praise was his affinity for the power of fire, but with that alone, he couldn't have burned the first world. Huou was in shock, and Huo Ping and the others, because they had little contact with the transformation mirror, didn't know what the broken lines on the transformation mirror meant. They were discussing it in their own way, although they thought it was incredible that the transformation mirror was broken. After only half an incense stick of time, the cracks had been repaired to the point where they could hardly be seen, so they thought it was no big deal. At this moment, Huo Wenlong's body shook, and he withdrew from the transformation mirror with a pale face. He finally couldn't hold on, and withdrew from the first world of artistic conception. Huo Wenlong didn't look back at the hourglass at the first time, but looked around him, and found that the place where Lin Ming had stood was empty. It was obvious that Lin Ming had lost the battle before him. 1. Huo Wenlong's mouth curled up slightly, and he turned his head to look at the hourglass. The sand in the third hourglass had already flowed out, and the fourth hourglass had just begun to leak sand. 3/4 of an hour had passed. Seeing this, Huan Long was overjoyed. He had obtained the title of a genius that only appears once in 50 years. Being able to hold on for 3/4 of an hour was a once in 50-year achievement. Although Huanlong was suspected of cheating in getting this honor, he did not violate the rules. He relied on his understanding of the laws of fire, and his results were real and effective. With this title of a genius that only appears once in 50 years, it was very likely that he would be selected into the divine domain Phoenix City in the second stage of the trial. Haha, brother Long, 3/4 of an hour. Breaking through 3/4 of an hour in the first trial. This is a result that only appears once every 50 years in the ancient Phoenix City. Huo Ping hurried over to congratulate him. He would not miss this opportunity to flatter someone. Yes, brother Long, we fought hard for 2/4 of an hour and barely managed to get an excellent grade. I thought it was not bad, but compared with brother Long, I'm ashamed. We are far behind. Yes, it really opened my eyes. The other warriors of the god realm were not willing to lag behind and complimented him. Although the horse was hit very obviously, Huanlong was in a good mood at this time. He was hit just right and his thoughts were very smooth. Although he couldn't hide the smile on his face, he still said modestly, it's just good luck. This trial is over. Ancient Phoenix Tower, I will treat everyone to a few glasses of wine. There is only one restaurant in the ancient Phoenix City. The ingredients are all fire-type spiritual food and spiritual objects, and the wine is a fine wine brewed from thousands of years of fire-type natural materials and treasures. Eating a meal there is very beneficial to cultivation, and of course the price is also shockingly high. Ancient Phoenix Tower, haha, brother Long is treating us, we are so disrespectful. The warriors from the god's domain said happily. No one would miss this opportunity to please the fire pattern dragon and eat a large amount of fire spiritual food. The disciples of the god's domain were all very happy. At this time, the red-robed old man took out a scroll from the Zumi ring, opened it with a clatter, and said expressionlessly, now announce the results. Hearing the red-robed old man say this, the warriors present were all nervous. The first stage of the king level trial assessment is ranked according to the total score of multiple assessments. After each assessment, the examiner will give each candidate a score. This score is related to the future and status of the warriors present in the clan, so it is extremely important. The fire pattern dragon smiled slightly, and a confident arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked confident. He was not worried about his results. He persisted for 3/4 of an hour, and got the title of the first genius of the ancient Phoenix City in 50 years. His results must be very good. The full score is 10. I will judge the scores. Those who fail will get 0 points. The red-robed old man said indifferently. With a big stroke of his pen, he crossed out the names of all the failed students from the scroll. Most of the time, the red-robed old man had a cold face and rarely gave instructions to students. He looked like he was doing his job. He only smiled when Lin Ming burned the first world just now. Huang barely passed. 1 point. 1 point. Huang Ming was speechless on the spot. It was too embarrassing to get 1 point out of 10. But he finally passed. Tenking, barely passed. 1 point and 2 points. Yunlin, passed. 1 point and 3 points. The red-robed old man read out the names one by one. The warriors who heard the results looked unhappy. The full score was 10, but few of them scored more than 2 points. The highest was only 2 points and 3 points. It was too discouraging. In this way, the red-robed old man read out the warriors of the divine realm such as Huo Ping. They were all from the corridor of the earth, and they persisted for more than 2/4 of an hour, and got excellent results. When the red-robed old man read Huo Ping's name, Huo Ping's heart tightened, and he pricked up his ears to listen. Huo Ping, 2 points. 2 points. Huo Ping immediately wilted. He was excellent after all, but only 2 points. What level would it be like to have 10 points? With a total score of 10, he only got 2 points. How could he still say that he was excellent? Huou, 3 points. Huou was the only trialist from the heavenly corridor besides Lin Ming and Huo Wenlong, and he only got 3 points, which showed how difficult it was to get this score. This old man Jun is really strict. Everything is graded according to the rules. Not even half a point is too much. In the space crack, the tall old man shook his head helplessly. These children of the god realm had to report their scores when they returned. It was really hard to say that they only got 3 or 4 points out of 10. Some examiners would make concessions and appropriately increase the ranking by 1 or 2 points to make the score look better, but the old man surnamed Jun obviously didn't mean that. Haha, that's good too. It will be good for these young people to know the difference and knock down their arrogance. The woman in the red dress said with a smile. The world is too big and there are too many young talents. The genius of one world is nothing. If you are blinded by the aura of genius, you will only hurt yourself. Huao Enlang. The old man surnamed Jun paused slightly when he said this, and the warriors present immediately pricked up their ears. How many points can Huao Enlang get? 6 points and 1. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the warriors present were secretly shocked, and Huao Enlang also frowned slightly. This score is too low. The genius who is said to appear once every 50 years in the ancient Phoenix City only scored 1 point in 6 points, after persisting for 3/4 of an hour. So who are the scores above 6 points prepared for? Huo Ping couldn't help but use the true essence to transmit the sound to several companions around him, who set this score. 7 points, 8 points, and 9 points are just for show. Of course, the object of his sound transmission was Huao Enlang. The seemingly disrespectful words actually hit the heart of Huao Enlang. This was also the purpose of Huo Ping's words. Huao Enlang was indeed indignant. His report card had to be submitted to the clan. If it was too bad, even if he got first place, he would be ridiculed, saying that he got first place by competing with a bunch of trash. However, he said, Huo Ping, I have to be disrespectful to the seniors who made the rules. There must be a reason for making such rules. Just because we can't get a higher score doesn't mean that others can't get it. Huao Enlang just said this, and the old man surnamed Jun in the middle of the field slowly said, Nuo Yanming. 89 points. As soon as the voice fell, Huao Enlang's body froze directly, and the second half of his sentence was still stuck in his throat. He just said, just because we can't get a higher score doesn't mean that others can't get it, and the old man surnamed Jun gave such a high score, and the person who got this score was Nuo Yanming. 89 points. How is it possible? Did I hear it right? How can Nuo Yanming get 89 points? A warrior in the god realm said unfairly. Instructor, you must have made a mistake. Fire pattern dragon only scored 1/6. Nuo Yanming's score is even worse than fire pattern dragons. Yeah, what's going on? Not only the warriors in the god realm, but even the warriors in the lower realm were puzzled, looking at the old man surnamed Jun with puzzled eyes. The old man surnamed Jun waved his robe and said coldly, Humph, a bunch of ignorant juniors. There is always someone better than you. How can you question the scores I have assessed? Nuo Yanming broke the world with one strike, and you are just lingering under the laws of the fire system. The gap between heaven and earth, the score given to you is too much. Everyone go back to practice in seclusion, immediately. After the old man surnamed Jun finished speaking, he did not stay, put away the scroll, and turned to leave, leaving a group of warriors looking at each other in bewilderment. Break the world with one strike? What the hell? I will start my journey from Weihai to Maoming tomorrow. It will take 2 trains and 1 bus. It will take 3 to 4 days. I have explained it in the chapter. I'm afraid that some brothers and sisters may not see it. I will explain it again in the chapter. I don't know how much I can update in the next few days. Maybe it will be very little. I will take a leave. Please forgive me. Starting from the 18th, I will try to return to normal. Chapter 734. Fusion of artistic conception, self-created moves. One strike breaks the world. Ordinary warriors don't understand what the old man surnamed Jun meant by one strike breaking the world, but Huao Enlang, as a young hero with a good status in the god realm, certainly knows what one strike breaking the world means in the god transformation mirror. This is equivalent to saying that Lin Ming broke through the first level of the god transformation mirror in one fell swoop and reached the second level of the god transformation mirror. The 9 levels of the god transformation mirror correspond to the 9 mysteries of the fire system law. The later you go, the closer it is to the origin of the fire system law. If you comprehend the 6th or 7th level of the state of mind, you can become a holy master, and the 9th level of the state of mind, you will become a god emperor. The state of mind of the God transformation mirror is extremely difficult to break even the first level, especially for young heroes who are not worth dying. There may not be one in the entire ancient Phoenix City in 100 years. Huo Enlong took a deep look at the God transformation mirror. Sure enough, at the place where Lin Ming just stood, the God transformation mirror had a few cracks. These cracks had been restored for the most part, but the shallow white marks prove that they did exist. The world is broken, and the divine mirror is shattered. How did this kid do it? Huo Enlong felt unacceptable. This was not achieved by high affinity alone. This proved that Lin Ming was also making rapid progress in his comprehension of the law of fire. It had only been a few days. Wasn't it that his comprehension was not poor, but that he had never been exposed to the law of fire before, so his comprehension of the law of fire was only at the entry level? Realizing this, Huo Enlong felt a chill down his spine. If this was true, his attempt to catch up with Lin Ming would become a joke. While Huo Enlong was thinking about this, Huo had already flown back to her own training ground. She was stimulated. As a young hero of the divine realm, Huo naturally had her own pride. It was fine that her affinity for fire was not as good as Lin Ming's, but in terms of her understanding of the law of fire, Huo was confident that she would be better than Lin Ming at the beginning, but now it was not necessarily the case. This put a lot of pressure on her. Brother Long, what's going on? A warrior from the divine realm asked weakly. They vaguely guessed that something was wrong, and it was probably related to the cracks left by Lin Ming just now. They were not fools. Combined with the high score given to Lin Ming by the old man surnamed Jun, they had already guessed most of it. After thinking about it, Humph. Fire Pattern Dragon just snorted, and without saying a word, he also strode towards his own training ground. Since things have come to this, the dinner party at the ancient Phoenix Tower is naturally ruined. Breaking the world with one strike, and passing the first world of the transformation mirror, this achievement made Fire Pattern Dragon feel extremely oppressed. This little guy is not bad. In the void, the tall old man nodded with satisfaction. I thought he was reluctant to break the world, but I didn't expect him to succeed. He has a strong willpower, otherwise he can't control the power of the whole world with his understanding of the laws of the fire system. Well, this time it can be regarded as an unexpected harvest. Nuo Yangming was born in our ancient Phoenix City, and it can be regarded as a fate with you and me. I will give him the complete set of secret books of Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record, and the first 3 secret books of Ancient Phoenix Secret. As for the future, it depends on him. The red-clothed woman said, and casually made a seal, and a voice came out. For a genius like Lin Ming, the red-clothed woman just gave some pointers, and did not support him too much. First, she had no obligation to do so, and second, this world was too vast, and there were countless geniuses. He persisted for 3/4 of an hour in the first assessment, which could be called a genius, that appeared once every 50 years in the ancient Phoenix City, and once every 100 years, to break the first world. However, this was only the Phoenix clan. There were also young talents in many other races, and there were even more in the God realm. There are so many young talents, and there are 3,000 realm kings and tens of thousands of saints in the 3,000 realms of the God realm. These realm kings and saints have accumulated hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Not to mention the geniuses that appear once every 100 years in the ancient Phoenix City. Even if they appear once every 10,000 years, the probability of becoming a realm king is close to 0. Many geniuses are extremely dazzling when they are born, but later, they fall or become indistinguishable from the crowd. The red-robed old man said, this little guy should have his own luck to get to this point. Let's not interfere with him, just let him develop freely, and develop his own luck to the extreme. The world is so big, it is a common phenomenon that geniuses have their own luck, otherwise how can they stand out among billions of living beings? Yes, look forward to his growth. I hope he has a hope of becoming an elder level figure in the outer sect. As the two spoke, their figures disappeared from the void, and no one knew they had been there. At this time, in the secret room, Lin Ming entered a state of complete concentration. His mind was filled with the raging firestorm when the world collapsed. The red phoenix formed by the power of the world and the golden phoenix formed by the burning of his own blood merged into one, tearing the space apart. Then, the space storm merged into the firestorm. The space artistic conception and the fire artistic conception were perfectly integrated at that moment. This was the fusion of the original power of the universe, which contained the most essential principles and principles of energy. Lin Ming was lucky to see this scene. The space artistic conception and the fire artistic conception were artistic conceptions that Lin Ming had learned a long time ago. Especially in Lin Ming's understanding of the space artistic conception, he even surpassed the fire artistic conception. Constantly deducing the energy changes in his mind, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intention and reached a state of no form. Although the ethereal martial intention had no combat power, it was extremely effective in boosting Lin Ming's cultivation speed. Especially in this situation, Lin Ming, who was fully focused, could perfectly deduce the scenes that happened when the world collapsed. The power of space and the energy of flame intertwined in Lin Ming's mind. At a certain moment, Lin Ming suddenly stretched out his hand, and around his body, the flame energy condensed into a red ball of light, shining brightly. The evil god seed in his body roared. The flame totem emitted a red gold light, and the flame energy also operated according to the totem law, forming a red energy vortex. Power of space, merge. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and the space around his palm twisted, and the power of space escaped and gathered into the flame. The red vortex became more and more intense, and the color began to gradually turn black, forming a black storm. Chi-chi-chi. The energy vortex roared violently, and the energy contained in it was highly compressed, as if it was about to explode. The surrounding space became more and more unstable, and tiny space cracks appeared out of thin air, and then dissipated in an instant. This is. Lin Ming's eyes lit up, and he was ecstatic. Tearing space. He finally reached the realm of tearing space. Originally, with Lin Ming's strength and understanding of the artistic conception of space, he could only distort time and space. As for tearing space, it was too far away. At that time, dozens of life-destroying masters, including Zhu and Wuji, Nan Yunwang, and Bei Mei Fangshang, could only barely break through the space barrier in a broken world that was about to collapse. Want to tear the space in a stable space? Difficult. The small world of the ancient Phoenix City has a spatial stability that is even better than the world of Xianan continent. Lin Ming can make small cracks appear in the space here, so when he returns to Xianan continent, he can make the space form larger cracks. If a general warrior with weak cultivation touches the space crack, his body will be torn apart. Ka. The energy in Lin Ming's palm became more and more unstable. With Lin Ming's understanding of the realm of law, he could not control the energy vortex and almost exploded. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with red brilliance, and he stretched out his right hand. The red spear jumped into his hand. The energy vortex formed by the flame and the power of space poured into the red spear. The whole spear changed from red to black and red, and the color was like the dark lava surging underground. The flame and the power of space finally merged together. Heaven burial. Lin Ming held the spear and thrust it out suddenly. On the spear body, the black and red fusion energy spun fiercely. At that moment, Lin Ming recalled the spear moves in Great Wilderness Halberd art, the heaven burial, that was even more powerful than the slaughter. Boom. With the spear thrust out, the power of space and the power of fire burst out, and the black devil flames burned the void. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Around the tip of Lin Ming's spear, the space was burned through by the power of fire, and bits of space fragments flew out, spinning fiercely around the spear like the blood-drinking seal. Replace the blood-drinking seal with space fragments. Blood seal spin kill. The spear penetrated a distance of dozens of feet like a meteor, and countless cracks were cut into the space, as if invisible beasts were opening their mouths to devour people. Lin Ming looked back, and took a breath of cold air. This move was definitely his most powerful move so far. Just a stab in the air, the black flames burned through the void, plus the attack of space fragments. The power of stabbing a person can be imagined. Lin Ming's talent in Great Wilderness Halberd art was not very good. After all, it was not Lin Ming's own move. Lin Ming's talent was in martial will, soul power, and fighting spirit. He did not have much talent in slaughter and killing. This led to the limited power of the blood-drinking seal he condensed. Especially later, with the rapid growth of Lin Ming's strength, the blood-drinking seal could not keep up with the rhythm. But now, replacing the blood-drinking seal with space fragments can bring out Lin Ming's advantage and space artistic conception. At the same time, the fusion of the power of fire is definitely the move that best reflects Lin Ming's strength. Therefore, self-created moves are always the most suitable for oneself, and the basis for Lin Ming to create his own moves is a vast amount of fragmented memories in the magic cube. He knows too many moves. With this, he stepped onto the road of martial arts master step by step. From the beginning of Thunder and Fire Kill, to the later chasing lightning, chasing the sun, penetrating the rainbow, and now burying the sky, the power of Lin Ming's self-created moves is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Ming looked inside his body. The previous attack had almost consumed the flame energy stored in the evil god seed, and the golden flame totem also dimmed a lot. What a good move. Bury the sky, shatter the void. The name is well deserved. This is my strongest move. After it is perfected and integrated with the war spirit, my confidence in dealing with Zhu and Wuji will increase. Lin Ming thought so, with a burning desire in his eyes. The silkworm cocoon is in Yante. It arrived in the evening. I was drowsy sitting in the bus, and then I had a meal with my uncle in Yante. There is only one chapter today. I will be on the train tomorrow. 36 hours, including the delay. It will be more than 40 hours. I have no choice but to take a day off tomorrow and arrive in Guangzhou the day after tomorrow. I don't know if there will be one more chapter. I'm depressed because I'm with my mother and have a lot of luggage. I chose the hotel too hastily. As a result, the floor of the hotel I chose did not have wireless network. I moved my laptop to the 5th floor and squatted at the door of the room with network to borrow the Wi-Fi to upload this chapter. I'm sweating. Right square bracket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735, 9-layered vermilion bird forbidden divine record. Lin Ming's retreat lasted for 5 days. When he left the retreat, he heard a cold metallic voice. Nuo Yangming, please open the space restriction door. Lin Ming was slightly startled and opened the door as he was told. However, he saw 2 little maids in red clothes outside the small world. One of them was holding a jade tray, and on the tray was an exquisite wooden box wrapped in red silk. The 2 little maids were both in the initial stage of innate cultivation, and they looked no more than 20 years old. Lord Nuo Yan, this is the jade slip my master gave you. Please check it. The little maid said, and opened the lid of the wooden box, revealing 3 blood-red jade slips inside. This jade slip is much larger than the one used in Xianan continent. Oh. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he picked up one of them and scanned it. He was immediately overjoyed. This is the complete set of skills of Suzaku Forbidden God Record, a total of 9 levels. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record has always been the fundamental skill of the Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming passed the final battle general trial, he only obtained the first 8 levels. Now he has finally collected the 9 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record. Even in the divine domain, it is a very good skill. Lin Ming put away the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record and looked at another jade slip. It was the first 3 levels of the Ancient Phoenix Secret. Ancient Phoenix Secret? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. There is no doubt that the Ancient Phoenix Secret is a more advanced secret than the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record. When Lin Ming learned the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record, Mu Qianxue said that the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record and the Blue Luin Illusion Demon Classic are both parts of the Ancient Phoenix Secret Classic. It is said that those who learn the complete set of the Ancient Phoenix Secret Classic of the Ancient Phoenix Clan can achieve nirvana in fire and immortality. Of course, this is just the words of the Divine Phoenix Island. Whether it is true or not, Lin Ming is not sure. Now it seems that this Ancient Phoenix Secret Classic is most likely this set of Ancient Phoenix Secret. The third jade slip looked slightly smaller than the first 2, and its color was not as fiery red, but rather greenish jade, looking like a ring worn by a woman. Picking it up and taking a look, Lin Ming took a deep breath. This third jade slip was the experience of the fire system lore left by a certain senior. After a quick glance, Lin Ming could already estimate the value of this experience. Although it was not as mysterious as the chaos stone carving, its advantage was that it was more detailed and easier to understand. This kind of jade slip experience was absolutely priceless, because this kind of jade slip experience could only be written by someone who had a great understanding of the fire system artistic conception, and it could not be copied. This was like engraving a seal. Even if someone who did not know how to engrave a seal was given a seal and asked to engrave it according to his instructions, he would definitely not be able to engrave it well. For these reasons, jade slips with similar artistic conception descriptions were extremely rare. Lord Nguyen, the first 2 jade slips are for you, and the last one can only be borrowed for you to read for 20 days. Don't think it's too little. My master has engraved 12 jade slips about the experience of the fire system in total. Yours talks about the basic part of the experience of the fire system. Not many people in the entire ancient Phoenix City have the opportunity to comprehend it. The 2 little maids said crisply. Thank you, fairies. Thank you very much. I wonder who the master of the 2 fairies is. Lin Ming was not surprised that there were only 20 days for comprehension. Such things were unique. How could they be given to him? Not to mention the experience of the fire system. Even the ancient Phoenix Secret and Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record 9 level skills in his hand are extremely precious. They all require a great master who has mastered the corresponding level of this skill to write. One day, when Lin Ming becomes a generation of Holy Master and Realm King of the God Realm, the things he writes casually will also become treasures in the world. Hearing Lin Ming's reserved and polite answer, the 2 maids covered their mouths and chuckled, saying, my master is called Phoenix Fairy, and she is the supervisor of ancient Phoenix City. Supervisory? Lin Ming remembered silently in his heart. Generally speaking, the supervisor is an envoy sent by the headquarters to supervise a region. In other words, this Phoenix Fairy is most likely sent by the Divine Realm to supervise ancient Phoenix City. Her status may be higher than that of the City Lord, or at least equal to that of the City Lord. Okay, Master Nguyen, we won't disturb you in seclusion. We'll take our leave. The 2 maids were about to leave. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he asked, I would like to ask, can the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record and ancient Phoenix Secret in my hand be used for my people to practice? Lin Ming wanted to share these 2 sets of secrets with Shenhuang Island in the future. In a sense, Shenhuang Island can also be considered his people. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record is fine, but the ancient Phoenix Secret art needs to be applied for. Whether it can be applied for or not will be decided by the adults of the ancient Phoenix City. The 2 maids said no more and bowed to leave, leaving Lin Ming alone in the small 1000 worlds with 3 jade slips. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming closed the forbidden door of the small 1000 worlds and took out the 3rd jade slip describing the laws of the fire realm. It began with a short preface. This jade slip describes the first 2 levels of the ancient Phoenix family's fire realm, the scorching and destructive realms. It is better to have no book than to believe in it. The fire realm varies from person to person. After all, other people's paths are walked out by others and may not be suitable for you. Only by walking out your own path can you finally reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Written by Fairy Feng. Just from this short preface, Lin Ming deeply agreed. It is difficult to use things that are not his own. For example, the power of the Great Wilderness Halberd secret art and the Golden Peng breaking the void was never satisfactory when Lin Ming used them. Similarly, only Lin Ming himself can exert the maximum power of Lin Ming's Burial of Heaven. It requires an understanding of the laws of space and fire, and the support of the seeds of the evil god. Lin Ming read along, and was soon attracted by the laws left by Feng Xianzi. He read those words eagerly, memorized those mysterious patterns and seals, and understood the evolution of the origin laws contained in them. The first artistic conception of the fire system, burning. This is the root of the flame, one of the foundations of the existence of all fire laws. The second artistic conception of the fire system, destruction. This is the energy of the flame, and it is the embodiment of the flame's attack power. I wonder what the third artistic conception of the flame is until the 9th artistic conception. Time passed unknowingly. Lin Ming watched and experimented with the moves. The totem patterns on the seeds of the evil god have been undergoing subtle changes. Many things were involuntarily added to the burial of heaven by him, and this move became more and more perfect. At the beginning, after Lin Ming used the embryonic form of the burial heaven to tear through the first world, his strength was completely exhausted, and he was directly ejected by the transformation mirror. If he used the perfected burial heaven to tear through the first world this time, he should have enough spare energy to take a look at the second world of the transformation mirror, that is, the second realm of the artistic conception, destruction. I don't know what the law of destruction of fire will be. If I read the law of destruction once, I should have a deeper understanding of the description of the artistic conception of destruction in the Jade Slip of Senior Feng Xianzi. When Lin Ming was in seclusion to comprehend the Jade Slip of the file law left by Feng Xianzi, Huo Wenlong and others were not idle either. Every trialist who passed the test of the transformation mirror would get a new opportunity to comprehend according to his own performance. Among them, Huo Wenlong got 5 days of comprehending time because of his excellent performance. Huo's performance was second only to Huo Wenlong, and he also had 4 days. The rest of the Huo Ping and other Shenai warriors had 3 days like everyone else. These 5 days were extremely precious to Huo Wenlong. After being stimulated by Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong devoted himself to the comprehension of the artistic conception law. He himself had a good understanding. In 5 days, Huo Wenlong's understanding of the first artistic conception of the fire system, the burning law, reached a new height. After being more confident, Huo Wenlong restarted the test of the divine mirror. This time, Huo Ping and others also participated. In the end, Huo advanced to the 3rd incense stick. Huo Ping's score also improved by half an incense stick, and Huo Wenlong persisted for another incense stick, reaching the total score of 4 incense sticks. Although he still failed to break through the first world after 4 incense sticks, Huo Wenlong also found the opportunity to break through the first world. And what made Huo Wenlong most happy was that, because of the breakthrough of 4 incense sticks, he got another 2-day opportunity to comprehend. Although the time was not long, it was precious to Huo Wenlong. With this opportunity, Huo Wenlong could comprehend many puzzled places he encountered in the new trial of the divine mirror. 7 days, no, 5 days, at most 5 days, I can break the first world. Huo Yangming's method of breaking the first world should be different from mine. He breaks it with absolute power, while I break it with exquisite laws. Although my speed is more than 10 days slower than his, I should be more advanced in breaking the first world. The absolute gap between me and him will not be too big. Fire Pattern Dragon said this to himself, and never gave up the idea of surpassing Lin Ming. If he lost to Aozin, he would lose everything. Moreover, in the traditional concept of the God realm, the law of artistic conception is indeed more respected than absolute power, because absolute power becomes more difficult to improve as time goes by, while the law of artistic conception becomes closer to the source of cosmic energy as time goes by, and its power becomes greater. I will definitely win. Flame affinity is innate. It is almost fixed. When a warrior is born with his physical constitution and bloodline, it is difficult to change. However, the principle of artistic conception depends entirely on acquired comprehension. The further I go, the greater my advantage will be. The gap now does not mean there will be a gap in the future. Giving up is equivalent to admitting defeat. Huo Wenlong thought so, and was about to go back to the small 1,000 worlds to digest it, and then use up the last 2 days of comprehension opportunities. When he was walking out of the God Transformation Mirror Trial Hall, he saw Lin Ming walking in. This kid, is he also here to participate in the second God Transformation Mirror Trial? Huo Wenlong's eyes condensed, and his steps stopped, as if they had taken root. Turning around, he saw Lin Ming standing in front of the God Transformation Mirror. His arrival also attracted the attention of Huo Ping and Huo. Lin Ming had been in seclusion for so many days in a row, and finally reappeared. The old man surnamed Jun who presided over the trial saw Lin Ming coming, smiled knowingly, took out the record jade slip, and said, "Let's start." Chapter 736, The Second World of the Divine Mirror. Lin Ming slowly reached out his hand, and touched the transformation mirror. Everyone was watching Lin Ming's every move. Huo and Huo Ping were silent. Huo Wenlan was worried and clenched his fists. Seeing Lin Ming touch the transformation mirror and fall into a state of meditation, Huo Wenlan's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit. Nuo Yangming, let me see how much you have improved. His life for more than 20 years has been smooth sailing. Lin Ming was the first setback in his life. Lin Ming came to the scorching first world again. There was a sea of fire under his feet and rolling red clouds in the sky. He looked up at the sky. The evolution of the red clouds just matched the laws of the fire realm. It was reflected in Lin Ming's dark pupils, like a golden thread, corresponding to the engraved texture on the evil god seed. Lin Ming took a deep breath, stretched his body, and immersed himself in the ocean of fire element. At that moment, he did not feel the slightest burning sensation. Instead, he felt like a fish swimming in the sea, extremely comfortable and comfortable. A large amount of fire energy gathered into Lin Ming's body through his acupoints, flowing through the meridians of his limbs, and into the evil god seed. The originally red evil god seed became even more enchanting. The energy continued to condense, and the totem engraved on the surface of the evil god seed began to emit a blazing golden light. A vortex of energy gathered in Lin Ming's body, and Lin Ming's Danshan began to burn, and the black hole crystal core was also covered with red flames 40%, 50%, 60%. When the fire energy of the evil god seed gathered to 60%, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and two lightning-like lights burst out. 60% of the energy is enough. Snap. The red spear in the Zumi ring jumped into Lin Ming's hand, as if it had a spirit. Lin Ming's whole body was burning with flames. The ancient phoenix mark on his forehead seemed to be alive. A huge red phoenix rose from behind Lin Ming and rushed straight into the sky. Bury the sky. Lin Ming shouted violently and suddenly stabbed out with a spear. The surrounding flame power boiled at that moment. The endless sea of fire under his feet was split by Lin Ming's gun. The vortex of flames rolled up, and a golden blood phoenix flew out from Lin Ming's eyebrows and merged with the red phoenix in the sky. At that moment, Lin Ming and the gun became one, like a blazing meteor, crossing the sky and instantly flying dozens of miles away. Kakaka. Wherever the gun passed, the space, along with the red clouds and the sea of fire, was torn in half by Lin Ming's gun. The space collapsed, and the space turbulence and the flame energy swept together, turning into an endless black storm, sweeping the entire world. Countless space fragments flew out in a rotation, and everything was completely crushed wherever they passed. Snap. Outside the transformation mirror, there was only a slight sound, and the position where Lin Ming's palm touched the transformation mirror burst into spider web-like cracks. Once these cracks appeared, they spread like tiny snakes, spreading for more than half a foot. The old man's eyes lit up in an instant. 20 breaths, just 20 breaths to break the first world, and judging from the extent of the cracks, this time Lin Ming broke the first world more thoroughly than the last time. This speed of progress is quite amazing. Nuo Yanming. 10 feet away, Huan Long's fists clenched and made a crackling sound. 20 breaths past the first world, but I persisted for 4 incense sticks and still couldn't hold on. Is the gap between me and him so big? If before this, the longer Huan Long persisted in the first world, the more proud he was, but now, persisting in the first world for a long time is his shame. He broke the world by brute force, and I broke the first world by unlocking the laws in the red cloud. It's normal that I'm slower than him, but the gap can't be so big. Huan Long gritted his teeth, seeing that Lin Ming was about to try the second world of the transformation mirror. Geniuses are all proud, and seeing others shine in front of them, of course, they feel bad. Brother Long, are you leaving? Huo Ping saw Huan Long turn around and leave, and hurriedly followed him. Where are you going, Brother Long? Practice. Seclusion. Huan Long was angry. Instead of looking at other people's achievements, why not work hard yourself? Huan Long strode away, leaving Huo Ping alone to swallow his saliva, but decided to stay. He was going to see how Lin Ming was doing before reporting to Huan Long. Huan Long always had to understand his opponent. The old man surnamed Jun did not make any comment on Huan Long's reaction. He just let a sound transmission talisman and passed the news that Lin Ming had shattered the first world in 20 breaths to Feng Xianzi and the Lord of Ancient Phoenix City. In the 9-story attic in the center of ancient Phoenix City, a tall old man in a red shirt was sitting at the 8 Immortals table drinking tea. After receiving the news, he put down his teacup and raised his eyebrows. Pass the first world in 20 breaths. It's a pretty good result. This tall old man in a red shirt was the lord of ancient Phoenix City. After passing the first world in 20 breaths, I should be able to see it in the second world. Opposite the old man in a red shirt, Feng Xianzi said calmly. The second world is the beginning of the real horror. How long can you? Knuo Yanming, hold on. I guess no more than 5 breaths. The red-shirted old man lowered his head and took a sip of tea and said to the Phoenix Fairy in front of him. It's hard to say. Phoenix Fairy smiled and shook her head. You'll know if you keep watching. Maybe it will be longer than you guessed. At this time, in the main hall of the Transformation Mirror, Lin Ming has officially entered the second world of the Transformation Mirror. The second realm of the fire law, destruction. Flame is the power of destruction. It burns forests, houses, and lives. Even non-combustible objects such as rocks and steel can be melted and vaporized, as long as the temperature of the flame is high enough. When the flame reaches its extreme, it can even decompose everything into ions at the extreme temperature and distort the void. In terms of the power of destruction, flames and thunder are the strongest among the 5 elements. This is the second world. Lin Ming found himself standing on a dark red hot rock that was about to melt. Surrounding him were large swaths of dark red lava. Fragments of red rocks floated in the lava, forming isolated islands or dangerous plank roads. Gulp, gulp. Bubbles rose from the magma, full of the smell of sulfur. These gases were incredibly hot, and a breath of them could burn the lungs of warriors with insufficient cultivation. With a quick glance, Lin Ming knew that this was definitely not ordinary magma. It was probably more than 10 times hotter than the magma in the mortal world. Boom. Lin Ming suddenly heard a thunderous sound from above his head. He looked up and saw thousands of red lights in the sky. These lights were like sharp swords, shooting down at Lin Ming at an astonishing speed. It's a meteorite. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. This scene was similar to the one in the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm, but the power, density, and speed of the meteorites were many times higher than those in the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm. It was indeed a world destroyed by fire. The area of the meteorites was too large. It should be said that the whole world was filled with whistling meteorites. It was impossible to avoid them. One could only choose a place where the meteorites were relatively sparse. Boom. The first meteorite landed and smashed into the magma, raising a 1,000-foot high lava wave. The earth was torn apart, and the terrifying shock wave swept over, covering the sky and the earth. Lin Ming's face changed. There was no way to hide. Meteorites with a diameter of more than 10 feet, dozens of feet, or even half a mile were too powerful. This was like a blow from a powerful person in the divine realm. Although it was not facing Lin Ming, he could not withstand it, even if it hit him. Imagine that this blow was enough to blow up a city with a population of 1 million. Even if Lin Ming was 100 feet away, he would not be able to escape. In an instant, Lin Ming felt as if his chest had been hit hard. He desperately urged the body protecting true energy, but it flew out like a light straw. His internal organs seemed to be dislocated. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. If it weren't for the 8 gates of Dungia that had already opened the second gate, and the Zhuangjian divine fruit that had trained him into an indestructible body, Lin Ming would have been killed instantly. Plop. Lin Ming fell directly into the magma. Where the meteorite had just landed, all the rock islands within a radius of more than 10 miles were blown up and turned into a sea of magma. Extreme heat hit, and Lin Ming's skin and flesh were instantly charred. This was a temperature even more terrifying than the first world. The chaotic and violent flame energy rushed into Lin Ming's meridians wantonly. If it weren't for the suppression of the evil god seed, Lin Ming would have been seriously injured on the spot. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming forced a mouthful of true energy and flew out of the magma pool. However, before he could catch his breath, another meteorite fell down. Without saying a word, Lin Ming plunged back into the magma. Boom. Even in the magma pool, Lin Ming could not escape the shockwave. He and his body were blown up into the sky with the magma. Lin Ming vomited blood, and then the blood was instantly burned. In the chaos, Lin Ming looked up at the sky. There was a thick red mist in the sky. In the red mist, there were large pieces of hot gravel connected like a chain of stars. These red gravel operated in the red mist according to a mysterious rule. In the operation, they combined and dispersed, forming meteorites and falling down. Is this the source of meteorites? Lin Ming only had a few breaths to see this scene. Several huge meteorites fell one after another. A series of explosions made Lin Ming confused. The diameter of the last meteorite was half a mile. The explosion site was 30 feet behind Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming could no longer withstand the power of the meteorite explosion. His body was torn into pieces by the shockwave. The next moment, he was ejected from the transformation mirror. Lin Ming retreated with a pale face, his mind still recalling the scene he saw in the sky of the second world. There was no doubt that the second world could not be destroyed by his absolute strength. This second world originally contained the law of destruction. The power of the meteorite was so strong that it could not destroy it, let alone Lin Ming's attack. The gap is too big. The second world is not at the same level as the first world. With my strength, how can I break it? Lin Ming could not think of a solution at all. Chapter 737 Heavenly Fire Essence. 7 breaths of time, not bad. 2 breaths better than I thought. The city lord said with a smile in the 9-story attic in the center of the ancient Phoenix City. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years of the destruction of the Nguyen clan, they could actually find a little guy like Nguyen Ming with the remaining divine Phoenix secret realm. It must be that he encountered a good opportunity by chance, which led to his current achievements. Feng Xianzi responded calmly. It is normal for geniuses to encounter opportunities. 99% of the lower realm warriors who can stand in the ancient Phoenix City have encountered great opportunities. Although the warriors in the God realm may not have encountered opportunities, in fact, for them, being born in the God realm itself is an opportunity. In the eyes of these God realm masters, opportunities are not strange, but if there is no opportunity, it is strange. The mayor of the ancient Phoenix City said, opportunity is nothing, but I admire this kid's will. Don't you find that his will is far beyond that of ordinary people? Will, aptitude, and comprehension. The more you go in the future, the more important will and comprehension become. I'm optimistic about this kid. Maybe he has a chance to become an elder of my divine domain Phoenix clan in the distant future. I will give him some more resource support. Next, it depends on his own growth. We interfere too much, which may affect his luck. When Lin Ming stepped down from the divine mirror, the old man surnamed Jun said with satisfaction, if you persist in destroying the world for 7 breaths, you can obtain the qualification to comprehend the ancient Phoenix totem stone for 4 days. In addition, you have 7 days of comprehending qualifications for breaking the world before, for a total of 11 days. When the old man surnamed Jun said this, Huo Ping was dumbfounded. 11 days? He only had 3 days of comprehending qualifications. Huo Yu had 4 days, and Huo Wenlang had only 5 days. The 3 of them combined were almost equivalent to Lin Ming's comprehending time. Moreover, the old man surnamed Jun just said that Lin Ming still had the 7-day comprehension qualification to break the world, which also meant that his comprehension qualification had not been used before. He had made so much progress without using it. If he used it, wouldn't it be even more abnormal? Huo Ping swallowed his saliva, took out a sound transmission note, and passed the message. The fire pattern dragon, who was just about to enter the small thousand worlds, had a flash of fire in front of his eyes, and a message came into his ears. His eyelids twitched, and he crushed the sound transmission note into ashes. Gritting his teeth, and stepping into his own small thousand worlds, the fire pattern dragon immediately devoted himself to cultivation. At this time, Lin Ming had already walked to the heavenly corridor, ready to continue to comprehend the burning heaven totem stone. 11 days would be enough for him to further understand the ancient Phoenix totem stone. Just as he was about to open the forbidden door of the burning heaven totem stone, Lin Ming suddenly heard a voice from his true essence in his ear. Nuo Yang Ming, come to the central pavilion of ancient Phoenix City. Lin Ming was startled. He had been in ancient Phoenix City for so many days, and he probably knew that the central pavilion was the city lord's mansion of ancient Phoenix City. Is it Senior Phoenix Fairy? Lin Ming pondered for a while, and then walked towards the central pavilion. After an intense stick of time, he arrived in front of the central pavilion. The central pavilion has a total of 9 floors. The first floor is 11 feet high, and the 9th floor is 99 feet. 9 is a number worshipped by the ancient Phoenix clan. After 9 is 10, after 99 is 100, and after 999 is 1000. When the number of 9 is exhausted, it will naturally return to 1, which symbolizes a reincarnation. The return to 1 after 99 is similar to the Phoenix Nirvana. When Lin Ming arrived in front of the central pavilion, there was already a waiter waiting there, and he took Lin Ming directly to the 9th floor of the central pavilion. Pushing open a 10,000-year-old phoenix wood door, Lin Ming saw a woman in a red dress sitting on the phoenix throne in the hall. Next to her was an old man with red hair. The woman in the red dress looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and exuded a majestic and noble aura. The old man with red hair looked sickly, but his eyes were always shining with a ray of brilliance. Lin Ming couldn't tell the cultivation level of the two people at all. Junior Nuo Yanming, I pay my respects to the senior. Lin Ming bowed respectfully. He had guessed the identities of the two people. The woman was the supervisory envoy Feng Xianzi, and the old man was the lord of the ancient Phoenix City. Nuo Yanming, you should have guessed my identity. I'm the ancient Phoenix City supervisor Feng Xianzi. The person next to me is the lord of the ancient Phoenix City, Master Lanyan. Our ancient Phoenix City is one of the 3 king level trial sites set up by the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm in the lower realm. In addition to us, there are also the Holy Fire Phoenix City and the Fuxi Phoenix City. You are from the ancient Phoenix City, and you can be regarded as a disciple of my ancient Phoenix City. You have a connection with the two of us. You have excellent results in the test of the Divine Mirror. However, there are always people who are better than you. Don't slack off. The world you come into contact with is still the lower realm, far from reaching the level of the Divine Realm. The size of the Divine Realm is far beyond your imagination. Yes, disciple, remember it. Lin Ming bowed again. In fact, without Feng Xianzi telling him, Lin Ming also knew the horror of the Divine Realm. The 3000 worlds are constantly sending elites to the Divine Realm. The plane where the Xianan continent is located seems to have fallen from glory due to a catastrophe 100,000 years ago. In this way, there are probably more ascenders from other planes. Assuming that one person ascends every 100 years, there will be 1 trillion ascenders in a billion worlds and 100,000 years. What a terrifying number. And these people are the elites among the elites, the people standing at the top of the pyramid in each world. In addition to these people, the original power of the god's domain is even more terrifying. Those people are the descendants of the mighty ones in the god's domain, and their starting point is much higher than that of the warriors in the lower realm. The ancient Phoenix City that I have come into contact with now is not even the tip of the iceberg of the god's domain. Very good. You are a disciple of my ancient Phoenix City lineage, and it is my duty to guide you. In this case, I will give you 2 more opportunities. Feng Xianzi said as she flicked her finger. 2 red lights flew into Lin Ming's hands, a jade slip and a jade box. Lin Ming glanced at the jade slip, which was still a detailed record of the laws of the fire system. Its exquisiteness was even better than the jade slip that Feng Xianzi gave him. What's more, the most rare thing is that the 2 sets of jade slips seem to come from the same source, and there are many places that can verify each other. If you comprehend them together, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Feng Xianzi said, this is the jade slip left by an elder of the Phoenix clan in my divine realm before his nirvana. He was also my mentor. Now I'm lending it to you for your enlightenment. Before you leave the ancient Phoenix City, you must return the jade slip to me. Lin Ming was shocked after hearing this. A relic left by Feng Xianzi's mentor. Then one can imagine how precious this jade slip is to Feng Xianzi. He bowed deeply and silently remembered this favor. Although Feng Xianzi said that it was her duty to guide him, it was a great opportunity for him. It is better to have no book than to believe in it completely. The records in the jade slip are only for your reference. Only by understanding your own things from it can you have the capital to impact a higher realm of martial arts. There is another opportunity. You can open it and take a look. Yes. Lin Ming respectfully put away the jade slip and opened the second jade box. After the jade box was opened, a strong breath of fire suddenly dissipated, carrying an explosive hostility, as if to tear Lin Ming apart. At that moment, the evil god seed in Lin Ming's heart trembled faintly, as if it was extremely excited. Lin Ming's heart trembled. Could this be fire essence? Question mark. Looking down, there was a red cocoon in the jade box. It seemed that a ball of fire was burning in the cocoon, so that the cocoon was illuminated. It was indeed a fire essence, and it was of a very high grade. Feng Xianzi said, "This is a mid-grade fire essence of a heavenly rank, named Burning Star Flame. It will be of great help to you in comprehending the state of destruction." Burning Star Flame. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped. Burning a star, what a big mouth. Feng Xianzi seemed to see what Lin Ming was thinking. She smiled and said, "The name of the fire essence only represents the reason for its formation, not its grade. Although the fire essence in your hand is called the Burning Star Flame, it is actually too low grade to burn a star. There are stronger fire seeds above the fire essence. It is already very difficult for you to absorb a mid-grade heavenly grade fire essence now. This is considering that your affinity for fire is high enough, and you are not yet at the level of contacting fire seeds." After hearing what Feng Xianzi said, Lin Ming suddenly realized that, for example, the falling star fire that he had absorbed in his body was a fire essence generated by the flames produced by the meteorite falling to the ground. The quality of the fire produced by a small meteorite is naturally low. If two stars collided, it is hard to imagine what level of fire essence would be produced. Although the conditions for the formation of fire essence are very harsh, the world is so big that the total base number of fire essences is extremely terrifying. Moreover, once the fire essence is formed, it is difficult to annihilate. After hundreds of millions or even billions of years of accumulation, the number is also very considerable. Feng Xianzi said again, "The world of destruction of the transformation mirror is far from being comparable to the world of scorching heat. Above the scorching heat is destruction. With absolute power alone, you can't break the world of destruction. You must understand the law. Absorbing the flames of the burning stars should help you comprehend the law of destruction of fire. Remember, the fire essence is like a weapon. It is just an external force. Only your understanding of the law and your will are your greatest reliance. If you can hold on to the world of destruction for 20 breaths, come to me again. I will guide you again." "Yes, senior." Lin Ming bowed deeply and left. He did not go to the corridor of heaven to comprehend the ancient phoenix totem again, but returned to his own small world, closed the forbidden door, and began to retreat. Lin Ming took out the sealed jade box in the Zumi ring, the middle grade fire essence of the heavenly rank. For Feng Xianzi, this is nothing, but if it is placed in the Xianan continent, it can make the fire type life falling warriors crazy, and make the fire type sea of gods jealous. Above the fire spirit, there is actually a fire seed. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was not beyond his expectation. Just like above the treasure is a holy weapon, the 9 grades of treasure and fire spirit are just corresponding to the lower realm. In the god realm, there must be a more powerful existence. I wonder how much my strength will increase after absorbing this burning star flame. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with excitement. Delete the author's words. Chapter 738, Peak of the Mid-Stage Zuanden. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Ming began to remove the seal of the burning star flame. There were 9 seals in total. When Lin Ming only removed 3 seals, the entire jade box melted directly, and the air was filled with astonishing heat waves. Fortunately, the space where Lin Ming was located was an independent small world. If he was in a house, I'm afraid that the house would be burned through. The 7th and 8th seals were removed one by one, and the light of the fire spirit became more and more blazing, and it would feel burning pain in the eyes when looking at it. Finally, Lin Ming removed the 9th seal. At that time, the purple-red flame suddenly increased several times, turning into a blazing purple flame, suspended in the air, like a hideous monster. There was a rumbling sound, as if a meteorite fell from thousands of miles high in the sky, whistling through the air, dragging a long flame rolling over. This is the burning star flame. Lin Ming looked at the burning purple flame in front of him. In the center of the flame, there was a purple stripe that was obviously much darker in color rotating. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he sensed the purple stripes. He then discovered that it was actually liquefied flame energy due to high concentration. This was a reaction that only heaven level fire essence would have. When it went up to the level of fire seed, a solidified flame energy crystal core would appear, just like a real seed. When absorbing fire essence, a trace of fire essence's energy would remain in the body. This energy would nourish the spinning pill in the body and allow the spinning pill crystal core to grow further. Of course, this is also based on the fact that the law is sufficiently understood and the foundation of the spinning pill is solid enough, otherwise it will easily lead to an unstable foundation. Generally, only one fire essence can be retained in the body of a warrior. To absorb a new fire essence, the original fire essence needs to be discarded. Discarding a fire essence that has been cultivated and fused for many years will naturally lose some strength, but Lin Ming does not have such a problem at all. With the seed of the evil god, the fire essence can be absorbed continuously. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming directly pressed the purple flame ball into his heart. The moment the flame touched Lin Ming's body, the purple flame ball let out a fierce roar, and its size increased tenfold, as if an ancient giant beast was contained in the flame, roaring at Lin Ming, unwilling to be swallowed. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and suddenly pinched his right hand, and his true essence burst out. The vast true essence bound the purple flame ball heavily according to the law of fire. Roar, roar, roar. The burning star flame seemed to have intelligence, and began to struggle frantically, but it could not break free from Lin Ming's restraints after all. The moment the flame touched Lin Ming's body, the evil god seed trembled violently, faintly emitting the sound of dragons and phoenixes. The burning star flame seemed to have met its nemesis and suddenly became much weaker. Whoosh, whoosh, the evil god seed rolled up a crazy vortex, wantonly devouring the flame energy carried by the burning star flame, but a large amount of flame energy also escaped. Lin Ming immediately felt a hot current like magma flowing through his limbs and bones. Layers of dense beads of sweat flowed from Lin Ming's forehead. He could completely withstand this level of violent energy. In the final analysis, Feng Xianzi still underestimated Lin Ming's energy in the field of fire, because she did not know the existence of the evil god seed, and she also misjudged the speed at which Lin Ming could comprehend the law of fire with the help of the evil god seed. Even if it was a fire spirit that was a little higher than the burning star flame, Lin Ming had a certain degree of confidence in absorbing it. Of course, Feng Xianzi gave the burning star flame to Lin Ming more, because she was optimistic about the destructive state of mind contained in the burning star flame. After all, the fire spirit was just an external force. It didn't matter if the grade was not high enough now, it could be replaced and upgraded in the future. But the state of mind of the law was different. It was something that truly belonged to him. In this sense, the burning star flame was more suitable for Lin Ming. After an unknown amount of time, a faint red light appeared on Lin Ming's body. The red light surrounded him layer by layer, like a cocoon, covering Lin Ming. While the evil god seed absorbed the power of fire, the black hole crystal core in Lin Ming's Danshan was also devouring the power of fire. Although Lin Ming had not been in the middle stage of Zuandan for long, he had a solid foundation, and had been baptized by energy many times in the ancient Phoenix city. He had comprehended the law of origin. His cultivation speed could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds, and he was getting closer and closer to the late stage of Zuandan. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After half a day, the energy in Lin Ming's body was violently churning. The absorption of the burning star flame had reached the final stage. The flame energy in the meridians and Anshan had been compressed to the essence. Generally, absorbing the heavenly grade fire essence in the middle stage of Zuandan was pure suicide. Such a large amount of energy was enough to make them explode and die. Another half hour passed, and Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes piercing the void like a sharp sword. Condensation. Pop. A circle of red energy frenzy burst out from Lin Ming's body, causing a violent vibration of the power of space. Lin Ming's body completely turned into a clear red, like blood agate. At this point, he finally completed the absorption of the burning star flame. Lin Ming let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with sweat. Originally, if he just absorbed the burning star flame, Lin Ming would not be so tired. He was absorbing the burning star flame, while using the energy of the burning star flame to nourish his Danshan, which was much more difficult. Looking inside his Danshan, the spinning Dan crystal core was a circle larger, and the spinning speed was also faster. Although he failed to break through the late stage of the spinning Dan, the gap was not big. Lin Ming's cultivation remained at the peak of the middle stage of the spinning Dan. In the heart, the burning star flame was completely absorbed by the evil god seed, turning into a crystal core like a star, rotating around the evil god seed. The previous few low-level fire essences, the Earth's core red flames and the falling star fire were all absorbed by the burning star flame, turning into smaller star crystal cores, rotating around the burning star flame. This is like the evil god seed is a star, the burning star flame is a planet, and the Earth core red flame and the falling star fire are satellites. This way of operation secretly fits the operation of the celestial body. It seems that the laws of the whole world, traced back to the end, are all connected. At the peak of the middle stage of Zuanden, add another mid-grade heavenly grade fire essence. Use the fire essence as a reference for the law of destruction. Enter the heavenly corridor to comprehend the burning heaven totem stone, and after 11 days, I will impact the second world of the transformation mirror. I wonder what will happen. Lin Ming clenched his fists and strode towards the heavenly corridor. Sorry, Lord Nuo Yanming, the burning heaven totem stone in the heavenly corridor is being comprehended, and it should take another half a day. When Lin Ming walked to the heavenly corridor, he was stopped by the guard. It's okay. I'll wait. Well, according to the records, Lord Nuo Yanming still has 11 days of time for comprehension. The guard was stunned. The number of 11 days was quite exaggerated. Lord Nuo Yan, how many days do you want to use this time? I want to register. You Saul. Lin Ming said without hesitation. You Saul? Are you sure? The guard was shocked. Generally speaking, warriors would cherish the opportunity to comprehend the Phoenix Totem Stone. After 3 or 4 days of comprehension, they would go out for a treat, to digest it for a while, and then come back to comprehend it. I didn't expect Lin Ming to use 11 days in one go. 11 days of high-intensity comprehension can easily lead to some time wasted due to inability to digest it. Yes, you Saul. Lin Ming said without question. I know. The guard recorded the time. Lin Ming sat in meditation outside the heavenly corridor to regulate his breathing. Half a day later, the comprehender in the burning heaven totem stone came out reluctantly. The other party was surprisingly a warrior who had died. Lin Ming walked into the secret room expressionlessly and began his 11-day comprehension. On the totem stone, there were still hundreds of small flames containing infinite mysteries. Under Lin Ming's long gaze, these flames seemed to move, and their movement trajectories were just like the evolution of the laws of heaven that Lin Ming saw in the world of destruction. All the images were reflected in Lin Ming's pupils, and then engraved into a golden totem by the evil god seed, a permanent record. Next to the evil god seed, the crystal core formed by the burning star flame also matched the golden totem, emitting a faint red light. Time passed slowly, and Lin Ming sat in front of the ancient phoenix totem stone like a sculpture, motionless. 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 9 days. Oh. This little guy Nuo Yanming used up all the 11 days of comprehension time in one go? In the central attic of the ancient Phoenix City, Master Lanyan had just received the news. Although he admired Lin Ming, he would not always pay attention to Lin Ming. Yes, it has been 9 days now. I just learned about this. It is not wise to use up all the 11 days at once. Split it up and comprehend the totem stone when you encounter doubts in your practice. The effect will be better. Feng Xianzi frowned and said opposite Master Lanyan. That's what she said, but Nuo Yanming is not stupid. He must know what is the best way to do it. He must have his own ideas. Master Lanyan took a sip of tea and said indifferently. Feng Xianzi nodded slightly. Indeed, I'm just afraid that he is too confident. 11 days piled up together. Even if one's comprehension is high, continuous use of the brain will lead to fatigue. 3 days ago, Huanlong also broke through the first world, and he understood the power of the law of the first world, and finally reversed the operation root of the law, to make the flame energy collapse from the foundation. This method is more clever than Nuo Yanming's way of breaking through. Ha ha ha. Master Lanyan put down the teacup and laughed. Why do you sound like you are worried that Nuo Yanming will be surpassed? Huanlong is also a disciple of my ancient Phoenix City. Competition between each other is good for both parties. Besides, it's too early for Huanlong to surpass Lin Ming. He only lasted 3 breaths in the second world. Well, I wonder what results Senuo Yanming will achieve this time. Feng Xianzi thought so, and she was looking forward to it. Another 2 days passed in a flash. Time's up, come out. A thunderous voice rang in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes from his trance. At that moment, the evolution of the celestial bodies was reflected in his pupils. Countless stars fell, burned, and exploded. The power of fire rushed straight into the sky. 11 days. I wonder how long I can last in the transformation mirror with my understanding of the state of destruction this time. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stood up. Now he had a lot of insights to verify in the transformation mirror. Chapter 739. Leaving the customs. Oh. Senuo Yanming has come out of retreat. In ancient Phoenix City, other warriors had received the news long ago, and even some warriors who had come to ancient Phoenix City for the second time were concerned about Lin Ming's situation. I wonder if Senuo Yanming will go directly to the transformation mirror, a warrior said with a tone of jealousy and admiration. He should be in seclusion for a while. Many warriors will have many insights after comprehending the totem stone, and it takes a while to digest them before breaking through the totem stone so that they have a better chance. I wonder how long Senuo Yanming can hold on this time, and whether he can even break through the second world. Break through the second world? Don't be silly. The second world is not as simple as you think. There are only 9 worlds in the transformation mirror. Breaking through the 6th and 7th worlds will make you a holy lord, and breaking through the 9th world will make you a divine emperor. To break through the second world, you must at least have the strength to compete with the strong men in the divine sea of the mortal world. It is true that Senuo Yanming has high talent, but his cultivation is only at the Zuonden stage. How can he break through the second world? If he can hold on for more than 10 breaths, I believe it. If he can go beyond that, it will be abnormal. Compete with the strong men in the divine sea of the mortal world? The warriors present were slightly surprised when they heard this. Although the mortal world is not worth mentioning compared to the god realm, the strong men in the divine sea of the mortal world are the top existences in the mortal world, and they are far beyond the reach of young people like them. When everyone was discussing, they got the news that Lin Ming had entered the transformation mirror again. No seclusion, just break in. This Senuo Yanming is really confident. I wonder what he has learned in these 11 days. I really envy him. Except for masters like Lin Ming and Huo Wenlong, most warriors don't have the opportunity to retreat for a long time. They have few opportunities to comprehend the totem stone. When they have no way to comprehend, they can only come out of the small world and watch the energy laws of the ancient Phoenix City operate, and get some meager understanding from it. At the entrance of the trial site of the transformation mirror, the old man surnamed Jun looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Are you coming here directly without retreating for a period of time? Lin Ming said, no, I have been wanting to try something these days, and I can't wait. In 11 days, Lin Ming's understanding of the burning state of mind has reached a very high level, and he has also had a glimpse of the destruction state of mind. He has many insights, and whether they are correct still depends on the laws in the transformation mirror. Although he knows that retreating for a period of time will achieve better results, for Lin Ming, it is not important to achieve any brilliant results. What is important is the improvement of the state of mind of the law. The transformation mirror is still being used. Wait for half an hour. In the ancient Phoenix City, there is only one transformation mirror. All warriors need to use a transformation mirror for the trial. Even if the use time is very short each time, it is often encountered that the transformation mirror is occupied. After waiting for half an hour, the old man surnamed Jun let a sound transmission note to Feng Xianzi and led Lin Ming to the transformation mirror. This was Lin Ming's first trial after his retreat, and naturally attracted the attention of a large number of warriors. However, Huo Wenlong and Hou did not come. It is not a comfortable thing to watch others' glamorous scenes after all, not to mention that Huo Wenlong also has his own laws to comprehend. With one hand pressed on the transformation mirror, Lin Ming entered into a state of meditation in an instant. The first world, broken. In the transformation mirror, Lin Ming held a red spear and used a move of burying the sky. He only used 40% of his power, and the first world collapsed. 6 breaths of time, the first world was broken. The old man surnamed Jun's eyes lit up. This result was very amazing. There were cracks on the spot where Lin Ming's hand touched the transformation mirror. The cracks were even bigger than the last time, with a full foot in diameter. 6 breaths to break the world, 1 foot in diameter. The warriors present were numb to this scene. Lin Ming's progress was too fast, leaving them far behind, so they were too lazy to compete with Lin Ming. The second world. Lin Ming stood on the rolling river of magma, looking at the red star chain that filled the sky. One after another, huge meteorites were bred in the star chain, and then whistled down. The world of the fire destruction realm, the space force of this world is as solid as a rock. With Lin Ming's power, he couldn't even shake it. If he wanted to destroy this world, he could only rely on the law of destruction, reverse the star chain, break the balance between the stars, and finally rely on the world's own destructive power to make it collapse. But let's not talk about Lin Ming's current understanding of the fire realm has not reached that level. Even if the law is reached, his power is not enough to reverse the star chain, so breaking the second world is not realistic at all. He came to the second world this time just to verify his understanding. Swoosh. The first meteorite whizzed down with a long tail of fire. Lin Ming had no intention of avoiding it. The meteorite rain was too dense. No matter where he hid, he would be hit by the aftermath of the explosion. Lin Ming shook the spear in his hand suddenly, and the whistling meteorite was clearly reflected in his pupils. Boom. The meteorite fell to the ground, the earth was torn apart, and the magma was thrown into the air in large quantities, raising a huge wave of hundreds of feet. When the shock wave came wantonly, the scene that appeared in Lin Ming's mind was the jumping flames in the burning heaven totem stone. The burning heaven totem stone destroyed the sky. Among the laws contained in it, the most exquisite one is a state of destruction. Break it for me. Lin Ming roared, and the spear in his hand was like a red dragon. He stabbed out with a strike, carrying a green spear light, and rushed straight into the huge wave of magma. The blazing eyes flashed with light like the sun, and at that moment, the huge wave of fire was torn apart by Lin Ming. In terms of power, the power of a meteorite with a diameter of several dozen feet is comparable to the full force of a powerful person in the god realm. Even the aftermath is definitely not something Lin Ming can contend with. However, the result is that Lin Ming tore apart the shockwave and opened up a safe place for himself in the raging energy. This is the brilliance of the law. Lin Ming has understood the law of destruction in the second world, so he can defeat the strong with the weak and find a chance to survive. After breaking through the first wave of magma, Lin Ming's face flushed. He had no time to breathe. There was another loud boom and the second meteorite fell. Lin Ming raised a mouthful of true energy and held the spear in his hand. Chasing the sun. A spear pierced through the sky for 10 miles, and the huge wave of fire was pierced by Lin Ming again. Next, the third meteorite. This meteorite was larger in diameter than the previous two, a full half-mile in diameter. When it landed on the ground, the entire earth shook violently, and countless rubbles collapsed, as if the core of the earth had been shattered, and magma rushed straight into the sky. Facing this tide of flames, Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god to the extreme, and the compressed true essence condensed in the evil god seed roared out. Bury the sky. With a stab, Lin Ming reversed the power of space, and with his understanding of the artistic conception of fire, he forcibly tore the 100-foot wall of fire apart. Although Lin Ming consumed a lot of energy, after breaking through 3 attacks in a row, his recovery ability was also excellent. With a turn of the gun tip, Lin Ming stabbed out the 4th shot, piercing the rainbow. Boom boom boom. Meteorites roared down one after another, and the earth was blown to pieces. The few rock islands in the river of magma had long been shattered. The rain of magma filled the sky, engulfing the world. Hit after hit, Lin Ming was like a dragon tumbling in the river of magma, chasing the sun, chasing lightning, piercing the rainbow, and burying the sky. All kinds of moves were used by him one by one, and all these scenes fell into the eyes of Feng Xianzi and Lan Yan. This kid, he regards the meteor shower in the second world of Huishan Mirror as a training place. Lan Yan said with a smile, his tone full of appreciation. Among Lin Ming's various moves, chasing the sun is actually the most suitable for breaking the artistic conception of fire. Chasing the sun itself is a move that simply uses the artistic conception of fire, and its power is not bad. As for burying the sky and piercing the rainbow, although they are more powerful, they also consume more. If you want to fight a protracted war, Lin Ming should use chasing the sun in every move, so that you can achieve the greatest results with the least consumption. But Lin Ming didn't do this. From chasing the sun to burying the sky, he used all the moves one by one, and even chasing lightning, which was not in line with the artistic conception. He would occasionally use it when the meteorite shockwave was weak, because only by using different moves can he comprehend the law of destruction from different angles and verify whether the conclusion he got in the corridor of heaven is correct. Of course, doing so consumes more energy and will affect Lin Ming's final result to a certain extent. If he is greedy and vain, he will not do this. Master Lan Yan and Fairy Feng are both people who have lived for tens of thousands of years. With their eyesight, it is easy for them to see Lin Ming's intention, so Master Lan Yan will appreciate it. It's been 20 breaths. Nuo Yang Ming's endurance is much better than I thought. Fairy Feng also praised generously. Well, he has such good endurance because of his achievements in physical training. Many young talents in the god realm will not try it easily. He can achieve this at such a young age. He must have suffered a lot and has a very good opportunity. I think he can still hold on for a long time, maybe up to 30 breaths. While Master Lan Yan and Fairy Feng were talking, a few more breaths passed. Lin Ming's true energy had been consumed by 60%. His forehead was full of dense beads of sweat, and the ancient phoenix mark between his eyebrows was as red as blood. Boom. Another huge meteorite with a diameter of half a mile fell to the ground. Lin Ming's body was thrown like a leaf. While retreating, he stabbed more than 10 times and shattered a flame shockwave. However, the aftermath still rushed into his meridians, and he was slightly injured. 25 breaths, 26 breaths, 27 breaths, 30 breaths. The meteorite rain became more and more dense. Lin Ming's pupils were full of flames. The red spear in his hand had been burned red. Even though Lin Ming was proficient in the law of fire, he had multiple burns on his body. 31 breaths, 32 breaths. Lin Ming's true energy was rapidly consumed. When physical strength is 100%, a random move can easily defeat the enemy. However, when only 20% or 30% of physical strength is left, every blow with all your strength may not be able to hurt the enemy. In this way, physical strength will only be consumed faster. At 33 breaths, a huge meteorite with a diameter of nearly 1 mile fell down. At that time, the entire sea of magma was turned upside down. The sky turned completely red, and the magma almost rushed to the chain of stars. Lin Ming was no longer able to resist. His eyes went dark, and he instantly lost consciousness. The final result, 33 breaths. Chapter 740 The Final Assessment. Although the total score of 33 breaths should be very strong, warriors who have not experienced the second world still cannot imagine the horror of this score. The only thing they can compare is that the fire pattern dragon persisted for 3 breaths. 3 breaths versus 33 breaths, a difference of 11 times. Nuo Yang Ming, go to the 9-story attic in the center of the ancient Phoenix City. When Lin Ming stepped back from the transformation mirror, the sound of Feng Xian's true essence sounded in his mind. Yes, senior. Lin Ming responded. Feng Xianzi had said before that, as long as he persisted for more than 20 breaths in the second world, he would go to see her again. Feng Xianzi was still wearing the same red dress, with a faint noble temperament in her every move. She looked like a young woman in her 30s or 40s, beautiful and plump, but in fact she had lived for more than 10,000 years. Feng Xianzi raised her palm, and several red lights shot into Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming picked it up, and saw that it was 3 array plates and a jade slip. Open it and take a look. Feng Xianzi said. Lin Ming nodded, and input his true essence into one of the array plates. Images suddenly appeared. Meteorites dragged long flames and crashed into the earth. On the sea of magma, a young man in red, holding a spear, faced the power of heaven and earth alone. Boom. Meteorites fell to the ground, and huge waves of magma rushed into the sky. The young man in red calmly broke through the huge waves. His clothes were not even stained by the flames. He looked like he was lifting a heavy weight with ease. Who is this person? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The young man in red in the picture had a much higher understanding of the law than himself. Lin Ming kept watching, and the more he watched, the more obsessed he became. After a full stick of incense, the image was interrupted. Senior, the person in the picture is. This is the scene of my master passing through the second world of the transformation mirror tens of thousands of years ago. Now I'm lending this array to you, hoping that you can gain something from it, but you still have to remember that what others have realized is always this, and may not be suitable for you. You need to see your own realization from the array. Lin Ming was delighted after hearing this. With this set of arrays, he could be greatly inspired. He bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. Well, there are 2 more arrays. You can take a look too." Lin Ming opened the second array. After the image appeared, it was still the scene of the second world of the transformation mirror, but this time the person in the picture was replaced by a woman in red, and this woman was clearly similar to Fairy Feng. It was a scene of Fairy Feng passing through the second world of the transformation mirror when she was young. Lin Ming took a deep breath and was sincerely grateful to Fairy Feng. Feng Xianzi said, "This is the scene of me passing through the second world of the transformation mirror. Compared to my master, I'm naturally dull, but I should be able to help you. I will lend you these 2 array plates for a month, and you must return them to me afterwards. As for the 3rd array plate and the jade slip, they are all given to you. You can open them and have a look." Lin Ming opened the 3rd array plate after hearing this. He thought it would be another image of a senior passing through the transformation mirror, but he never expected that the 3rd array plate was actually the scene of Lin Ming himself experiencing the second world in the transformation mirror. Lin Ming was surprised and happy. If he could watch his movements in the transformation mirror as a bystander, it would undoubtedly be easier to find loopholes, not to mention that there were Feng Xianzi and her master's array plates for reference and comparison. Finally, there was the jade slip. Lin Ming scanned it and found only a few hundred words in it, written by Feng Xianzi, pointing out some shortcomings in his previous moves. It was obvious that Feng Xianzi had just written it down after watching him pass the level. Fairy Feng was at such a high level that, even if she just gave Lin Ming some pointers, it would have given him great inspiration. Nuo Yangming, although I have corrected some of your shortcomings in the jade slip, I hope that you will not look at this jade slip at the beginning, but instead ponder and improve it based on the comparison of the 3 array plates. What you comprehend by yourself is the most profound. What I told you would be inferior. I hope that, when you finally compare it with the 3rd jade slip, you will find that you have corrected what was written in the jade slip by yourself. Okay, my guidance to you ends here. You should go into seclusion. When you enter the ancient Phoenix City for 100 days, the Divine Realm will send an envoy to check on your trial situation. I hope you can get a good result by then. The Divine Realm will test you 3 times in total, the 100-day test, the 200-day test and the 300-day test. Among them, the 100-day test is the most difficult. If you can pass it, this will be your final test. You will get the reward of the king level trial and can return to the Cheyenne continent. At that time, my fate with you will be over. If you enter the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm in the future, perhaps we will have some opportunities to contact each other. You can leave. Yes, senior, I will remember your kindness in my heart. Lin Ming was very grateful to Fairy Feng and Master Lan Yan for their advice. To them, these advices were just trivial matters. Perhaps they would do these things every time they met a good seedling, but to Lin Ming, these advices could help him lay a solid foundation in a shorter time and achieve more brilliant results in the future. Lin Ming said goodbye to Fairy Feng, sealed the restrictions of the small thousand worlds, refused all visitors, and began a long retreat. 3 image arrays, several jade slips recorded the laws and artistic conception given by Fairy Feng, including Lin Ming's previous understanding of the ancient Phoenix totem stone. All of this requires time to digest. For a month and a half, Lin Ming retreated and did not go out. During this period, although Lin Ming's progress was not as fast as before, when he comprehended the ancient Phoenix totem stone, it was an indispensable process to consolidate his foundation. While Lin Ming was comprehending the laws of the fire system, a trace of the original power also remained in the Danshan, constantly nourishing Lin Ming's Zuandan crystal core. Until the 50th day, Lin Ming had not stepped out of the small thousand worlds. During this period, Fire Pattern Dragon had persisted in the second world for 20 breaths. Fire Feather could persist for 10 breaths, and even Huo Ping and others had broken through the first world with their continuous efforts. So far, there have been 5 warriors who have broken through the first world. Except for Lin Ming, the rest of the warriors are all from the divine realm. Until the 55th day of Lin Ming's retreat, a red spiritual boat appeared in the sky above the ancient Phoenix City. The spiritual boat was half a mile long. On the surface of the spiritual boat, there was a phoenix that was reborn from the fire. The entire spiritual boat was pulled by 9 golden crows. When it flew, there were bursts of phoenix calls, and the momentum was magnificent. The spiritual boat stopped on the 9-story attic in the center of the ancient Phoenix City. A man wearing red armor and carrying a golden spear stepped out. Haha, old buddy, why are you personally hosting this assessment? In the 9-story attic, Master Lan Yan flew out from a distance to greet him. It was obvious that he was an old acquaintance of the red armored warrior. The red armored warrior also laughed and said, Lan Yan, long time no see, you look much better this time. Bah, what are you talking about? I always look good. Master Lan Yan glared, but said with emotion here, since the last battle with the aliens, I have been recuperating and practicing in the ancient Phoenix City, and by the way, I have been guiding these young people. I have only returned to the divine realm 3 times in 3,000 years. I'm afraid I haven't seen you for 2,000 years. Almost, time flies. The red armored warrior also sighed. He is only a few thousand years old, and 2,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he feels emotional. The old injuries are almost healed. It's fine now. Although I can't be reborn in the fire, it is not a problem for me to recover from some old injuries. Master Lan Yan stroked his beard, laughed, and said, by the way, are you here to preside over the 100-day assessment? Yes, I came here on a whim to see if there are any good seedlings. After they become talented in the future, they may be absorbed into my army. The red armored warrior was originally a general of the Phoenix clan in the divine realm. If there were young talents willing to join the army, they would naturally join his army. Speaking of good seedlings, there are indeed a few. One is Hoi and the other is Huo Enlang. Both are from the Huo family. Hoi can now last for 10 breaths in the second world, and Huo Enlang can reach 20 breaths. 20 breaths? The red armored warrior did not show any surprise, and nodded, no surprise, but it's not bad. The cold reaction of the red armored warrior was within the expectations of Master Lan Yan. He laughed and said, old buddy, your vision is still so high. This is a lower realm, not the divine realm, but, Master Lan Yan deliberately dragged out his tone here, keeping the red armored warrior in suspense. After arousing the interest of the red armored warrior, he said slowly, speaking of being better than Huo Enlang, there is indeed such a person. Nuo Yangming, who was born in the lower realm, can now last for 33 breaths in the second world of the God Transformation Mirror. 33 breaths. The red armored warrior raised his eyebrows, but still did not show any surprise. This is not bad, but it is not amazing. I can only say that there is some hope that he will pass my assessment. Master Lan Yan had an expression that said, I knew you would say that. He said proudly, I was talking about his previous achievements. He has been in seclusion recently. You just wait and see how he performs after he comes out of seclusion this time. Who knows, after he enters the divine realm in the future, he won't even bother to be cannon fodder in your army. When the red armored warrior heard what Master Lan Yan said, he glared and said, what are you talking about? My army is made up of the elites of the Phoenix clan. How can they be cannon fodder? This time in Holy Fire Phoenix City, I found a good seedling who is willing to join me in the future. Holy Fire Phoenix City? Master Lan Yan curled his lips with a disdainful expression. That remote place only raises 2 or 3 cats and kittens every year. How can it possibly compare with my ancient Phoenix City? I can beat them with my hands behind my back. Holy Fire Phoenix City, like ancient Phoenix City, is one of the 3 king level trial sites in the lower realm. These 3 king level trial sites will naturally compete with each other. Generally speaking, ancient Phoenix City has a slight advantage, but it is not as obvious as Master Lan Yan said. The red armored warrior laughed in his heart and said, "Don't brag. That young man is really good. He persisted in the second world for 45 breaths. In addition, he also achieved good results in the 100-day assessment." Chapter 741 Blood of the Ancient Phoenix. 45 breaths. When Master Lan Yan heard 45 breaths, his heart skipped a beat. So unlucky. 45 breaths was already very incredible. Holy Fire Phoenix City was lucky to have such a talent. Originally, for the 3 king level trial sites in the lower world, Fuxi Phoenix City, Ancient Phoenix City and Holy Fire Phoenix City, it was rare to have a fire pattern dragon. As for being able to persist for 45 breaths in the second world before the 100-day assessment, it was very rare. It should be noted that after 30 breaths, the secret level and weight of the meteorites falling from the sky will increase. At that time, when Lin Ming was 33 breaths, he was defeated because he encountered a super large meteorite with a diameter of 1 mile. The diameter of the meteorite increases from half a mile to 1 mile, and the weight will be 8 times the original. Then the power of the explosion will also increase by 8 times. So after 30 breaths, the difficulty can be said to increase exponentially. How long Lin Ming can persist, Master Lan Yan has no idea. How about it? Not bad, isn't it? The young man who can hold out for 45 breaths will become a warrior under my command, after achieving the Divine Sea and ascending to the Divine Realm. The red armored warrior had a mischievous smile on his face, waiting to see Master Lan Yan get humiliated. 45 breaths is nothing. Nuo Yanming can handle it easily. The boast had already been made, so Master Lan Yan naturally had to keep his head down and hold out to the end. This old guy is really obsessed with face. The red armored warrior thought to himself, with the corners of his mouth curled up. How many breaths do you think Nuo Yanming can hold out for? At least. Master Lan Yan paused here, stretched out his palm and said, "At least 50 breaths." Master Lan Yan didn't dare to say more. In his opinion, 50 breaths was still possible. "Hey, you said, if it's not enough, take out your bottle of 30,000-year-old red fruit wine, and let's have a drink together." The red armored warrior licked his lips. He was a wine lover, and the red fruit wine of Master Lan Yan was brewed with 30,000-year-old red fruit, and stored for 30,000 years. It can be said to be the best wine. Your mother. You are taking advantage of the fire. I haven't been willing to drink that wine for thousands of years. Master Lan Yan laughed and scolded. The relationship between the two was good, so they would make such a joke. At this time, a crisp voice suddenly came. "General Zun, I bet with you. If I win, I will transplant some ancient phoenix blood to Nuo Yanming according to the regulations. How about it?" The red armored warrior looked up and saw Feng Xianzi in a red skirt standing not far away, looking here with a smile. The red armored warrior stood up hurriedly, clasped his fists and said, "Feng Xianzi, you are joking. If Nuo Yanming's grades are excellent, according to the clan rules, I can indeed apply for the corresponding ancient phoenix bloodline reward for him." "Thank you." Feng Xianzi smiled slightly. In recent years, the Divine Domain Phoenix clan has been increasingly strict in controlling the ancient phoenix bloodline resources. Without the application of the red armored warrior, it would be difficult to approve it. In any case, Lin Ming is also a young hero from their ancient Phoenix City. If Lin Ming has a slight possibility of becoming an elder of the Phoenix clan in the future, it will be a gratifying thing for the ancient Phoenix City. General Zun, in this case, let's start the trial. Feng Xianzi stood up and led the red armored warrior to the transformation mirror hall. Nuo Yanming, the God Realm 100 days assessment has begun. In the small thousand worlds, a true essence transmission sounded into Lin Ming's mind. Previously, Lin Ming had been in seclusion for more than 50 days, comprehending various laws. Some array plates and jade slips had exceeded the time limit, but Fairy Feng had no intention of taking them back, allowing Lin Ming to comprehend until today, when the God Realm 100 days assessment came. Lin Ming was awakened from his state of meditation. When his eyes opened, a faint light of law flashed in them. How long did I stay in meditation this time? You have been immersed in the ethereal martial spirit for 55 days, and have been in the ancient Phoenix City for a total of 100 days. In Lin Ming's body, the soul of the magic light answered slowly. 55 days. I know. Lin Ming stood up. The 100 days assessment is said to be conducted for 100 days, but in fact it can be advanced. Some warriors will apply for the 100 days assessment when the king level trial is 70 or 80 days in progress, and after passing it, it is considered to have completed the king level trial. The earlier the assessment is conducted, the more difficult it will be. The value of completing the trial in 70 days is much higher than that of completing the trial in 100 days. Further down, the difficulty of the 200-day assessment will drop sharply by a level, and as for the 300-day assessment, it is even less worth mentioning. When Lin Ming walked to the hall where the transformation mirror was located, the old man surnamed Jun, Feng Xianzi, Master Lan Yan, including Huo Wenlong, Huo Yu and others had already gathered here. Lin Ming noticed that there was a red-armored warrior standing in front of the transformation mirror, smiling at him. Needless to say, this person was the messenger of the God Realm. After Lin Ming, several more people came one after another. They were all the best among the disciples of the ancient Phoenix City. As for the other disciples who could not break through the first world, they did not even have the opportunity to participate in the 100-day assessment. Everyone, let me introduce them first. After everyone arrived, the old man surnamed Jun stood up. This is Master Lan Yan, the Lord of Ancient Phoenix City. This is Fairy Feng, the Inspector of Ancient Phoenix City. General Zun, the Messenger of the Divine Realm, is also the examiner of this 100 days assessment. The old man surnamed Jun introduced them one by one. Lin Ming had already met Master Lan Yan and Fairy Feng, so he was not surprised. However, the other disciples were surprised. Whether it was the Lord of Ancient Phoenix City or the Inspector, they were both great figures to them. They were inevitably excited to meet such legendary figures. General Zun, who was wearing red armor, smiled and said, "You are all the most outstanding young talents in this year's class of Ancient Phoenix City. The assessment I presided over is extremely strict. Frankly speaking, the probability of you passing the assessment is not very high. In fact, passing or not is not important. This assessment is mainly to investigate your trial situation. My score will also be recorded in your final score. If you serve in the clan in the future, this score will become a reference for your strength." The red-armored warrior said this, and several warriors from the God Realm present were a little nervous. Recording it in the final score means that they will be noticed by the clan, which will also affect their future development prospects in the clan. First of all, everyone will take the test of the God Transformation Mirror. Only those who can persist for more than 15 breaths in the second world will be eligible for the assessment. The red-armored warrior said this, and Huo Ping and others were immediately disappointed. They finally understood that except for Huo Wenlong, Huo Yanming and others, the others were simply pulled here to make up the numbers. Only those who persisted for more than 15 breaths in the second world are eligible for the assessment. Huo Ping just barely broke through the first world 10 days ago. It was a miracle that he could persist for 3 or 4 breaths in the second world. Several other Divine Realm disciples who had similar scores to Huo Ping also looked bitter. After all the fuss, this test had nothing to do with them. The test begins. The red-armored warrior announced. Then, the old man surnamed Jun called out the names of 3 Divine Realm disciples, including Huo Ping. These 3 were just there to make up the numbers, and there was another one who had just shattered the first world of the transformation mirror the day before yesterday. The 3 of them took the test with some helplessness, but no miracle happened. None of them lasted more than 5 breaths, and all were eliminated. The old man surnamed Jun was not surprised at all. Although he knew that he had failed, this was also a trial opportunity for them. The test was broader to prevent the regret of missing out on the pearls. Next, Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong, Huo Yu, it's your turn. There were only 6 warriors in the entire ancient Phoenix City who had shattered the first world of the transformation mirror. 2 trials, 3 people each time was just right. Both Huo Wenlong and Huo Yu were a little nervous. This test was related to their future status in the clan. Lin Ming was the calmest. He didn't care whether the results were good or bad. He had a lot of insights from this retreat and wanted to verify them in the transformation mirror. Just as he walked to the transformation mirror, Lin Ming suddenly heard a true essence voice transmission in his ear. "Boy, I'm Master Lan Yan. In the last transformation mirror trial, I know that you failed to achieve the highest score in order to test some moves. This time, I will say this in advance. You are the top card of my ancient Phoenix City. Your results are related to the reputation of my ancient Phoenix City. You must honestly use all your strength and use all your moves to the maximum effect. Hold on as long as you can and show these guys from the God Realm how powerful my ancient Phoenix City is. If you can't hold on for more than 50 breaths, I will settle accounts with you." Lin Ming originally wanted to verify some new moves, but he was surprised to hear Master Lan Yan's true essence voice transmission. Before he could reply, Master Lan Yan said again, "It doesn't matter if you want to test the moves. After this assessment, there is plenty of time for you to test. In addition, Fairy Feng has applied for the ancient phoenix blood for you. Whether you can get it depends on your ability." "What? The ancient phoenix blood?" Lin Ming was shocked. "But you're going to transplant the blood of the ancient phoenix to me?" "Of course, what else do you think it is? So, do your best." Hearing the affirmation of Master Lan Yan, Lin Ming looked at Fairy Feng again. Seeing the encouraging smile on her face, Lin Ming's heart was immediately filled with fighting spirit. Although he had the support of the evil god seed, his own bloodline was always a weak point. If he could get some more blood of the ancient phoenix, it would be twice as easy to comprehend the laws of the fire system. It seems that this trial must bring out all his abilities. It doesn't matter if he puts aside the verification of the laws for the time being. The trial begins. The red armored man announced, and Lin Ming, Huao Enlong, and Hoyle stretched out their hands and pressed in front of the transformation mirror. The first world, broken. Lin Ming had just entered into meditation for only 3 breaths, and the transformation mirror in front of his palm had cracked like a spider web. The first world had been easily destroyed by him. General Zun's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He broke the first world with absolute strength, and it only took 3 breaths of time. This kid is quite interesting. Just wait and see. Master Lan Yan said proudly, "If this little guy can't hold on for 50 breaths, I will take out the red fruit wine. If that happens, don't even think about keeping your treasures." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 50 Breaths. As a wine lover, General Zun naturally had some treasured vintage wines in his collection. Master Lan Yan had been coveting them for a long time. Lin Ming's ability to break through the first world in 3 breaths immediately gave him a lot of confidence, and he wanted to make a profit from General Zun. "Well, I do have a jar of Wuhua wine that has been stored for 10,000 years. It is also a first-class famous wine. If it is true as you said, I will take it out to celebrate the fact that your ancient Phoenix City has produced a decent young talent." "What do you mean by a tree that has blossomed? You can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. My ancient Phoenix City has always produced many talents." "Haha, old man Lan Yan, don't rush to argue. It is true that Inuo Yanming broke through the first world in 3 breaths, but he relied on absolute power, not the power of law. The absolute power of a Zuandan stage warrior will not work well in the second world. Then let's go in and take a look." The transformation mirror was originally an illusion array with a chaos stone carving as a core. If you are proficient in the power of the original law of the fire system, you can probe your consciousness into the transformation mirror and observe the situation of the trial taker in it. At this time, in the second world of the transformation mirror, Lin Ming was facing the whistling meteorite. Among the 4 moves of piercing rainbow, burying heaven, chasing sun, and chasing lightning, chasing sun is the most suitable to break the state of destruction. Although burying heaven and piercing rainbow are powerful, they also consume a lot of energy. As for chasing lightning, the state of destruction is completely inconsistent. According to Master Lan Yan's plan, Lin Ming could have used chasing sun until the end. However, what Master Lan Yan did not expect was that when the first meteorite landed, it set off a huge wave of magma and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming just stabbed it with an ordinary gun, and even piercing rainbow did not use it, and broke through the flame shockwave and passed it safely. Good boy, you have made great progress in these 55 days. Master Lan Yan's eyes lit up, and he was very happy. He was looking forward to what kind of results Lin Ming could achieve. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meteorites fell one by one, with a diameter of less than half a mile. The shockwave of the explosion could not pose any threat to Lin Ming at all. He stabbed it lightly with one gun after another, easily dissolving the aftermath of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths had passed, but Lin Ming had not consumed much energy at all. Haha, how's it? He can still do it with ease under the pressure of the law of destruction. This kid still has many tricks that he hasn't used yet. Master Lan Yan said proudly. General Zun smiled slightly. Don't worry, the first 20 breaths are not difficult. The meteorites will become more and more dense and larger in size. After 30 breaths, there will be meteorites with a diameter of 1 mile. After 40 breaths, there will even be meteorites with a diameter of 2 miles. The difficulty will double at that time. That's when we will see the real thing. 15 breaths passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, a meteorite with a diameter of half a mile fell down. The rock island where Lin Ming stood before was torn apart by the meteorite and turned into a vast ocean of magma. Facing the shockwave that was several times more terrifying, Lin Ming turned his spear horizontally, and his body was pushed away by the shockwave like a leaf in a storm. In the process of retreating, Lin Ming's spear was fired continuously, and each shot flashed with a green light, easily piercing a wisp of flame energy turbulence. After his body retreated hundreds of feet, Lin Ming was unscathed, and with minimal energy consumption, he resolved the aftermath of the explosion. It's resolved already. A meteorite with a diameter of half a mile, but it still didn't force out Nuo Yanming's martial arts. Seeing this scene, General Zun was finally slightly moved. A meteorite with a diameter of half a mile. Each energy turbulence was difficult to deal with, but Lin Ming could actually break them with such a meager amount of true energy, which was unbelievable. That blue light seems to be a war spirit. General Zun's eyes condensed slightly, and he attached the war spirit to the spear, making the attack power more concentrated, breaking through these energy turbulences with minimal consumption. This control made him have to admire. In fact, not only General Zun, but also Master Lan Yan and Fairy Feng were also shocked. This kid, it turns out, that he has already comprehended the war spirit, and the grade has reached the bronze level. Before the transformation mirror destroyed the world, Lin Ming had never used the war spirit, so neither Master Lan Yan nor Fairy Feng knew that Lin Ming had a war spirit. Feng Xianzi said, in the last trial, Nuo Yanming wanted to verify the power of the law, so he didn't use the war spirit. If he had used the war spirit at that time, he would have lasted longer. The war spirit has nothing to do with the flame realm. Lin Ming only wanted to test his own power of the law in the spirit transformation mirror. It was unnecessary to use the war spirit for better results. A good result meant nothing to him. Of course, this time is different. It is related to the blood of the ancient phoenix, so Lin Ming naturally has to go all out. For the young heroes of the god realm, comprehending the war spirit in the middle stage of Zuundin is not considered a monster, but having a bronze level war spirit in the middle stage of Zuundin is terrifying. This proves that Lin Ming has already comprehended the war spirit, and may even be in the innate stage. Only the war spirit that is comprehended in the innate stage will grow to this point with the improvement of cultivation. Feng Xianzi took a breath. She didn't expect Lin Ming to be so outstanding in willpower. This is incredible. If it is really a war spirit that has been comprehended in the innate stage, then Nuo Yanming's talent in martial arts heart and martial arts will is shocking. Will is no less effective than the artistic conception law for a warrior, so warriors with strong will are highly respected. General Zun silently recorded Lin Ming's battle process on the array plate. This kid may really be able to hold on for 50 breaths. Just the fact that he is suspected of comprehending the war spirit in the innate stage is enough to make him receive great attention when he serves in the clan in the future. Boom. 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 Meteorites fell to the ground one by one, and Lin Ming's spear was wrapped in a green light. Even though the waves of flames were surging, Lin Ming never used martial arts. A little bit of true essence, combined with the war spirit, plus Lin Ming's deep understanding of the artistic conception of the fire law, was enough to cope with it. Without using martial arts, the consumption was very small, allowing Lin Ming to retain sufficient physical strength to face larger meteorite explosions. 30 breaths later, a meteorite with a diameter of nearly 1 mile whizzed down with a long tail of flames. The shock wave of the explosion swept across the sky. Lin Ming's eyes fixed, and the spear in his hand shook, and he attacked without hesitation. Chasing the sun. The flame essence, that had been highly compressed in the evil god seed, burst out. Lin Ming and his spear became one, just like Hao Yi's sun-piercing arrow, piercing across a distance of dozens of miles, and piercing through the wall of flames in between. This was the first time that Lin Ming used all his strength. Because he used chasing the sun, his consumption was still not great. It took a full 30 breaths to use martial arts. After Lin Ming got serious, his comprehensive combat power was so great that even Feng Xianzi was secretly shocked. Old man Lanyan, it seems that you are right. I think I have lost most of my jar of mist flower wine. This little guy not only has a good understanding of the law, but the most rare thing is that he has a strong will and doesn't care much about some vanity. He will definitely be a great man in the future. General Zun praised generously. Losing a jar of wine was just a joke. It was gratifying to see a genius rise. Well, this kid is very much to my taste. When he ascends to the god realm in the future, he will be considered as a subordinate of my ancient Phoenix City. Haha, I really look forward to his growth. While Master Lanyan and General Zun were talking, Huo Wenlang and Huou both exited the transformation mirror. Huou barely lasted for 15 breaths, while Huo Wenlang lasted for 28 breaths. After exiting the transformation mirror, Huo Wenlang's first reaction was to look at Lin Ming. Sure enough, Lin Ming stood in front of the transformation mirror, his face unchanged, as steady as a mountain. Looking at Master Lanyan, Fairy Feng, General Zun, and the old man surnamed Jun, no one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming, even Huo Ping, and others were looking at Lin Ming, so much so that Huo Wenlang doubted whether anyone had recorded his results. How could he feel good about this? Nuo Yangming, you have been in seclusion for 55 days in a row. Today, you are finally tested again in the transformation mirror. This time, I also want to see how far you can persist, and whether the gap between you and me has been shortened. Huan Long gritted his teeth secretly. This time, he did not leave halfway, but sat cross-legged, waiting for Lin Ming to complete the trial. Swoosh. In the transformation mirror, another huge meteorite fell. Lin Ming remained calm, and chased the sun again. Shot after shot, the red rainbow light spanned dozens of miles, splitting the blue sky. Up to now, Lin Ming has only used the sun chaser 5 times. At the same time, he infused the battle spirit into the rainbow, and the power sword. 36 breaths. 37 breaths. 38 breaths. 40 breaths. Beyond the threshold of 40 breaths, the meteorites are denser. At this time, almost all the meteorites that fell are more than 1 mile in diameter. Lin Ming used the power of the evil god to the extreme, and his body was wrapped in red flames and gushing green true essence. At this time, he could no longer remain calm. With absolute strength and the power of the law, he forcibly broke through the aftermath of the meteorite explosion. 49 breaths. A meteorite with a diameter of 1.5 miles whizzed down. Compared with the meteorite with a diameter of 1 mile, the explosion energy of this meteorite is 3 times. Boom. The earth was torn apart, and the whole world turned into a fiery red color. In this terrifying true essence storm, Lin Ming lay with his spear horizontally. On the tip of the spear, the power of space and the power of fire alternately operated. Bury the sky. This is Lin Ming's strongest move, but even the strongest move cannot compare with such a terrifying meteorite explosion. Lin Ming shouted, and the golden light of the evil god seed in his body was shining. The flame totem on the surface of the seed was like the burning eyes of an ancient phoenix. With his understanding of the power of the law of fire, Lin Ming forcibly broke through the flame shockwave, and his face flushed. 50 breaths have passed to break this meteorite. It's really 50 breaths. Nuo Yangming still has some strength to spare. General Sun took a breath. 45 breaths and 50 breaths seem to be only 5 breaths apart, but in fact, there is a huge difference. In the second world of the transformation mirror, there is a hurdle every 10 breaths, and the difficulty increases at an exponential rate. Is it possible to get through the hurdle of 60 breaths? General Sun muttered to himself. At this time, in the sky, more and larger meteorites were being bred. Among these meteorites, there was a supermeteorite with a diameter of more than 2 miles, that was slowly forming. Chapter 743 Reversal of the Star Chain. A meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles may not sound much bigger than a meteorite with a diameter of half a mile, but in fact, it weighs 64 times more. 64 times the weight means 64 times the attack strength. Taking the Xuandan stage and Mingan stage as examples, the difference in the total amount of true essence of a small realm is only a few times. In other words, if a meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles and a meteorite with a diameter of half a mile are both regarded as attacks by warriors, then the former is 1 or 2 realms higher than the latter. Facing a meteorite with a diameter of half a mile, Lin Ming can easily resolve it without even using martial arts. But just now, facing a meteorite with a diameter of 1.5 miles, a difference of 27 times in weight, Lin Ming had already used his strongest burial heaven. And now, facing a meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles, even burial heaven can hardly support it. Once injured, even if he survives this attack, if another meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles falls, Lin Ming will definitely fail. Seeing this scene, whether it was General Sun, Master Lanyan or Fairy Feng, they all opened their eyes wide, waiting to see how Lin Ming would withstand this attack. Nuo Yanming's luck is not very good. Generally speaking, a meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles may not appear until the second half of 50 breaths. Feng Xianzi muttered to herself. It's still a stretch to get past the 60 breaths, but Nuo Yanming has done well enough. This attack is beyond the endurance of a mid-stage Xuandan warrior. Nuo Yanming should be able to hold on despite being injured. In this case, his limit should be 55 breaths. 55 breaths is already amazing. General Sun praised again. As for Master Lanyan, he touched his chin with a look of regret. 55 breaths is indeed a good result, but if it can reach 60 breaths, it is shocking. If Lin Ming is luckier, it is not impossible to exceed 60 breaths. Haha, Lanyan, you are still not satisfied. You are lucky in ancient Phoenix City this time. I'm willing to accept my mist flower wine. Boom boom. In the sky, the chain of stars composed of countless broken stones was operating according to mysterious rules. The broken stones continued to condense into new meteorites. Among them, the meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles was floating and sinking under the wrapping of a ball of fire mist. As soon as it was formed, it would fall down at a very fast speed under the impetus of destructive energy. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly looked up at the sky. The mysterious power of the stars and the laws of the universe were reflected in his pupils. In Lin Ming's body, the evil god seed roared, and the fire essence compressed in the evil god seed burst out like a tsunami. Lin Ming stepped on the sea of magma with both feet, holding a red spear, and his body flew out like a meteor. With a high-pitched phoenix cry, the ancient phoenix mark on Lin Ming's forehead burst into a blazing golden light, and a huge red phoenix flew out of Lin Ming's body and rushed straight into the sky. Bury the sky. Lin Ming stabbed out with a gun, and the space collapsed. Countless space fragments flew out in a rotation. The flames and space forces intertwined together and condensed into a black space firestorm. This storm vortex rushed straight into the sky like a black dragon, breaking through all the fire clouds and mist. Seeing this scene, General Sun's eyes lit up. What is this kid going to do? Could it be? Boom. The black storm vortex finally hit the star chain. Compared with the vast sea of star chains, Lin Ming's attack was like a slender stream of water. It was really not worth mentioning. However, what was incredible was that this seemingly insignificant attack, because of some mysterious law, cut off the trajectory of the star chain in an area. Then, a shocking scene happened. The meteorite nurtured in the fire mist suddenly reversed the law. Not only did it not continue to condense fragments to increase its volume, but countless fragments flew out from the surface of the meteorite, causing its volume to continue to decrease. When the meteorite finally broke away from the fire mist and was down, its diameter had shrunk to 1.5 miles. In the end, it turned from a super large meteorite into a slightly larger meteorite. Its explosion aftermath was broken by Lin Ming with 100% burial heaven. Is this the chain of reversing stars? Whether it was General Zun, Master Lan Yan, or Fairy Feng, they were all shocked. The chain of reversing stars proved that Lin Ming had touched a little door to break through the second world. Of course, touching a little door is still a long way from breaking through the second world, but he touched it after all. Only with the cultivation of the middle stage of Zuanden, Nuo Yanming has begun to touch a little bit of the essence of the law of destruction. Although it is only a little bit, everything is difficult at the beginning. His achievements in the realm of fire in the future will definitely not be low. General Zun had seen countless young talents in his life. Just by looking at Lin Ming's move just now, he could judge Lin Ming's future development to a certain extent. Indeed, I'm quite puzzled. Since Nuo Yanming can achieve this, why is his understanding of the fire law so poor at the beginning? Feng Xianzi said to herself in confusion. Lin Ming's understanding of the fire law at the beginning was really speechless, which was only equivalent to the level of a 13 or 14-year-old child. It's probably because he didn't put enough effort into it. Haven't you noticed that, in addition to the fire law, this kid Nuo Yanming has good attainments in the space law and lightning law? Not only that, he also practiced both magic and body, and comprehended the war spirit. How old is he? And he has comprehended so many things. Even if he doesn't eat or sleep, he can't comprehend them all. Master Lan Yan's beard was crooked with anger after hearing what General Zun said. This kid is really a jerk. He is also a member of my ancient Phoenix clan, but he doesn't comprehend the fire law, but comprehends other things. It's simply unreasonable. After hearing what Master Lan Yan said, Fairy Feng smiled. A single law is indeed not enough. If you can comprehend several more, the laws will be integrated, and the power will be stronger. For example, the blow that Nuo Yanming used to break through the aftermath of the meteorite just now was a fusion of the space law and the fire law. While the three powerful men were discussing, a few more breaths of time passed, and they were already approaching the hurdle of 60 breaths. Lin Ming was able to comprehend the law of fire so quickly, mainly because of the evil god seed. The golden totem on the surface of the evil god seed had already been engraved with the Daoan principle of the law of fire. With this, Lin Ming was able to comprehend the law of fire with half the effort. Boom boom boom. Meteorites exploded one after another. Lin Ming kept an eye on the movement of the star chain in the sky. Once a meteorite with a diameter approaching 2 miles appeared, he would use the heaven burial to reverse the trajectory of the star chain and break it in advance. However, after using the heaven burial repeatedly, coupled with the great gravity of this world, Lin Ming's true essence was consumed very quickly. Even with the support of the 8 gates of Dungia, he had already consumed 50% to 60% of his true essence. 65 breaths. 66 breaths. Getting closer and closer to the 70 breath mark. Outside the transformation mirror, Lin Ming's face flushed. His body was dripping with sweat, and the hand holding the transformation mirror was shaking constantly. On the side, Huao Enlong, Huaping and others were all terrified, especially Huao Enlong, who was very clear about the difficulty of the second world of the transformation mirror. Every 10 breaths, the diameter of the meteorite would become larger and larger, and the weight would double. In order to further speed up the speed of the meteorite in the second world of the transformation mirror, the gravity was also very strong. It was simply unimaginable for him to last for 66 breaths in such a world. In the transformation mirror, a few more breaths passed, 70 breaths. Because of insufficient true energy, Lin Ming finally failed to completely break through the aftermath of the flames, and was pushed out by the energy turbulence, and was injured for the first time. This kid is finally injured. General Zun actually felt a sense of relief. If it continued, he didn't know how long Lin Ming would persist. If Lin Ming was a young hero from the holy land of the divine domain, it would be fine. But Lin Ming was just a warrior from the lower realm, which was simply unbelievable. It should be over now. Once injured, defeat will be very fast. If I can hold on for another 4 or 5 breaths, the total score will be within 75 breaths, which is acceptable. General Zun thought. When a warrior is injured, his true essence is often almost exhausted. In addition, the number and weight of meteorites are increasing. With this increase and decrease, he will be defeated in a few breaths. In the transformation mirror, Lin Ming bit his tongue fiercely and forcibly operated the power of the evil god to suppress the flame energy in his meridians, forcing out a mouthful of reverse blood, and then drew his gun and went up again. At 72 breaths, Lin Ming was injured for the second time, and this time it was more serious. His chest was hit by the energy turbulence, and his flesh and blood were blurred. However, Lin Ming had completed 100% marrow tempering, and he also had a Zhuangjian divine fruit to strengthen his body. His bones were as hard as a treasure. Even though his chest muscles were already burnt and rotten, he still withstood the blow, and did not hurt his internal organs. At 74 breaths, the energy turbulence was too strong, and Lin Ming's ribs were broken by the shockwave, and his 5 internal organs were slightly damaged. 76 breaths. 77 breaths. Until the 78th breath, Lin Ming's true essence was consumed by 80%. At this time, a meteorite with a diameter of 2.5 miles was brewing in the star chain. Lin Ming no longer had the power to reverse the star chain. He could only watch the meteorite suddenly accelerate under the power of the law and fall down with a long flame tail. 79 breaths. 80 breaths. The meteorite's blazing light crossed the sky. 81 breaths. The horrible explosion tore the earth apart. Lin Ming no longer had the ability to resist. His body was torn apart by the shockwave without any suspense. The trial ended here. When Lin Ming withdrew from the transformation mirror with a pale face, General Zun had not yet recovered. 81 breaths. It was incredible. 6 more breaths than he expected, but the concept was completely different. From 70 breaths to 80 breaths, it was a new level. This kid is not only outstanding in terms of laws and battle spirit, but his endurance and ability to withstand attacks are also abnormal. If it were an ordinary warrior, after being injured after 70 breaths, he could only hold on to 75 or 76 breaths at most. But this kid managed to drag it onto 80 breaths, which is abnormal. General Zun had seen that Lin Ming was dying, but he actually stumbled and dragged on for another 10 breaths, and he didn't know what expression to use. Chapter 744, Exchange for Phoenix Blood. Seeing Lin Ming's total score of 81 breaths, Master Lan Yan's face was full of smiles. As a young talent from their ancient Phoenix city, Lin Ming could be considered his disciple. If in the future, Lin Ming could really become an elder of the Phoenix clan, it would be the greatest honor in his life. Of course, this possibility was very low. Even though Lin Ming was extremely talented, it was enough to describe him as a genius that appeared once every 500 years in the 3 major Phoenix cities in the lower realm. However, the elder level figures of the Phoenix clan usually appeared only once every thousands of years, and there was a more than 90% probability of appearing in the divine realm. If Lin Ming wanted to become an elder, he would need considerable luck and opportunity. After all, in the past 200,000 years, the 3 major Phoenix cities in the lower realm had only cultivated 3 elder level figures, and they were all outer sect elders, and there was no inner sect elder at all. Now, it has been 50,000 years since the birth of the nearest outer sect elder, which is a very distant thing for Master Lan Yan, who must be aware that Master Lan Yan is only about 10,000 years old. When this kid ascends to the god realm in the future, I will definitely recruit him into my army. General Zun muttered to himself, subconsciously scratching his palm. Haha, that depends on whether you can get it. Even if Nuo Yanming can't become an elder in the future, the probability of him becoming a hall master is still very high. He may be selected by the Suzaku Hall. With a talent like Lin Ming, it would be very easy for him to get a good position in the Phoenix clan in the future, whether in the ruling system or in the army. Just wait and see. He will definitely join my army. Only fighting is the most suitable for him. Speaking of which, since I lost this time, I will open the mist flower wine tonight, and let's drink to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. You made me drool. When Master Lan Yan heard that there was wine to drink, his eyes were filled with laughter. At this time, Fairy Feng suddenly whispered, General Zun, do you remember the ancient phoenix blood I mentioned before? Remember? Of course I remember. Nuo Yanming persisted for 81 breaths. Just based on this point, he doesn't even need to take the 100-day assessment that I preside over. I can guarantee that he will pass. As for applying for the ancient phoenix blood, I still have to ask Nuo Yanming's own opinion. How much ancient phoenix blood does he want? Does he need other forms of resources? In the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm, young heroes can exchange corresponding resources according to their trial results. Lin Ming is a genius, but the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm is too large. There are too many young talents every 10 years. There are never enough resources to distribute. Besides the young talents, there are also many middle level and higher level masters who are hundreds or thousands of years old. They also need resources. Resources are precious and limited, so there must be a fair way to distribute them. The Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm has an estimate for each resource. Lin Ming uses his achievements to exchange for various resources. If he chooses more of one type, he will choose less of other types. This is the only way to show fairness. No, Yanming. General Zun's consciousness withdrew from the transformation mirror, and he looked at Lin Ming, who was a little exhausted, and smiled. Based on your total score of persisting for 81 breaths in the second world, I can already consider you to have passed the 100 days assessment. I can give you a total score of 9 points. With this score, you can exchange the cultivation resources you need from the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm, including the blood of the ancient phoenix, fire seeds, elixirs, secret manuals of exercises, artistic conception jade slips, etc. What do you want to exchange? General Zun's words made the other warriors envious. You can choose any resource, and each resource is priceless. Huo Wenlong sighed in his heart. He originally thought that he was trying hard to catch up with Lin Ming, but the facts proved that the gap was getting farther and farther. The resources mentioned by General Zun were all approved by the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm. Huo Wenlong himself was a young hero of the Phoenix clan of the Divine Realm. He didn't have the ability to get the things in his own home, but Lin Ming fought for them. Of course, this taste was not good. I want the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming answered without hesitation. The secret manuals of martial arts can be slowly obtained, and elixirs can be found by himself. Fire is an external thing, and such a precious opportunity will certainly not be used to exchange for it. Only the blood of the ancient phoenix, once fused, will permanently increase the body's compatibility with the state of fire. Of course, it should be exchanged first. Lin Ming's answer did not exceed General Zun's expectations. He smiled and said, don't jump to conclusions. The most young talents are willing to exchange for the blood of the ancient phoenix, which makes the blood of the ancient phoenix the most expensive. If all your achievements are used to exchange for the blood of the ancient phoenix, you can probably only exchange for a little more than 1 penny. You can choose the blood of the ancient phoenix and exchange some other forms of resources in moderation. For example, some artistic conception jade slips will be of great help to your comprehension of the laws of the fire system. What do you think? General Zun said so, and Lin Ming hesitated. 1 penny is about 60 or 70 drops, 10 pennies is 1 teal, and 16 teals is 1 catty. A warrior has about 10 catties of blood in his body. In other words, Lin Ming has 1,600 pennies of blood in his body, and the blood of more than 1 penny is less than 1,000th. As for the drop of ancient phoenix blood obtained from the divine phoenix secret realm before, it is even less worth mentioning. It is too far to want to exchange for the so-called perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Perhaps, as General Zun said, exchanging for a part of the artistic conception law of fire is not bad. While Lin Ming was thinking, he heard the voice transmission of Feng Xian's true essence. Nuo Yanming, you will exchange all your achievements for the blood of the ancient phoenix. As for the artistic conception jade slips, the high quality ones are too expensive, and the low quality ones may not be as good as the ones I lent you, so it's useless to have them. Lin Ming looked at Feng Xianzi, who nodded slightly and said, the concentration of the phoenix blood in your body is too low. Don't miss any opportunity to increase the concentration of your blood. As for other tribesmen, their blood concentrations are much higher, so they can be exchanged for some other things appropriately. Thank you for your advice, senior. Lin Ming naturally trusted Feng Xianzi very much, and immediately said to General Zun, I want all the blood of the ancient phoenix. Okay. General Zun did not hesitate and directly took out a half-foot square crystal block from the Zumi ring. In the center of the crystal block, there was a ball of red liquid sealed, only the size of a fingertip, and it looked like a bright red gem. Obviously, this was the blood of the ancient phoenix. General Zun said, in principle, the blood of the ancient phoenix needs to be applied for from the divine realm, but in your case, you should be able to apply for it 100%. I will not waste time and give it to you directly. I hope that you can understand the fundamental law of the fire system in the future and become one of the elders of the Phoenix clan of the divine realm. After that, General Zun waved his hand, and the blood of the ancient phoenix was in Lin Ming's hand. Here is exactly 1 penny. I can also apply for 10 drops for you and give it to you in a few days. Thank you, General Zun. Lin Ming held the crystal block with both hands, looking at the dazzling blood of the ancient phoenix in it, his eyes full of excitement. Tomorrow, it should take 10 hours to take a bus from Chang'an, Dongguan to Maoming. It is the last trip. Take a half day or a day off. After that, everything will be normal. Chapter 745 Achievement of the Late Stage of Zuandan. The ancient phoenix bloodline is the foundation of the existence of the Phoenix clan in the divine realm. Its significance to the Phoenix clan is self-evident. Lin Ming has also gained a general understanding of the Phoenix clan in the divine realm these days. Putting aside the Phoenix clan branches and the 3000 worlds in the lower realm, the number of the Phoenix clan in the divine realm alone can be calculated in the hundreds of billions. Adding the people in the lower realm, there is no telling how many there are. The warriors in the divine realm have extremely long lifespans. For a warrior with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, having 10 offspring is not a lot. If this continues, it will grow at a geometric rate, and it will be easy for the number to exceed hundreds of billions. Moreover, the Phoenix clan in the divine realm has been multiplying for countless tens of thousands of years. With so many young talents, it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to stand out among them. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed of his own small world, Lin Ming asked Mo Guang, what is the situation in the South China Sea? When Lin Ming left, he took a wisp of Mo Guang's soul with him, just to keep an eye on the situation in the South China Sea. The ancient Phoenix City and the Xianan continent are in different spaces, so it is impossible to transmit sound. He can only rely on Mo Guang's own soul to communicate and transmit information. Mo Guang said, the giant Kun should be able to hold out for half a year in the deep sea trench. Now it's only 100 days. It's not bad, but Zuan Wuji will make a tentative attack every once in a while. He should be a little anxious. I know. Lin Ming's face was slightly condensed. If Zuan Wuji kept attacking, the giant Kun might only be able to hold out for more than 5 months. He didn't have much time. Then, I will comprehend the artistic conception law again and absorb the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming said, holding the crystal block of the blood of the ancient phoenix in his palm. He has now completed the king level trial and can go back at any time, but it is naturally faster to comprehend the law in the ancient Phoenix City. And most importantly, Lin Ming does not know how Zuan Wuji's strength compares to his own. Only by increasing his strength to the limit and then facing Zuan Wuji can he have the greatest chance. Holding the blood of the ancient phoenix in the palm of his hand, through the crystal, Lin Ming can vaguely feel the ancient and mysterious aura coming from the crystal. The crystal is only 1 inch thick, and the blood of the ancient phoenix sealed in it looks extremely viscous and presents a perfect spherical shape. Lin Ming struck the crystal with his palm, and the crystal shook violently, cracking into numerous spider web-like cracks. With a turn of his palm and a suction, the blood of the ancient phoenix flew into the palm of Lin Ming's hand. The blood of the phoenix was extremely viscous, and it still condensed into a flat sphere when it fell on Lin Ming's hand, like mercury. Looking at this ball of ancient phoenix blood, Lin Ming was reminded of the realm of marrow like golden soup, blood like mercury slurry mentioned in the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. The so-called blood like mercury slurry means that the blood is splashed like mercury pouring on the ground, condensing without dispersing. I didn't expect that it would be similar to the blood of the ancient phoenix. There is no doubt that the divine beasts of the divine domain are themselves advanced beings who practice both the law and the body. They have powerful physiques and vast energy in their bodies. Not only that, they themselves are more in line with the laws of the universe than humans, or in other words, they are simply part of the law. In this way, how can the divine beasts not be powerful? Lin Ming gathered his true energy into a knife with his fingertips and calmly cut open the skin between his eyebrows, letting the blood flow out. Then, he pressed the bean-sized ancient phoenix blood into his eyebrows. It felt extremely hot, as if a ball of fire was burning between his eyebrows, or as if Lin Ming had sprinkled corrosive acid on his flesh and blood. However, this pain was nothing to Lin Ming, who was used to all kinds of pain. With a strong recovery ability, the wound between Lin Ming's eyebrows healed quickly, and then this ball of ancient phoenix blood was sealed into Lin Ming's body. The ancient phoenix blood has extremely strong vitality. As soon as it entered Lin Ming's body, it began to frantically assimilate and devour Lin Ming's blood. If it did not have enough strength, it would not only fail to absorb the ancient phoenix blood, but would be backfired by the ancient phoenix blood and die, becoming the nutrients that nourished the ancient phoenix blood. Lin Ming silently circulated his true energy, and according to the Suzaku Forbidden God record, the energy flowed through his meridians again and again. An invisible force enveloped the ancient phoenix blood and pressed it into the blood vessels. At this time, in Lin Ming's heart, the magic cube had been quiet and had no intention of coming to compete for the blood of the ancient phoenix. This made Lin Ming secretly relieved. If the magic cube robbed it, he would not have a share of the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered the ethereal martial spirit. Waves of invisible thoughts emanated from the war spirit and the sea of spirit. The fire energy in the surrounding space continuously flowed into the meridians in Lin Ming's body and operated according to the root of the Suzaku Forbidden God record. At this time, in Lin Ming's danshan, the black hole crystal core slowly rotated, forming an energy vortex, constantly devouring the violent energy contained in the blood of the ancient phoenix. With Lin Ming's current strength, absorbing the blood of the ancient phoenix can be said to be safe and sound. It is only a matter of time to fully absorb it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, the ancient phoenix mark on Lin Ming's forehead became more and more bright red and fiery. As for Lin Ming himself, he fell into a strange state. Originally, it would not take that long to absorb the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming entered into a state of meditation for 7 days, because he was comprehending the power of the laws contained in the blood of the ancient phoenix while absorbing it. Originally, Lin Ming had persisted in the second world of the transformation mirror for 81 breaths, and he had many new understandings of the state of fire destruction. Now, taking the opportunity to absorb the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming carefully sorted out the things he had comprehended and verified them one by one with the power of the laws of the ancient phoenix totem stone. Unconsciously, the totem patterns on the surface of the evil god seed became more and more perfect, and Lin Ming's understanding of the state of fire was also rapidly improving. On the 9th day, Lin Ming felt that the crystal core of the Zuanden in his danshan was condensed again, and it was on the verge of transformation, and he was about to break through the late stage of Zuanden. Lin Ming was delighted. After absorbing 1 penny of ancient phoenix blood, plus the comprehension of the power of laws, he was finally going to break through from the peak of the middle stage of Zuanden to the late stage of Zuanden. Before entering the divine phoenix secret realm, Lin Ming's cultivation was the middle stage of Zuanden. Now, after only more than 100 days, he was about to break through the late stage of Zuanden. With his eyes closed, Lin Ming gathered all the energy in his meridians into his danshan, concentrating on the breakthrough. The vortex of the true essence on the black hole crystal core became larger and larger, and the flow rate of the true essence became faster and faster, and the entire surface of the crystal core was covered with a layer of blood red. 1 hour, 2 hours. The small world where Lin Ming was located aroused a fierce storm of vitality. The heaven and earth vitality in this small world is extremely rich, but after all, the space of the small world is limited, and it can't withstand Lin Ming's crazy absorption. Soon, most of the energy of the world was absorbed by Lin Ming. However, the designer of the small world had already considered similar situations. After the concentration of true essence dropped greatly, the formation of the small world would naturally extract the heaven and earth vitality from the ancient Phoenix City for the use of warriors. So, the small world where Lin Ming was located began to devour the energy nearby. In the 9-story attic of the ancient Phoenix City, Feng Xianzi soon got the news. These days, she has been sending people to pay attention to Lin Ming's situation. The small world where Lin Ming is located began to devour the surrounding energy. It seems that this little guy has broken through. Feng Xianzi stood up and looked at Lin Ming's residence through the window. Haha, he should have broken through long ago. He has comprehended so many precious jade slips and totem stones these days, and he has absorbed 1 coin of ancient phoenix blood. His breakthrough speed is already slow enough. Not far from Fairy Feng, Master Lan Yan laughed. As Master Lan Yan said, the blood of the ancient phoenix is a priceless treasure for fire-type warriors. Its value far exceeds that of the Brahma dragon root that is tens of thousands of years old. Lin Ming is only in the Zuandan stage, and the benefits of absorbing 1 coin of ancient phoenix blood can be imagined. Fairy Feng said, this is because Lin Ming has a solid foundation and needs more total amount of true essence to break through. Sometimes a slow breakthrough is not necessarily a bad thing. Well, I'm looking forward to how strong he will be after breaking through the Sea of Gods. In the small world, Lin Ming has been stuck in the critical state of breakthrough for 5 hours. The Zuandan crystal core in Lin Ming's Danshan has grown to the size of a fist, spinning rapidly like a gyroscope, and a layer of red light is covered on the surface of the Zuandan crystal core. At this moment, the Zuandan crystal core suddenly began to collapse from the inside. The entire Zuandan crystal core shrank rapidly, and then burst into a dazzling light. The vitality of heaven and earth gathered frantically, and Lin Ming rushed through the late Zuandan stage in one breath. Finally did it. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. His whole body was soaked with sweat. The late Zuandan stage is the last realm before the death of life. As for the extreme Zuandan, it is the death of life. The death of life stage is essentially the Zuandan stage, because in both realms, the Danshan is full of rotating Zuandan crystal cores, but the difference in strength from the late Zuandan stage to the death of life is equivalent to a major realm. Entering the Zuandan stage can only be regarded as a master of the southern heaven realm, but it is nothing in the entire Xian'an continent. Entering the death of life is the real entry into the master class of the entire Xian'an continent. Even in the Holy Land, the masters of the death of life will be valued. If you can reach the first level of the death of life, you will at least be an outer sect elder in the Holy Land. Lin Ming has now reached the late stage of Zuandan, and is only 1 step away from crossing the life falling stage. At this time, Lin Ming is only 21 years old. My cultivation has reached the late stage of Zuandan, and combined with my deep understanding of the law of fire, I don't know how much I will fight against Zuan Wuji when I go back now. Before Lin Ming entered the king level trial, his strength was not as good as the 3rd level life falling stage, while Zuan Wuji was the 4th level life falling stage. Moreover, he has dominated the South China Sea for so many years, and it is very likely that he has some unknown trump cards. The battle with Zuan Wuji is still full of unknowns. However, Lin Ming is confident that, even if the situation is worse than he expected, he can at least protect Jukun and leave safely. Mo Guang, I still have 5 days of comprehension time in the Chaos Totem Stone. After using it up, we will immediately return to Xian'an continent. This time, Lin Ming persisted in the second world for 81 breaths, and received an extra reward of 5 days of comprehension time. If he does not use it, it will be wasted. Chapter 746 Return to Xian'an. Lin Ming has been in seclusion these days, to comprehend the law of destruction of the realm of fire. In addition, he has broken through the late stage of Zuandan, and absorbed the blood of the ancient phoenix. A lot of doubts have accumulated in his heart. This time, during the last 5 days of comprehension in the ancient phoenix totem stone, Lin Ming released his doubts, and verified them one by one with the flame relief in the ancient phoenix totem stone. As a result, many doubts have not been solved. Moreover, Lin Ming has added new doubts during the comprehension process. Lin Ming now feels that as his comprehension of the realm of fire becomes deeper and deeper, his doubts are increasing. This is a normal phenomenon. If one day, Lin Ming has no doubts, then he has comprehended the origin of the law of fire. It is even possible that people who have comprehended the origin of the law of fire still have doubts. Regarding these doubts, Lin Ming did not ask Feng Xianzi. As Feng Xianzi said, only what you comprehend is the most profound. Moreover, everyone comprehends different laws. Everyone has an independent system of comprehension of laws, using other people's conclusions. To solve your own problems is not the right way after all. Only with a solid foundation can the law system be established more perfectly. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming had been in ancient Phoenix City for 120 days. It was time to leave. Before leaving, Lin Ming applied to enter the transformation mirror for the last time. The second world of the transformation mirror cannot be broken by warriors who are said to be weaker than the divine sea of the mortal realm. This is mainly because warriors below the divine sea strength have no ability to reverse the chain of stars on a large scale, even if you understand the law. With Lin Ming's strength, he can only affect the operation rules of the stars in the sky on a small scale, and it is still quite far from breaking the second world. Lin Ming did not expect to break the second world. He came to the transformation mirror again, this time mainly to verify some moves. Ancient Phoenix City, 9-layered pavilion. General Zun has not left yet. Thousands of years ago, during the war between the ancient Phoenix clan and the alien races, General Zun and Master Lan Yan served in the same army. They were life and death friends. It was only later that Master Lan Yan was seriously injured and came to the ancient Phoenix City to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. General Zun and Master Lan Yan were drinking together, while Fairy Feng was drinking tea leisurely. At this moment, a flame lit up in front of the three of them. This little guy Nuo Yanming has broken through 90 breaths in the second world of the transformation mirror. Master Lan Yan's eyes lit up after hearing the voice transmission. From 81 breaths to 90 breaths, another big difficulty has been added. His progress is amazing. General Zun played with the wine glass and praised. I thought he was progressing slowly. He absorbed the blood of the ancient phoenix and broke through the late stage of Zuanden. I guess he has a new understanding of the laws of the fire system these days, so he persisted for 9 more breaths. It's a bit too little. Master Lan Yan licked the wine on his lips and shook his head. His expression seemed to wish that Lin Ming would directly break through the second world and enter the third world and then scare the old guys in the god realm to death. Not surprising, Fairy Feng elegantly fiddled with the tea leaves in the cup and said faintly, achievements and honors are not important to Nuo Yanming at all. He probably didn't try his best to break through this time, but to verify some of his ideas in the second world of the transformation mirror. If he used every move and every style to last longer, he should be able to break through at least 100 breaths. After Fairy Feng's words, Master Lan Yan suddenly realized that when Lin Ming passed through the second world for the second time, in order to try out his various conjectures, he used all his moves one by one, and even tried the moves of the Thunder Realm. Of course, this consumption was great. He could last for 90 breaths with this way of breaking through the level. It was abnormal. The little guy is about to leave ancient Phoenix City. I hope that he can maximize his luck in Xianan continent when he returns this time. We have done everything we can. It depends on him next. 99% of geniuses have their own opportunities and luck. Master Lan Yan and others believe that Lin Ming's luck is in Xianan continent. Returning to Xianan continent can inherit his luck and settle the cause and effect. After achieving the Sea of God in the future, he will soar into the sky and enter the God realm without any worries. Well, let's pay attention to his growth here. Maybe one day, there is a slight possibility that his strength will catch up with or even surpass us. Feng Xianzi said this with a slight smile. This is already a very high evaluation. Feng Xianzi, General Zun and Master Lan Yan are all the figures in the entire Phoenix clan, second only to the elders. Surpassing them is the elder. There are a total of 72 elders in the Phoenix clan of the divine realm. Elders are also called palace masters because there are a total of 72 palaces in the Phoenix clan of the divine realm. Each of the 72 elders is in charge of a palace. Many of these palaces are located in the secret realm of the divine realm. The internal structure is extremely mysterious and contains mysteries. Some palaces are in remote places and other retreats of the strong. The palace masters of these 72 palaces have been selected over hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The lifespan of the palace masters of some palaces is even longer than that of the current Phoenix clan leader. Want to become the palace master of the 72 palaces? Difficult. And many times, it is not that you are a genius and can become a palace master. There are too many geniuses. A batch of young talents emerge every few years, and there are even more in the divine realm. Even if you shine in the trial, it is useless. After all, the future is unknown. Good luck now does not mean good luck in the future. Being a genius now does not mean that your potential will not be exhausted in the future. For example, some palace masters of the Phoenix clan did not even get the first place in the king level trial. However, later on, those who were more talented than them were gradually caught up and surpassed by them. In the end, they became palace masters, while those who were once stronger than them became ordinary people or even fell. No one could tell what Lin Ming's future would be like. While the three of them were drinking, Lin Ming had packed his luggage and came to the teleportation array of the ancient Phoenix city. These 120 days were too important for Lin Ming. He came into contact with a new world and greatly broadened his horizons. When he left, Lin Ming also took the artistic conception jade slips left by Fairy Feng. These jade slips were originally only lent to Lin Ming for 1 or 2 months, but now they are lent to Lin Ming for a long time, until he breaks through the Sea of God. It's time to go home. Lin Ming clenched his fists and resolutely stepped into the teleportation array. The vast South China Sea was surging. No one in China continent knows how big the South China Sea is, and no one knows where the end of the South China Sea is. It is rumored that a great sea god has been flying south for more than 10 years, but still has not found the edge. Instead, he encountered more and more powerful deep sea beasts, which made him exhausted and had to return the same way. At this time, more than 10,000 feet deep in this vast sea, 3 or 4 warriors gathered together, led by Zhu and Wuji, the number 1 person in the South China Sea demon realm. In front of Zhu and Wuji was a creature that looked like an octopus. It had more than a dozen tentacles and 2 human-like hands. It was not strange for the Deep Sea clan to look like anything. Next to the octopus monster stood the patriarch of the Blue-Eyed Sea Ape clan. Although it suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Ming and many of its members were killed, it still couldn't resist the temptation, and was unwilling to give up the dragon marrow of the giant Kun. As for the Mo Jiao clan, they did not appear again. The Mo Jiao clan leader was originally only at the 2nd level of life and death, and his strength was too low. Following Zhu and Wuji and others would not give them any benefits, but would instead threaten their clan with extinction. If they failed to kill Lin Ming, they would be even more unlucky. They would naturally withdraw from such a thankless task. In addition to Zhu and Wuji and several other deep sea clans, there was also a feminine man among the crowd, with slender eyes, pale skin, and an evil smile on his face. This man was also from the demonic path, named Bei Guanyan, nicknamed the Undead Demon. Bei Guanyan also followed the lewd path, and was considered a colleague of Zhu and Wuji. His ancestors had a great connection with the Ghost Demon Emperor City. Later, the Ghost Demon Emperor City was destroyed, and Bei Guanyan's lineage fled to the southwest continent. Now, they have also established a sect, and also established a sect of the demonic path. Originally, Bei Guanyan's sect of the magic sect was not comparable to the South Sea Demon Realm, but now, the South Sea Demon Realm has been plundered several times by Lin Ming, and is almost in name only. Bei Guanyan's sect is naturally stronger than the South Sea Demon Realm. Elder Zuan, you are exaggerating a bit. It was made into this state by a young man in his 20s, who has only the Zuandan stage of cultivation. Even the sect has been destroyed by 80% to 90%. Is it really that serious? Bei Guanyan's words were not very obvious with irony, and Zhu and Wuji could naturally hear it. However, at his level, he was only focused on breaking through the Sea of Gods and becoming an emperor. As for other people's ridicule, he didn't care at all. He would find Bei Guanyan to jointly set up 1,000 illusion sea sealing array, which required 4 strong men with a cultivation of 3-fold life and death or above. There were 3 of the octopus monster, the chief of the Blue-Eyed Sea Ape, and Zhu and Wuji among the deep sea tribes, and he was still missing one, so he found Bei Guanyan. Firstly, he and Bei Guanyan are old acquaintances. Secondly, Bei Guanyan has reached the 3rd level of life-death, and his strength is not as good as Zhu and Wuji, so he is relatively easier to control. Otherwise, even if he can find a top expert to really kill Lin Ming, after learning the secret of Lin Ming, the secret may be snatched away by others. At that time, he will sacrifice so much, but will be doing wedding clothes for others in vain. Bei Guanyan, You have lived for more than 1,000 years. You should understand the truth that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Not to mention that Lin Ming is a fierce tiger, and you will suffer if you underestimate the enemy. Haha. Anyway, you have already paid the remuneration I want. I work for you. Whatever you say is up to you. Bai Guan'an's face was full of smiles, and he didn't feel anything about Zhuan Wuji's words. In fact, seeing the current situation of the South Sea Demon Realm, he was full of gloating. Bai Guan'an, you go to the south. Brother Heian, you go to the north. I will stay in the east, and the rest depends on Brother Qianxue. The Brother Qianxue that Zhuan Wuji mentioned is the octopus monster. This time, the arrangement of the 1,000 illusion sealing array mainly relies on the octopus monster. Once the 1,000 illusion sealing array is set up, it will be like a net of heaven and earth, with endless illusions, which can directly destroy the perception of the giant kun. Chapter 747 Bloodstained Deep Sea. The mysterious illusion array is difficult to penetrate, not to mention that the giant kun has low intelligence and cannot distinguish the difference between illusion and reality. If it is a trapped array with boundaries, it can be broken by a single attack from the giant kun. However, this 1,000 illusion sealing sea array itself has no boundaries, so it can directly block the giant kun's attack, leaving the giant kun with nowhere to use its strength. On one side of the deep sea trench, Bai Guan'an followed the octopus monster and was arranging the array. The deep sea trench is very long, and the entire array has to cover a radius of 10 miles. The octopus monster lies on the rock wall of the trench, its body squirming, and the energy of the deep sea constantly passes through its tentacles and gathers into its body. Brother you, that kid named Lin Ming has a lot of secrets, right? Bai Guan'an said casually. In his opinion, Zhuan Wu had no chance to encircle and suppress Lin Ming at all costs, not just for revenge. The octopus monster looked at Bai Guan'an woodenly, with pus-like bulges all over its body. I don't know. Its voice sounded extremely difficult, as if it had learned the voice by forcibly changing its vocal tract with some ability. Bai Guan'an pondered for a moment. He didn't know what the secret of Lin Ming was. He wanted to get a piece of it, but with his strength, he had no capital to challenge Zhuan Wuji, unless he found a few more allies, or looked for some opportunities. I heard that Lin Ming is not even 25 years old. He has reached the middle stage of Zuanden before he is 25 years old. He probably has something extraordinary. Bai Guan'an did not shy away from the octopus monster and said it directly, hoping to arouse the other party's interest. If we can catch Lin Ming in advance and use soul-searching techniques to investigate, we may be able to make some unexpected discoveries. The premise is that brother you can do some tricks on the formation. As long as we can hide it from Zhuan Wuji, the matter of capturing Lin Ming can be handed over to me. I guarantee that there will be no problems. Bai Guan'an said casually. He is an ambitious person. Although he knew that doing so would be dangerous to anger Zhuan Wuji, he still couldn't help the desire in his heart. As for dealing with Lin Ming, he didn't think it was a problem at all. Trick the formation, hide it from Zhuan Wuji, and capture Lin Ming alive. The octopus monster's mind moved, and the movement of his hand slowed down a little. The bulges on his body bulged, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Ming was undoubtedly a delicious delicacy, but trying to touch Lin Ming was like snatching food from the tiger's mouth, and it would risk offending Zhuan Wuji. There are still a few days before the 1,000 illusion sea sealing array is fully arranged. If you use this time to plan. The octopus monster was thinking about it and suddenly felt a bit unusual. As a deep sea creature, it is extremely sensitive to changes in water. At that moment, it felt that there seemed to be a faint murderous intent in the water. Huh. Get out of the way. The octopus monster screamed shrilly, and its body suddenly accelerated to rush to one side. Bai Guan'an was shocked and followed closely. Just as the two of them rushed out, the water flow rolled into a blade, where they were originally stranded, spinning and cutting wildly. What is this? The octopus monster was shocked. There was no energy contained in the rotating water knife. It seemed to be driven by only a will, as if it wanted to cut everything into pieces. Who is it? The octopus monster and Bai Guan'an turned their heads suddenly, and looked in the same direction. There, a young man in blue holding a red spear approached silently like the god of death in the dark. His body was completely integrated with the surrounding seawater. Only the red spear was particularly bright and dazzling. Under the deep sea, people can only see things by senses, and no sunlight can be seen. However, the red spear itself emits a faint red light, as if it is about to burn. You are. Baiguanan's pupils suddenly contracted. He was not unfamiliar with the face of this young man. Before leaving for the Southern Sky region, he had investigated the situation in the Southern Sky region many times. This young man is Lin Ming. You are Lin Ming? Haha, it's really easy to find someone without any effort. Since you are here, stay. Baiguanan seemed to be arrogant, but he was secretly on guard in his heart. The energy in his body was running to the extreme. According to the intelligence, Lin Ming's strength was not as good as that of the triple life. Why would he take the initiative to attack them? 1 against 2. Zuan Wuji was still nearby. Didn't he want to live? Lin Ming gave him the feeling of a dangerous beast in the sea of gods at this time. This feeling of being wrapped in murderous intent gave him an irresistible illusion in his heart. Baiguanan immediately drew out the top grade earth level sword from the Zumi ring. At this time, he suddenly noticed that Lin Ming's cultivation was at the late stage of Zuanden. The late stage of Zuanden, does it seem inconsistent with the intelligence? In a flash, Baiguanan had no time to think about it. Lin Ming's gun had already stabbed straight at him. The scorching flames heated the sea water to boiling, and the gun stabbed across a distance of dozens of feet, like a meteor that cuts through the night sky in the dark night. Humph. Baiguanan snorted coldly. Although he was a little afraid of Lin Ming, he was not afraid of Lin Ming. It's only the late stage of Zuanden. Do you really think you are invincible? This old man will let you know the strength of the triple life fall, the sky-breaking sword. Facing the unknown Lin Ming, Baiguanan did not dare to hide anything. He shouted and fought back with 100% of his strength. This sky-breaking sword was one of his 3 ultimate moves. At the same time, the octopus monster also danced with its tentacles, ready to attack with all its strength. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly lit up between Lin Ming's eyebrows, and the speed of the spear in his hand soared. The state of destruction of fire, chasing the sun. The power of this spear was like a meteorite falling to the ground in the second world of the transformation mirror. With a loud bang, the sword in Baiguanan's hand broke. What? Baiguanan watched his sword shatter like glass, and his mind was horrified to the extreme. At the critical moment, his body retreated violently, but Lin Ming's spear was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The law of destruction bloomed in front of Baiguanan, and the sea water decomposed in an instant. Baiguanan screamed, and the right half of his body was bloody. Not dead. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows, said nothing, and swept the spear across. Baiguanan was so scared that his soul was about to die. Brother, you save me. At this time of crisis, the octopus monster also discovered Lin Ming's horror. Although he didn't know what had happened in the past 4 months, there was no doubt that Lin Ming's strength had soared a lot, and it was definitely not something it could deal with now. As for saving Baiguanan, that was a complete joke. It hoped that Baiguanan would delay some time for it, so that it could escape. At this point, it had no interest in setting up the 1000 illusion sea sealing array. If it couldn't kill Lin Ming, the consequences would be very serious. The octopus monster used more than a dozen tentacles and quickly rushed into the deep sea. Baiguanan cursed in his heart. When he was about to die, he bit his tongue hard, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and forced his true energy to circulate. His body was raised by 10 feet. This also made Lin Ming's shot at Baiguanan's waist only hit Baiguanan's calf. Puff. The leg bone burst, the blood scattered, Baiguanan screamed, and his heart was full of hysterical despair. Lin Ming didn't bother to chase Baiguanan anymore. He turned around suddenly. The Shura force field and the Killing God force field erupted at the same time. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a ball of purple flames shot into his palm. As soon as the flame appeared, the surrounding seawater instantly vaporized and disappeared, and a spherical hole was burned in the entire deep sea. This flame was the burning star flame. The war spirit was infused into the flame, and Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the burning star flame flew out like an arrow. Ah! The octopus monster, which had just escaped not far away, let out an extremely piercing scream. Its speed first dropped sharply, because it was covered by the double force field. Then, it felt as if a sun appeared in the sea, and the rich water in its body was quickly drained by this purple sun. As a deep sea clan, the octopus monster was originally a water creature, and fire was their natural enemy. Roar. The octopus monster roared, and spit out a pitch black ball, shooting at the burning star flame. Demon pill? Lin Ming's eyes lit up. If he was not mistaken, this black sphere was the demon pill of the octopus monster. The deep sea clan was not so much human as highly intelligent demon beasts. Demon pills were something that only higher level demon beasts could cultivate, similar to the human spinning pill crystal core. They were extremely important. Generally, they would only use demon pills to fight against the enemy when they encountered extremely dangerous situations. The sphere was extremely fast and collided with the burning star flame without any fancy moves. With a loud bang, a terrifying explosion occurred in the depths of the ocean. The aftermath of the explosion spread out and hit Baiguanan directly. The octopus monster was injured by the demon pill, and with a miserable groan, it spit out a large mouthful of black liquid like ink and flew backwards. Lin Ming held the red spear and took a step forward. This level of aftermath was like a breeze to Lin Ming, who was used to the shockwave of the meteorite explosion in the second world of the transformation mirror. It was not worth mentioning at all. He easily broke through the aftermath, stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and appeared in front of the octopus monster in an instant. At that moment, the octopus monster's face twitched violently. Its demon pill had not yet returned to its body, but Lin Ming had already killed it. One can imagine how bad the situation was. Die. Lin Ming shot out with an expressionless face. The gun contained a 100% burning mood. The red gun blade was like rushing out from the scorching sun, and a large amount of water vapor evaporated. The octopus monster screamed, and was stabbed directly into its soft head by Lin Ming's gun. Ha ha ha. The octopus monster screamed in a completely inhuman way. Its originally milky white face was covered with pigment cells like colorful clouds, and the colors like various watercolor paintings flashed alternately. Kai kai kai. The octopus monster's body shrank rapidly, and a large amount of water in its body evaporated, and the spinning black demon pill was grabbed by Lin Ming in his hand. The demon pill of the triple life demon beast is a great fortune. Swallowing it directly can play a great role in the training of warriors. In addition, it can also be used to make pills. Lin Ming is determined to become an alchemist, so he will certainly not miss this rare water-based alchemy material. Chapter 748, Battle of Inorganic. From the time Lin Ming appeared to the time the octopus monster was killed, it seemed like a long time, but in fact it was only 5 or 6 breaths of time. Baiguanan watched Lin Ming kill the octopus monster, whose strength was almost the same as his, in such a short time, like slaughtering a chicken or a dog, and was terrified. His legs were broken at this time, and it was impossible for him to escape. How could this happen? Baiguanan was crazy. 4 months ago, Lin Ming was only able to barely kill the second level life fall. How could he improve so fast? Question mark. Generally, a warrior can break the life fall once every few decades, which is already a very abnormal speed. Lin Ming only took 4 months to improve his strength by at least 1 realm, which made Baiguanan almost desperate. At this time, a whirlpool suddenly rolled up in the deep sea, and a powerful momentum surged over like a tide. Baiguanan was overjoyed, and suddenly turned around to see Zuan Wuji holding a black longsword not far away, killing him here. Brother Zuan, save me. Baiguanan shouted for help, but just as he shouted halfway, a scorching spear appeared in front of Baiguanan's throat like a ghost. Crack. With a slight sound, blood spurted out. Baiguanan stared unwillingly, staring at Lin Ming. However, because his perception was dissipated, Baiguanan could not see in the seawater without sight, and his vision soon became pitch black. Bang! The protective true energy was completely shattered, and the seawater poured in and rushed into Baiguanan's body. This place was a depth of 10,000 feet, and the pressure was extremely terrifying. Baiguanan was not a deep sea family. His body lost the protection of the true energy, and his eyeballs burst in an instant, and his eardrums were perforated. Then the seawater poured into his body, crushing his internal organs, meridians, and muscles into mud. Lin Ming withdrew the spear expressionlessly, and with a flick of his finger, Bei Guanan's Zumi ring fell into Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming. A slightly vicissitudes of life voice came. Lin Ming turned his head and saw Zuan Wuji holding a black spear in the dark sea 100 feet away, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at Lin Ming's brow. Lin Ming indifferently laid the spear horizontally, and the tip of the spear confronted Zuan Wuji from a distance, with a dark cold light on one side and a blazing red light on the other. After so many years, Lin Ming can finally stand in front of Zuan Wuji and fight him head on. The ordinary boy who was not even allowed to enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion in the past, now has the capital to declare war on the #1 person in the South China Sea. Zuan Wuji looked at Lin Ming, and suddenly felt a lot of emotion. It should be nearly 5 years, from the time my great-grandson Zuanji was killed by you to now. In less than 5 years, you have gone from the peak of the condensation vein stage to the late stage of the proton pill stage. I have investigated your history. When you were 15, you were still mediocre. Now you are only 21 years old. In just over 6 years, you have grown from a mortal to a top master who can kill triple life. The speed of your cultivation is unprecedented in the Xianan continent. I'm really curious, what is the secret behind you? Zuan Wuji spoke slowly. Lin Ming did not say anything, but the chief of the blue-eyed C8 clan who had been following Zuan Wuji changed his expression. In less than 5 years, you have gone from the peak of the condensation vein stage to the late stage of the proton pill stage. Question mark? The chief of the blue-eyed C8 clan originally only knew that Lin Ming's talent was abnormal, but it did not know what kind of history Lin Ming had. Until today, when it heard Zuan Wuji's words, it learned for the first time how evil Lin Ming was. In 5 years, his cultivation level went from the condensation vein stage to the late Zuandan stage. Such a terrifying cultivation speed. If it said that Lin Ming had no chance, it would never believe it. No wonder Zuan Wuji paid such a high price to catch Lin Ming. It's really unbelievable. Zuan Wuji sighed, with a strange look in his eyes. At the birthday banquet of Master Xiangang, you fought with Jia. Although Jia was only in the acquired stage, he had outstanding talent and practiced ancient magic skills. He was already able to fight against innate masters, but he was still defeated by you with the cultivation level of the condensation vein stage. Although your talent at that time was amazing, there were many young heroes with the same talent as you in the 4 great divine kingdoms, or even more talented than you. At that time, you were amazing, but not terrible. I wanted to kill you later, just to avenge Jia. I never thought that there would be something in you that interested me, and I never thought that you could grow into a top master who could threaten me in a short time. Later you entered the Demon God Emperor Palace, and with your mere acquired cultivation, you played us old guys around, and stole the Brahma Dragon Root and the Kyankan Melting Sun Furnace. I planned this for more than 10 years, but in the end, it was all for a little kid. It's ridiculous. Until now, I still can't figure out how you learned the ancient formations, how you got all the treasures and escaped. You left for 2 years, after getting the Brahma Dragon Root and the Kyankan Melting Sun Furnace, and now you've returned. You've completely become a monster. I'm so anxious to force you out, because I'm afraid of you in my heart. Sometimes I'm even afraid that I'll just sleep for a while, and when I open my eyes the next day, you'll have enough strength to kill me, and will come to my door. Zuan Wuji said so much in one breath. After being in contact with Lin Ming for such a long time, there were too many questions weighing on his mind, and the pressure he was under was getting greater day by day. Secret? Lin Ming smiled slightly. Zuan Wuji, don't you know the existence of the divine realm? You are afraid of my growth rate. That's because you are just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. There are countless young talents in the 3000 worlds. One day, you may find that what you have been pursuing is just trash in the eyes of others. Ha ha ha. Zuan Wuji laughed. You are right. There is always someone better. I'm indeed a frog in a well, and I'm not willing to be a frog in a well. I'm not willing to let the things I have been pursuing all my life be just unwanted waste in the eyes of others. So, I also want to get out of this world, and you are my stepping stone. Maybe the secret in you is just trash in the eyes of the strong in the divine realm, but in my eyes it is a treasure, and it is my only hope to break through my own limit. Go ahead. Let me see what the limit of your strength is. Zhu and Wuji said as he shook the spear in his hand and stabbed straight at Lin Ming. Take my spear. Wu shatters Zhuanshan. Boom. Zhu and Wuji's burst of true energy exploded in the ocean of huge pressure. The seawater around Lin Ming suddenly became as hard as iron and pressed towards Lin Ming. Although this pressure would not hurt Lin Ming, it could form a cage, blocking all of Lin Ming's evasive directions. In fact, Lin Ming had no intention of dodging at the beginning. He wanted nothing more than a head-on collision. With his whole body's true energy running, and the power of the evil god activated to the limit, Lin Ming held a red spear, and the war spirit was infused on the tip of the spear. For a moment, the whole spear flashed a blazing red light, chasing the sun. The seawater was evaporated by the scorching energy, and Lin Ming stabbed Zhu and Wuji's spear tip with a spear. Boom boom boom. The two amazing energies collided with each other, and the seawater rolled back crazily. Seeing that the situation was not good, the patriarch of the blue-eyed C8 clan had already retreated far away. What is this? Zhu and Wuji felt a sharp force being transmitted to the spear body at the moment of fighting with Lin Ming. His heaven-level spear seemed unable to withstand this force and trembled softly. This scene shocked Zhu and Wuji. Explode. Zhu and Wuji shouted loudly, detonating the true essence attached to the sword body. Under the impetus of energy, he retreated far away. He looked down at the dark spear in his hand, which was still trembling. If he continued to hit it like this, he could not guarantee whether the spear would break. This is a heaven-level treasure. If it was a top-grade earth-level treasure, it would be shattered in one collision. Zhu and Wuji's eyes were focused on the red spear in Lin Ming's hand. The spear seemed to be a heaven-level treasure as well, but it was so strange that Zhu and Wuji could not tell what level it was. However, even if it was a mid-level heaven-level treasure, it would never cause such a terrifying pressure on his sword. Thinking back to the sharp power just now, Zhu and Wuji's heart suddenly trembled. Could it be that kind of power was a war spirit? The South Sea Demon Realm was once a holy land, and its emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, was a figure ranked high in the entire Xianan continent 3000 years ago. Of course, there are records of war spirits in the sect's classics. Zhu and Wuji didn't recognize the war spirit at first, because this kind of power was a bit far away from him, so he didn't even think about it. Lin Ming, this kid, actually comprehended the war spirit in the late stage of Zhuandan? No, according to the description in the classics, the grade of this kind of war spirit is not low, and the time when Lin Ming really comprehended the war spirit is probably earlier. At such a young age, he comprehended the war spirit, and the gun he just fired was not only blessed by the war spirit, but also contained the mysterious and incomparable fire realm. The mystery of this realm is probably beyond the reach of the fire realm of Xingji, the master of Yin'ayang Zuan Palace. Yin'ayang Zuan Palace mainly practices Yin'ayang water and fire, emphasizing the complementary nature of yin and yang. Xingji practices fire, and has the second level of life. Zhu and Wuji has seen Xingji's fire realm, which is simply scum compared to Lin Ming. A war spirit comparable to the mighty sea of gods, a fire state of mind far beyond the star pole. Zhu and Wuji clenched the black sword in his hand, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. He had always thought that Lin Ming could suddenly become a demon, just because he was lucky and got a great opportunity. If he got this opportunity, his achievements would be even higher. But now it seems that neither the war spirit nor the fire state of mind can be obtained by chance alone. The war spirit depends on will, and the fire state of mind depends on understanding. Could it be that Lin Ming is really an eternal genius? Zhu and Wuji's face completely sank. He raised the spear horizontally, and his right hand stroked the spear tip. Scarlet blood remained on the spear tip and the spear shaft. Then, an incredible scene happened. The black spear seemed to turn into a bloodthirsty beast at that moment, completely absorbing Zhu and Wuji's blood, and the color changed from black to scarlet. Lin Ming, I didn't expect that you could force me to sacrifice my blood to the spear with just one move. This battle is a life and death battle between you and me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749 The Gap. Zhu Enwuji practiced ancient magic skills and could use his own blood essence as a guide to refine his spear, gaining stronger attack power. However, warriors have limited blood essence, and using this move will undoubtedly consume some vitality. Zhu Enwuji used blood sacrifice to the spear in the battle with Lin Ming. The main reason was not to enhance the attack power, but to strengthen his spear. Otherwise, his sword would be cut off by Lin Ming's spear after a few collisions. This disadvantage actually did not come from the treasure, but from the war spirit. Both were heaven level treasures, with only a small grade difference. Zhu Enwuji's spear would not have a significant disadvantage when colliding with Lin Ming's spear. However, Lin Ming's spear was infused with the war spirit, which made the spear soar a lot in both sharpness and hardness. You must know that when Lin Ming used the upper grade Zixuan spear of the earth level to infuse the war spirit, he could penetrate the corpse evil that had been tempered by the black gold divine fruit, and whose defense was comparable to that of the heaven level treasure. Now, using the ancient Phoenix City standard spear of the middle grade of the heavenly rank, its toughness alone can even be compared with the upper grade of the heavenly rank treasure. The sharpness of the war spirit attached to such a weapon can be imagined. Zhu Enwuji has no war spirit, so he is not qualified to collide with Lin Ming head on. In this way, he either consumes a lot of true essence to protect the spear in each attack, or can only use the blood sacrifice spear, which kills 1000 enemies and injures himself 800. Zhu Enwuji's mouth was stained with a trace of scarlet blood, and the red spear in his hand pointed directly at Lin Ming's heart. I was forced to withdraw the move in the middle of the spear just now. This time, I will go all out. Zhu Enwuji and Lin Ming have fought to this point, and there is no way to retreat. He must fight, because Zhu Enwuji himself is an ambitious person. If possible, he not only wants to achieve the Sea of Gods, but also wants to ascend to the realm of gods, to see the wider world. Now, the opportunity is in front of him. If he doesn't fight for it, he is destined to return to dust after 1,000 years. Blood waves are surging. Zhu Enwuji held a black spear in his hand. His originally gloomy face had a sickly red color after he sacrificed that strand of blood. The spear in his hand was like a devil's scarlet tongue, sweeping with rolling red energy and shining red light, and slashed towards Lin Ming. Facing Zhu Enwuji's attack, Lin Ming held the red spear diagonally, and his inner essence was running to the extreme. The spear's power and fighting spirit continued to rise. In this battle under the pressure of the deep sea, every move and every style would stir up the highly compressed sea water, consuming more energy and physical strength. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. Lin Ming held the tail of the red spear with both hands and chopped it down from top to bottom. This spear was a move that Lin Ming realized after reversing the chain of stars in the second world of the Huashan mirror. The spear move had no name, only a hint of the artistic conception of destruction contained in it. The spear slashed out, tearing the deep sea apart, and violently collided with Zhu Enwuji's spear light. Boom. The entire sea area was shaking, and the surging sea current swept out. A large amount of mud and sand was stirred up on the seabed hundreds of feet away from the two people fighting, forming a grey-white mud and sand storm. More than a dozen deep sea beasts hidden in the sand pile were scared and fled in all directions. Clang 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 clang. In such a storm of mud and water, Lin Ming and Zhu Enwuji started a close combat. The fierce collision of the two heavenly treasures. The sea current was wantonly surging, and under the huge high pressure, the sea water was heated to a temperature comparable to magma, but still could not be vaporized. Every move and every style of Lin Ming condensed the power of the fighting spirit, and every sword of Zhu Enwuji contained the power of blood and essence. The killing force field of the demon martial will. During the battle, Lin Ming's murderous aura became more and more intense, and he began to oppress Zhu Enwuji. The killing force field is the will condensed by the killing thoughts of the warrior. If a warrior with a weak mind is shrouded in the killing force field, the fire of life will be extinguished. Even a master with strong strength will be affected by the killing god's force field, and his strength will not be able to reach the peak level. Huh. This kid. Zhu Enwuji was shocked. Lin Ming actually had such a move similar to the field. What on earth did this kid experience? Why did he have so many abilities that others could not even ask for? 10,000 ghosts are crying. Break it for me. Zhu Enwuji turned the spearhead, and a wisp of purple ghost fire emerged on the tip of the dark spear. For a moment, it seemed as if countless ghosts were crying. This wisp of purple flame was simply the condensation of the soul fire of countless wronged souls. Zhu and Wuji's spear killed countless warriors. Like the great wilderness blood halberd, it used the warrior's blood and wronged souls as nutrients to strengthen itself. The wronged souls were constantly killed by the killing god's force field, but the purple flame on the Zhu and Wuji spear blade became more and more vigorous. Devil, dodge. The muscles on Zhu and Wuji's face twisted violently, and he struck at Lin Ming's forehead. However, Lin Ming did not dodge, but stabbed back with a spear, piercing Zhu and Wuji's heart, destroying the law. Zhu and Wuji was shocked. Lin Ming ignored the fatal sword above his head, and continued to attack him. This was simply a way of fighting without risking his life. With a turn of the spear tip, Zhu and Wuji detonated the energy attached to the spear. There was a loud bang, and the true essence collided. Lin Ming only attacked, and did not defend, causing Zhu and Wuji and Lin Ming to be injured at the same time. Lin Ming was shocked by the energy of the true essence explosion, and was thrown hundreds of feet away. Zhu and Wuji was also in pain. Although Lin Ming's shot was blocked by him, the spear light attached to the war spirit continued to move forward, and pierced his heart. After being weakened by the layers of the body's true essence, 10% of the power still rushed into his body's meridians, and destroyed it wantonly. Zhu and Wuji's face turned pale, and he finally suppressed this true essence, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Injured. Zhu and Wuji's face darkened. Although it was only a minor injury, and although the opponent only attacked, and did not defend, and was injured more seriously than himself, no matter what, he was injured by a younger generation who was less than a fraction of his age. A warrior of more than 1,000 years old, a 4th level life falling warrior, was injured by a warrior in his 20s in the late stage of Zuanden. It would be a joke to tell everyone, boy, you want to exchange injuries for injuries. If you can't block a move, dream on. Zhu and Wuji sneered. Some warriors are not as strong as others, and have no confidence to block the opponent's moves, so they use the shameless fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries, to force the opponent to stop. But Zhu and Wuji is experienced in combat, and his strength can be sent and received freely. He can change his moves at any time, and he doesn't fall for this trick at all. Just now, he temporarily changed the direction of attack, and blocked most of the impact, while Lin Ming couldn't change his moves in time, and he definitely suffered more. However, Zhu and Wuji's smile only lasted for a few breaths, before it froze on his face. He stared at Lin Ming's chest with wide eyes. His clothes were torn by the flow of true energy, but there was only a shallow blood stain on the skin under the clothes, and this blood stain was still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Zhu and Wuji was shocked. His spearlight clearly fell on Lin Ming's body. Even if the protective true energy was weakened, it would still seriously injure Lin Ming. How could it only leave such a shallow scar? Zhu and Wuji had no time to think about it. Lin Ming thrust his spear and attacked again. This spear infused Lin Ming's whole body with true energy, stirring up the energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles. The space was distorted at that moment, and the sea water boiled. With the spear thrust out, the sea water under great pressure was pushed open to form a vacuum tunnel. In Lin Ming's body, the evil god seed screamed, and the flames of burning stars surged out. Bury the sky! Exclamation mark. The attack that combined the artistic conception of fire and the power of space, using the turbulent flow of space as wind, helped the power of fire. Zhu and Wuji's eyes were fierce, and the spear in his hand thrust out repeatedly. The emperor is coming to the world. Kakaka. The spear in Zhu and Wuji's hand trembled again, as if it could not hold on any longer. Lin Ming's spear was unstoppable, and it was directly aimed at Zhu and Wuji's face. Around the spear blade, the space was shattered, and countless space fragments flew out like jets of steel needles, piercing and cutting the sea water. This move. Zhu and Wuji's pupils contracted, and his spear thrust was on the verge of limit. The spear tip in his hand turned. Zhu and Wuji bit his tongue, and forcefully sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spear blade. Boom. The sea water vaporized in large quantities, and the entire seabed became a foggy world. Zhu and Wuji retreated more than 20 feet. His face flushed, and he gasped for air. In the deep sea, the consumption of each move was twice as much as on the ground. In such a fierce battle, Zhu and Wuji's body had consumed a lot of true energy. Because Lin Ming's cultivation was one realm lower than Zhu and Wuji's, he retreated more than 100 feet away. However, compared with Zhu and Wuji, he remained calm, without a drop of sweat on his body, and had plenty of energy to spare. Using the sun chasing, rainbow penetration, destruction law, and heaven burial moves in succession, plus a short period of close combat, this consumption was nothing to Lin Ming. You know, in the destruction world of the God Mirror, Lin Ming had to use heaven burial once every time he destroyed a meteorite with a diameter of 1.5 miles. When encountering a meteorite with a diameter of 2 miles, Lin Ming had to reverse the star chain. Even in this situation, if Lin Ming was completely serious, he could persist for more than 100 breaths. This was a result that amazed the powerful people in the divine realm such as Feng Xianzi, and made the young heroes of the divine realm such as Huo Wenlan despair. Lin Ming could have such endurance because he opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, coupled with the tempering of the ancient phoenix bloodline and the vigorous blood power far beyond that of ordinary people. Zhu and Wuji could not compare with Lin Ming in these aspects. Lin Ming not only has an advantage in endurance, but also in defense. With the full strength of marrow tempering, and the training of the Zhuanjin divine fruit, Lin Ming's body defense is comparable to that of a top-grade earth level treasure. He can fight Zhu and Wuji with injuries for injuries. Therefore, even if Lin Ming is slightly inferior to Zhu and Wuji in a real fight, if he keeps fighting, Zhu and Wuji will no longer be able to support it in less than half an incense stick of time. With a long spear, Lin Ming attacked again, burying the sky. With the same move, the true essence on the red spear gushed out, the space fragments rotated like a flying knife, the seawater was twisted into a whirlpool, and a large amount of vaporization. Seeing that Lin Ming's momentum of attacking again was increasing, Zhu and Wuji's eyes finally flashed a trace of fear. How is this possible? Is this kid's body made of mechanical puppet? Chapter 750, a 10,000-mile chase. Boom. There was another violent explosion. Zhu and Wuji barely took Lin Ming's burial heaven. His body flew backwards dozens of feet under the impact of the aftermath of the explosion. As the strength of the two sides decreased, Zhu and Wuji's slight advantage over Lin Ming had vanished. After Lin Ming flew back dozens of feet, he shook his spear and stabbed Zhu and Wuji again. Piercing rainbow. The blazing spearlight cut through the deep sea. Zhu and Wuji was exhausted at this time. He had not yet generated new strength, but had to face Lin Ming's attack again. Boom. Zhu and Wuji groaned and was hit and flew backwards. His blood and ki rolled in his body, and Zhu and Wuji suppressed it with a breath of true ki. The gap in strength is getting bigger and bigger. Chasing the sun. Burial heaven. Law of destruction. Chain of stars. Lin Ming's moves came one after another, making Zhu and Wuji unable to cope at all. How is this possible? Question mark? Zhu and Wuji's blood was surging, and his body was covered with scars. Seeing Lin Ming fighting bravely, he finally felt fear and retreat. He did have ambitions, but when the chances of winning were getting slimmer, he would not foolishly die. Escape. This thought flashed through Zhu and Wuji's mind. He still had some trump cards, but facing Lin Ming, who was tireless like a mechanical puppet, Zhu and Wuji was already a little scared. He was afraid that, even if he used his trump cards, he would not be able to kill Lin Ming. By then, he would not even have a chance to escape. With a flip of his hand, Zhu and Wuji took out a grey-white pill from the Zumi ring. This was made from stalactite milk that had been there for thousands of years. After swallowing one pill, Zhu and Wuji could recover 30% of his true essence in a short time. It could be said to be a magic pill that could reverse the situation. From the current location to the Xianan continent, the distance was extremely far. Zhu and Wuji now had less than 40% of his true essence left. If he did not replenish some, it would be impossible for him to escape back. With a flick of his finger, Zhu and Wuji swallowed this precious pill with a heartache, and turned around to fly away. Want to escape? A trace of murderous intent flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. If you don't cut the grass at the root, there will always be a poisonous snake staring at you in the dark. Lin Ming, who had suffered a loss at the hands of Aoyang Boyan, would never allow such a thing to happen. His whole body burst out with true energy. For a moment, the Shura force field blessed with the war spirit spread out at the speed of light, instantly catching up with Zhu and Wuji, leaving a war spirit mark on Zhu and Wuji's body. Lin Ming had used this war spirit mark once, when he was looking for an exit in the eternal demon pit, and once again, when he attacked the South China Sea Demon Realm at night, and hunted down many masters in the South China Sea Demon Realm. If it weren't for someone like Lin Ming who possessed the war spirit, he wouldn't even be able to find it, let alone crack it. Leaving this trace of the war spirit mark, no matter where Zhu and Wuji ran to, Lin Ming could track him down. Mo Guang, let the giant kun float to the shallow sea to heal. I will go chase Zhu and Wuji. Okay. Mo Guang laughed. What are you chasing? This saint likes it the most. Lin Ming put away the red spear, stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and chased Zhu and Wuji. In the deep sea, the speed of advancement is very slow, and every step forward requires several times more energy than in the sky. Zhu and Wuji originally had little energy left, so he naturally had to rush out of the sea first. Boom. The sea water exploded, and in the white waves dozens of feet high, Zhu and Wuji soared into the sky. While flying north at full speed, he threw a handful of barrier beads behind him. This kind of barrier bead Zhu and Wuji had used in the Demon God Emperor Palace. At that time, it stopped Abbot Baimei and others for a while. If Lin Ming hadn't secretly made a move and changed the teleportation array, Zhu and Wuji would have had enough time to cross the void. Boom boom boom. The barrier beads exploded on the sea surface, forming a blue barrier that sealed the sea surface like a spider web. Lin Ming had just rushed out at this time, but his speed slowed down, and he was stopped by the barrier. Break. Lin Ming stabbed out with a spear, infused with war spirit, and hit the barrier heavily. The blue barrier, that could withstand the attack of King Nanyun and the Buddha's great handprint of Abbot Baimei was like glass, and countless cracks appeared under Lin Ming's spear attack. Break again. Lin Ming stabbed out with a second spear, and the barrier completely collapsed. He stepped into the void, and chased after Zhu and Wuji. This kid. Zhu and Wuji was startled. Although he knew that Lin Ming's attack power was strong, he didn't expect that a barrier bead could only block Lin Ming for a breath of time. 3,000 miles to the north, there is a teleportation array of my South Sea Demon Realm. As long as I pass through the teleportation array and destroy it on the other side, I can squeeze Lin Ming out of the space channel, and then I will be safe. Mysterious thunder wings. Zhu and Wuji made a seal with his hands. On his back, his clothes were torn, and a pair of purple wings spread out. This is a flying treasure made from the feathers of several flying sacred beasts, which can increase Zhu and Wuji's speed to a certain extent. This kid is too difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I refined this flying treasure at the beginning, and it came in handy today. With it, my speed can be increased by 20% to 30%, which should be no problem. Zhu and Wuji spread his wings, and flew out like an arrow. Wherever he passed, the air formed a terrible sonic boom, rumbling like thunder and spreading around. Even the sea surface was blown away by the wind pressure. Zhu and Wuji flew hundreds of miles in one breath, and his senses swept back, and his back suddenly felt cold. Behind him, Lin Ming was not only chasing him relentlessly, but also getting closer and closer to him. How could this happen? Zhu and Wuji was shocked. He was flying at full speed, and with the help of a flying treasure, his speed was still not as fast as Lin Ming. He found that Lin Ming just took a casual step and crossed a distance of several miles, as if the space was shortened under his feet. After several consecutive steps, he was left behind by dozens of miles. What kind of pace is this? Zhu and Wuji gritted his teeth and used his whole body's true energy to the extreme. A distance of 3,000 miles would not take long for a person like Zhu and Wuji, but now that he was being chased by Lin Ming, this distance became a difficult gate of hell. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, if this continued, he would be caught up by Lin Ming in less than half an incense stick of time. Once he was entangled by Lin Ming, it would not be easy to escape. Zhu and Wuji made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and scratched his wrist with his fingertips. He took his own blood essence for the third time. 2 drops of blood essence bounced on the left and right wings respectively. The black thunder wings were stained with a blood red color, and the speed increased again. He used his own blood essence 3 times in a row. Although the amount used each time was only a few drops, the accumulation was too much for Zhu and Wuji. This battle had damaged Zhu and Wuji's life fire. If he wanted to replenish it, it would take at least decades of time and a lot of natural treasures. This damn kid. Zhu and Wuji was furious. his chance of getting the secret of Lin Ming was getting slimmer and slimmer. Moreover, now that the South Sea Demon Realm had been destroyed by Lin Ming by 90%, his loss was too great. I don't care about the South Sea Demon Realm. This time, after I leave the South Sky Realm, I will go directly to the 4 great divine kingdoms. Zhu and Wuji and Lin Ming, one in front and one behind. The wind pressure of the high-speed flight blew up the sea surface. After offering his blood essence, Zhu and Wuji finally pulled some distance from Lin Ming, and the teleportation array was right in front of him. This was a teleportation array set up on an isolated island. It was originally guarded by disciples of the South Sea Demon Realm, but now, the South Sea Demon Realm was in a semi-disbanded state, and these disciples who guarded the array had long been unknown where they had gone. Zhu and Wuji dropped his escape light, falling to the ground like a cannonball. The huge impact force directly crushed the rocks on the small island. The teleportation array is still there. Zhu and Wuji was delighted, stepped onto the teleportation array, flicked his finger, and more than a dozen true essence stones fell on the 4 corners of the teleportation array, and the formation was activated. Seeing Lin Ming's escape light appearing in the distance, Zhu and Wuji's eyes flashed with hatred. One day, I will make you pay the price. The next moment, Zhu and Wuji's hideous face completely disappeared in the teleportation array. Teleported away. Lin Ming dropped his escape light, glanced, and instantly understood the principle of the teleportation array under his feet. This is just the most common teleportation array, and the teleportation distance is only tens of thousands of miles. Zhu and Wuji will definitely destroy the exit of the teleportation array when I pass through it and bounce me out of the space flow. This kind of small teleportation array, if there is an error in the teleportation process, the warriors with insufficient cultivation may be in danger of life, but a strong man like Lin Ming will not have any problems. At most, he will be ejected from the space channel halfway through the teleportation. Lin Ming stepped into the teleportation array and activated the array. As the space twisted, the next moment, Lin Ming entered the all-encompassing space channel. A teleportation of hundreds of thousands of miles would often last for more than 10 or even dozens of breaths. However, after only 10 breaths, the space channel shook violently, and the power of space became disordered. A large number of fragments began to appear around it. Obviously, the exit was destroyed by Zhu and Wuji. Whoosh whoosh. A large amount of space turbulence overflowed from the fragments of the space channel, condensing into a black storm, and attacking Lin Ming. If a warrior with insufficient cultivation was swept into this space turbulence, he would die directly. Even if a warrior with sufficient cultivation was swept out of the space channel, the teleportation would be terminated. Faced with this situation, Lin Ming remained calm, and his 10 fingers flicked, and streams of true energy air were ejected by Lin Ming. After being hit by this airflow, the originally fierce space storm actually dissipated quickly, and subsided in a few breaths. Compared to the ultra-long distance teleportation that Lin Ming had experienced before, this level of spatial turbulence was not worth mentioning at all. With Lin Ming's understanding of the spatial realm, he could completely break through the spatial turbulence and forcibly complete the teleportation. Steady it for me. Lin Ming thrust out a spear, and the spear pierced into the spatial barrier. The spatial channel that was about to break was actually stabilized by Lin Ming. The coordinate point is about 70,000 to 80,000 miles away from here. The exit was destroyed, and the teleportation coordinate point became blurred. Lin Ming was not a god. Although he could forcibly complete the teleportation with his understanding of the laws of space, he could not find the exit without the coordinates. However, the war spirit mark that Lin Ming had left on Zhu and Wuji before could estimate a rough range. There are about 30,000 miles left. Lin Ming confirmed the location again. 20,000 miles, 10,000 miles, it's around here. Break. Lin Ming thrust a spear into the spatial barrier, and the next moment, the space collapsed, and Lin Ming rushed out of the spatial channel. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.